Hello, hello! Happy holiday! Celebrate said holiday. I don't really, which is why I'm here. So, we're jumping back into Virche Evermore. Right now, we're in chapter 3 of Yves' route, and stuff just keeps getting more and more interesting. We are learning about the past. He's lazy. We're going to be learning more about the future, maybe, but mostly we're learning that nothing makes sense. So we found out that MC's character, his parents, were like the first victims of the suicides. Those things. They are the first victims that we found out, and thus more and more people distrust the main character. And she can't help that, but they came and they broke up Yves' home, which is also just as dramatic. We're going to jump back into this route. We are trying to remember what's happened last, but like we had photos of the crime scenes. We realized that all the characters, all the people who were attacked were couples that were attacking themselves. It's pretty wild. And we learned that Yves himself is the guardian of the Lycris. Just fun. We also learned that they've never seen a red Lycris flower ever. All right. We learned about the charges against us through an official statement by the royal family in the newspaper. Come out, you murderers. How dare you pretend nothing happened?
さすがにやりすぎじゃないか。この兵に見つかったらなんて言われるか。
Keep it down, will you? What if the royal guard find us?
他の関係者と違って監視がついてないってことは、こいつらを守るつもりなんてないんだろう。
It's fair. They left the guys to fend for themselves while else would be guarding their allies.
このまま国があの死神どもを犯罪者として処刑してくれれば。
If only the royals would brand them as those bastards as criminals and execute them. They haven't even had a trial. This is another bad feature of this game, is where stuff happens, but they act like nobody should be accountable for their actions, which is another wild ride. Right. Am I even center row? I'm gonna get up a little closer so I can read because I'm nearsighted. Alright.
変死が止まるだけじゃなく、この国
Not
の
only
短
would
命
the
の
weird
呪いも
death
一緒に
stop,
消えるんじゃないか
but the country's curse might even disappear too.
そう
With
か。
an animated. Yeah, I see
そうだよな。
what you mean. Stop animating their voices. Did I turn my sound down too far? Did I just do that? I didn't realize it. Yves was keeping his guard up as Puffy and I were as still as possible inside the room. Hearing the conversations coming from outside, my hands crumpled the edge of the newspaper I was reading. Ever since the paper was published, actually that's a good point. I can usually, I don't know if it'll let me in this one. Then I can maybe just read over their voices, because who cares? They're not main characters. They don't say anything worth hearing. Ever since the paper was published, people had been gathering outside the Karun to harass us. I never imagined Adolphe and everyone else would be placed under house
言われの
arrest.
ない罪で投獄されるよりはマシだと思うしかないね。
I guess the silver lining is that no one was falsely accused and thrown in jail. Well, we kind of were. Just saying. The royal family was accusing me and Yves as being responsible for the deaths. I was sure that everyone else would be freed eventually as long as they cooperated. Yves and I glanced at the entrance of the storage room where we kept the food supplies. Our major issue right now was food. We were already banned from making purchases, and with Adolf and the others unable to bring food to us, our only choice was to work with what we had until we found another solution. I wonder if the royal family seriously thinks that we're responsible for the death. I think the newspaper said that even Scien agreed with our statement. I don't think Scien would agree. Plus, I think he was surprised. I don't believe the article. I think the royal family made this up on their own.
俺も同感。シアンさんの全てを理解してるなんて言わないけど。
I agree. I can't say I understand Scien fully, but
少なくともシアンさんは何の根拠もなく人を犯罪者扱いするような人じゃないよ。
at the very least, Scien isn't the type of person to brand someone a criminal without solid evidence.
するなら証拠をしっかり提示して、自分の口から堂々と、だろうね。
If anything, I think he'd be proud of his findings and announce them to the public. If no one comes to arrest us because the royal family just got ahead of themselves, if that was true, they probably were too afraid of Scien to act on it.
民や有力者の不満の矛先を俺たちに向けるためだろうね。
I assume those in power did this to direct the people's
あ
frustration
わ
at
よくば
us.
暴走した民の死刑で死んでくれれば都合がいい。大方、そんな考えじゃないのかな。
Yay! Best case for them is that the masses just barge in and kill us, or at least I figure that's their ideal scenario. At this moment, a mob could break in without any supervision or restraint. They would willingly do the royals' bidding. That's horrible. In any case, using the name of the savior of this country proved impactful. Most would believe anything that Scien was quoted as saying, whether true or
本
not.
当に恋愛感情の有無が変死の条件となってるなら、犠牲者が増える前に住人たちに知らせないといけないの。
If romantic relationships really are the trigger for these deaths, we need to let everyone know before people die. How old is Yves? Just as Yves was thinking about what could be done, he suddenly covered his mouth and began to cough.
こんな状況だっていうのに、風邪でもひいちゃっ
Of
たか
all
な。
the times to catch a cold, there's no such thing as a cold in an Atomi game. I bet it's because you let me have more of the blanket last night. I was surprised to see you shivering this morning.
その分、君の体温が高かったから問題ないと思ってたんだ。
But you're cold-blooded. I thought you'd be warm enough to keep me warm too, but... I gently rubbed Yves' back as he coughed. Yves, you didn't seem well last night either. Why don't you go back and have rest? Puffy trembled in its bowl as the walls shook from all the pounding. It's so dangerous during the daytime that we need to stay hidden from sight. So it's probably best to take action late at night when everyone's asleep.
そうだね。俺の部屋に移動しようか。
You're
あ
right,
そ
let's
こなら
move to my
物音
room.
が外に響きにくい。
Noise won't be as loud in there. Dang. I still think this bed is far too long for a normal person. Yves reluctantly agreed with my suggestion, like there's not a bunch of open windows in here. He didn't like the idea of sleeping too much, so he got dressed to go outside just before climbing into bed. Perhaps the cold medicine he drank had some side effect, or maybe it was because he was so tired from everything that happened. Yves kept falling asleep and waking up intermittently until it was dark outside the window. I had been doing the same, sleeping and waking up repeatedly so that I could check how he was doing. I placed Puffy's bowl near Yves' bed, and it seemed like even Puffy was looking up at Yves' sleeping face with worry. Don't you worry, Puffy. Your owner's just asleep right now. I promise you that I won't drag him into my mess again in the future. Puffy splashed water out of its bowl. I have to admit, Puffy, you have so many emotions for a fish that I can't see. Perhaps it took after its owner. Suddenly I heard sounds coming from outside. My shoulders jerked visibly. A cold sweat broke from my forehead. That sound. I hoped it was just the wind. Unfortunately, my hopes were dashed. I held my breath as Eve slept silently. I could hear everything outside, even the sound of insects. My heart was pumping so hard that it felt like I was going to explode. I don't think we should do either. Peeking out the window was not a good idea. It was dangerous to go outside, so I decided to take a peek through the window instead. I didn't want to leave Yves behind. I moved to the storeroom and quietly approached the window to peek outside. Better get the fire going before death finds us. I already poured the oil, so once they set the fire, the place should burn to the ground. I discovered 2 men trying to set fire to Yves' precious lycra Norwegies. No! They couldn't hear me shouting. The man slowly moved the flaming torch up the glistening black petals. Seems like burning them would count. A stick. Description of a torch. A stick with one end soaked in a flammable substance to be used as a light source or to set something on fire. Oh goodness. He lit one of the petals, but the fire moved in an unexpected direction. Why is the fire coming this way? We don't have oil on us. Why us? We just came here to kill death for everyone else's sake. The men who tried to set fire to the lycra Norwegies were engulfed in a dark crimson flame. As if the flames were being controlled, they captured the men instead of the flowers. Classic. The men quickly turned into charred masses. Sleepy and just here to suffer, dumb fools, calmer gotcha. After watching their horrific demise, I slowly stepped outside. Why? Why did you go outside? Dude, go talk to your friend. Why? Exactly. That was just like the fire from before. Did I do this? Oh, dude, is she despondent? Maybe Anku powers faded. If so, then maybe my power as death controlled the flame so that the lycra Norwegies would be protected. I heard a crowd approaching from afar because I decided like an idiot to go outside. It was only a matter of time before they arrived in response to the screams. At this rate, Yves was going to be accused again for things that he didn't deserve. I can't let that happen. I'm the one who killed them. Girl, you did nothing. I need to repent for the murders. I knew I needed to move the bodies, but I didn't have the strength or the time. The amount of responsibility that she is taking to herself is insane right now. I'm sorry, Yves. I know you trust me from the bottom of your heart, but I really am death. I can kill people so easily. Using the embers from the bodies, I set fire to a branch that was on the ground. My heart was pounding painfully. I brought the burning branch to the pile of dry leaves gathered near the house and set it on fire. The fire was small enough that anyone could extinguish it without a problem. If a member of the corps arrived, they would probably extinguish the flames anyways to protect the area. No one would accuse Yves since he would be asleep as the fire slowly spread around Karun. The 2 men who attacked Death were thwarted, leading to their demise, and now Death was getting rid of the man she used. I suppose that makes sense. Does it? Yves was simply possessed by Death. I'm too tired to get mad. I am also so tired. But I started the stream one time today. That's the first time this week. Everyone would believe that in all the panic once that happened upon the scene. Goodbye, Yves. Death, who brought you nothing but misfortune, would finally disappear. Please be happy. Please fulfill your wish to become a reliver. I turned my back on Korun and headed towards the shore alone. To be honest, I wanted to end my life in the field of Lycris no Roriji, but the Watchman of Death might possibly stop me from dying again. I was a sinner. Dude, I apparently picked the chaotic one. A sinner who deserved to be dead in the depths of the cold, dark ocean. I don't think that's accurate. I don't agree. Flames of Death option. Oh, goodness. I mean, I knew it was a bad option as soon as the camera did the glitching. Exit from the back. There's only one good way to get out of this one. I knew going outside now was a bad idea, but if someone's outside now, that means they're up to no good. There was only a few legitimate reasons as to why someone would try to sneak into someone else's house. If this person decided to break the window and come inside, there'd be no way of defending ourselves. I took a quick glance at Yves' sleeping face before gathering my courage to go outside. See, and that seems like the bad idea here. Better get the fire going before death finds us. Pour the oil. I discovered two men trying to set fire to Yves' precious Lycris no Roriji. No. I raised my voice and dashed towards the men. The men slowly moved the flaming torches up to the glistening black petals. I pushed the man hard from behind, giving me the opportunity to make my next move, which is when I dived low and took their legs out from underneath them. Chun-Li move I learned in a video game once. I endured the heat as I stomped out the flames from the torch that fell to the ground. She found us! So now you're planning on cursing us yourself? First off, you were here to kill me. You've got it all wrong. I just want you to leave Yves alone. He's just a victim. He worked at Korun all this time so he can help everyone. He stopped deserving gratitude once he took you in. Of course she found you stupid. 7 years ago, if he hadn't saved you, we wouldn't be in this mess. The two yelled at the top of their lungs, and one of them turned towards me with an axe in his hand because you decided to run up to a man. Listen, I'm just going to say I work retail. And in retail, you don't mess with the people that are stealing. You just let them go because it's not worth it. They have a weapon. You didn't think that far. I could feel their malice clearly. They weren't just here to harass us. They were here with serious intention of killing us. Yeah, I think the pouring the gasoline around the building and wanting to light it on fire was a sign of that. This was far different from the hatred they expressed before. Even though I had always been despised, I didn't truly understand the range of human emotions until now. The man held his axe up and ran towards me. I couldn't escape. If I ran now, they would only go after Yves, who was still sound asleep inside. I need to at least save Yves. Maybe he could escape if I made it seem like he wasn't inside. Could he? The heavy iron cut through the air. I closed my eyes expecting my end to come. A shadow jumped out in front of me. Is it Barreau? Because that'd be funny. Oh, man. No, never mind. Before it landed, the blade was stopped by a drawn sword. Yves! Move back. You got it. Okay. I followed his command and quickly moved behind Yves' back. Yves struck the axe away and stood in front to protect me. Please leave. I don't want to fight you two. Shut up. Wow, rude. We need to kill her or we're never going to get our lives back. The man with the axe and the other with a plow charged towards Yves at once. Under normal circumstances, Yves would be able to easily suppress the two men without harming them, but he's dying. Boy be dying. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Yves winced in pain. The best he could do was keep parrying the incoming attacks. Losing his balance, Yves fell to his knees. A crushing blow was aimed for his head from high above. No! I quickly grabbed the man's arm and used all the strength I had left in me to stop him. Just die. It's a lot. The man pulled back his axe. It sliced through the air towards the defenseless death. Girl, as the shadow of the deadly blade fell upon my golden hair. I don't know, man. Maybe let her die at this point. This seems like a lot. Leah. Just me? The blade missed. Yves jumped and covered me from the slash. The blade grazed his mask. In the moment, the gentle moonlight began to peek through the night clouds. Don't look! Dude, I feel like you can't not look. Oh my. Did it cut his mask or did it destroy his mask? I kind of figured what underneath his mask looks like because anytime he closed his eyes, it was black and red, so. The moonlight's touch was gentle yet cruel. It shone upon Yves' bare face to drive away the shadow that had long hidden it. Yves cried out and tried his best to cover his face with his hand, but it was too late. I could see now. But words could not even begin to describe it. I think you need to... I've already seen you. It's like, I'm like, oh no. Like that the whole time. Don't look. Don't look at me. Please? Unfortunately, I was already gazing at him. Gazing at Yves' full face. His scorched skin was the color of obsidian. The red lines running through it glowed and pulsated intermediately. It was as though another life form was living inside him, moving, squirming. I then heard trembling voices around me. You monster! A man's scream cut through Yves' heart. Okay. First off, that's rude. He's hideous. Now I know why death possessed you to act as her defender. His eyes are fine. You're so rude. Run for it. He can kill us just by cursing us through his eyes. Just realized if death is totally evil, a lot of people will die by now. But if she just wanted to, a lot of people will die. You know, it seems strange, doesn't it? Like they're like, oh, she literally is cursing people. At the same time, I feel like enough people would have doubts that like, oh, this girl just has a really unfortunate run of events. Instead, they're like, nah, she's the one causing everyone to die. Like, I don't feel like they could have pinpointed that. Hideous monster. Like they need to remind me. It's been a while, but it still hurts. This man helped you trash people, and this is how y'all treated him. Well, this is relivers, right? Because they don't have the right kind of emotions, yet they can. Oh no, I didn't get finished. Yves weakly looked down at the ground. The men ran off screaming until we could hear them no more. I wasn't sure what to say in response to something so shocking, but Yves was in front of me with his head lowered, clearly suffering. I couldn't leave him like this. I carefully called out to him when... Oh, they even animated this version of his face. Like he's got his face, but no mask. Yves threw his sword aside. He covered his face with both hands, trying to run away. Dude, I think I couldn't let him be hurt and alone. My emotions guided me forward. Yves! I reached out to him and somehow managed to grasp his clothes before he could slip away. I swear I need the fan disc now. Please don't go. Please don't isolate yourself. I pleaded for him to stop, but Yves was still shuddering with fear and wouldn't listen. No. Don't look. Let me go. He struggled hard as he hid his face and tried to break free from my hold. No, if I let go of you, you'll never come back. I had no proof of it, but I felt certain that he would disappear forever. I couldn't let him. I had thought so many times of leaving before, but this was because I was the one who should leave. I don't want my dear Yves to end up all alone. Ooh, my dear Yves. Oh, did he hit you? As we struggled, I fell to the ground. I bore the pain and once again got up to cling to Yves when suddenly... Damn idiot. A shadow running towards us quickly threw a cloak over Yves' head. Suddenly, I felt the strength begin to leave Yves' body. His consciousness slowly faded and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Hugo? I smiled with relief, did you? That's not a smile. When I saw Hugo catch Yves before he fell, but then... Hugo, you took forever. Oh, Hugo! Don't you touch Yves' death.
あんたのせいでイブが今まで築き上げてきたものが全部台無しだ。
Hugo, I am sorry that you feel that way, but I also think you should understand I wasn't going to leave him, and you're mean. It's because of you that everything in Yves' life has turned to nothing. Hugo shouted until his voice was hoarse, then turned his back on me. I was shocked by the situation, but I was more shocked and disgusted to see myself instinctively reach out to touch Yves. Hugo quickly supported Yves back inside the house. I expected him to slam the door, but...
あんたが一人で突っ立ってると、それはそれで目立つんだよ。
Oh man, it feels almost worse, doesn't it? I can't have you standing around outside and attracting attention. I'm sorry. I could tell he was doing the best he could to suppress his hatred for the sake of his partner. I picked up the torn mask and forced my weakened body to follow Hugo and Yves inside. Girl, run away, I guess. I don't know. This is so sad. You literally told her to go away and not to be near him, and then you tell her to get inside. Oh, God. Hugo gently laid the pale Yves onto his bed. Only Yves knew where he kept his spare mask, so there was nothing to cover the scar he desperately wanted to hide. I don't think he had spare mask. Didn't he say that someone gave him this as a gift? With a pained expression, Hugo turned away from Yves, who was now sound asleep. He then glared at me sharply. I hadn't seen him in a while, but it was obvious that he had no intention of being friendly right now. Hugo, about Yves.
想像以上にひどい火傷跡で、あんたも衝撃だったんじゃないか。
You must have been in shock too, seeing how horrible his scars are.
他でもないあんたが、こいつに刻んだもののくせして。
My God, Hugo. You came in here at like a 12. I am just trying to live right now. I can't be so sure considering you're the cause. Oh, God. Yeah, if she was scared, she would have been the one leaving. Yeah, she was the one trying to pull him back. Dude. He slammed his fist into the table, and a loud thud echoed through the room.
さすがは死神がもたらしたやけど。残す傷跡も一味違うよな。
Guess I gotta hand it to death to leave such a scar. Not like any old burn, is it?
俺も初めて見たときは、情けなく悲鳴を上げて腰を抜かしちまったよ。
Oh, I'm sorry, Hugo. You're a big-ass baby, and that's my fault. When I first saw it, I screamed so pathetically and fell to the ground.
今までこいつの素顔を見てきた奴らだって似たような反応ばっかだった。
Everyone who's seen under his mask has reacted the same way I did. The skin on his hands was peeling, but he wasn't fazed.
ずっ とずっと
I was angry
イラ
all
ついてた
this
よ
time.
恨まれていないからって当たり前のようにこいつの優しさを享受するあんたのずうずうしさによ
Back to this is a you problem, Hugo, not a me problem. Like, I get it. You're angry. But, like, Yves said he was fine. Yves said he wanted to be my friend. I was pissed at how brazen you were, accepting his kindness as if he owed it to you, knowing that he held no grudges. Part of me don't want to see the bad ending. I heard me crying. I'm so pissed right now. Ugh. It's all bad endings. I don't even know if the good endings can get better. Each word slapped me into a stunned silence.
そうだよ
Yeah, that's right. I
イブの幸せをことごとく奪い続けるあんたが最初に会った時から大嫌いだったんだ
I've hated you since we first met, and you still keep stealing Eve's happiness. I could hardly breathe. My throat felt dry and scratchy. I was a foolish sinner meeting her judgment. The force of his shouting was like a blade being held to my neck. Hugo,
なあ死ねよ
just die already. Did he really pull out a knife? Dope. Yves chose to save her and to protect her. Yeah. And yet, no one can just accept, like, she just wants to be. Like, what the hell? The words pierced the surface of my
頼むか
skin.
らこいつを殺す前に今すぐ死んでくれ
Imagine how Adolphe's gonna act when he finds out you murdered his stepsister when he literally told you to go and help them. Just die now before you steal any more of his
イブ
life.
は優しすぎるやつだからあんたを守ることを死んでも諦めない
Yves is too kind on his own for his own good. He won't give up on protecting you, even if he
だ
dies.
からそうなる前に
So before that
ここで
happens,
死んでくれ
just die
あ
already.
んただって憎からず思うイブのために死ねるなら本望だろ
You don't mind dying for Yves, especially since you have feelings for him, right? You wanted me to die. If it was so he could protect someone dear to him. Technically, Yves wants me to live. Yves said so when we were in bed together, that there were many things he wanted to do with me here, but he meant in the world, not in bed. I had to have him prophesize that. Let's see what happens if we accept. Glitching. Understood. Hugo is definitely my least favorite side character. Like, I understand, but Yves wants her to live. You got no right. Yeah. I mean, if you want the people around your happiness, it's one thing, but like to judge what's going to be making them happy. Like, you know Yves very well. You know he does not dislike her for who she is. You know that he appreciates her because she likes the lycrases, because she's this person, but also on a fundamental level, she's just a human who has no control over what's happening around her. She clearly is not causing these incidents intentionally, even if they are caused by her. So, like, it just sucks. I don't know. It just sucks. I feel so bad for all the time. I've taken more than enough from your partner. I'm very sorry. My apology, even my life, won't be enough to atone for my sins. I decided to accept his hatred under two conditions. I want to die by my own hands, so even if I suffer in pain and agony, please don't finish me until I plead for death. And once things are over, I want to ask you that you keep it a secret from Yves and Adolphe that I committed suicide. That is, if they notice I'm missing before my body is found, but that should remove any suspicion directed at Yves. I know I'm asking for so much, even at the very end, but please.
それ以上の無茶を言ったのは俺だ約束は必ず果たすから安心しろ
Hugo, you suck. You suck. I'm not one asking for something beyond unreasonable. Don't worry, I'll keep your promise. Thank you. After lowering my head with gratitude, he gave me a dagger to use. I brought it to my throat like last time. All that was left was for me to say farewell and push the dagger through my
最
throat.
後に何かあいつに言い残すことは
Do you have any last words to leave for him? Yeah. Tell him this is your fault, Hugo. I don't have the right to leave any last words to Yves. I just had one thing to say to the person in front of me. Please do your best. I recall everything he had done for Yves until that moment, and I noticed that the two of us shared something in common. Yves is able to love everyone, so I'm sure that the day will come when he finally realizes it. So if possible, I hope your wish comes true once he becomes a reliver.
はあ、何の話だよ。
The hell are you talking about? Did he really not understand? There's nothing else for me to say. Goodbye, Hugo. We weren't able to become friends in the end, but I'll be cheering for you two from Hades.
そんな不吉な応援いらねえよ。
Oh, did she just admit that he's got a crush on Yves? Is that what just happened? Screw that, I don't want your bad luck. I was sure Anku was going to be mad. I gripped the hilt of the dagger. Slowly, the tip of the dagger broke through my skin. It ran straight through my throat. As he watched me wither in agony from the unbearable pain, he kept his promise and waited until I could bear it no longer. After letting out an exhausted sigh, he swung down his sword. My sinful life had finally ended. Man, all her choices are just like either the story continues or you die in this one. Let's see what that one's called. Whee! All the way down to the bottom. It's called Resemblance. Interesting. I'm gonna say right now, like, it's poetic. I give them credit. These characters were made for each other. Hugo's anger was, well, justified. Is it? Sorry, I started to cough. If only I had left Yves sooner. If only I had died before meeting Yves. I knew that I didn't deserve him. Yet I kept letting myself be reassured by his kind words. It was all my fault. How could I be so foolish? My identity wasn't of any concern now. My existence had transformed into a weapon that could kill my precious Yves. My mind drifted to the knives in the kitchen. I wanted nothing more than to take one and stab myself through my shameless heart. But I literally muted the stream to not hear Hugo's voice.
こちらこそ。生きていてくれて、ありがとう。
Shames to you. Same to you. Thanks for being alive, and shame. I'm so ready for shame.
君との再会を手繰り寄せてくれた。リコリスたちが起こした奇跡に。
I'm deeply grateful to the
心からの感
Lycrises
謝を。
for the miracle of reuniting me with you once again. Oh, goodness. Whew, he saved my life. Knowing that, I couldn't throw away my life so easily. The only one who could tell me to die was Yves. Yves and Yves alone. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists to prevent me from nodding in compliance. I didn't care if my hands became bloody. Seeing that I wasn't
あん
complying,
たが
if
メソメソ泣いて口先だけの謝罪を繰り返す女ならすぐにでも叩き切ってた。
if you were crying and apologizing, trying to make excuses, I would have just killed you myself. Huh?
ああ、すっきりしたわ。
No, you can't tell me that this is this choice. No. Okay, I'm good now. Hugo seized his sword, then looked up to the ceiling with a groan. Fuck this game. Right? Especially if I say yeah, he's like, alright, do it. Bet. I'm like, what?
前、イブに言われたんだわ。
Yves told me
あん
before.
たのことが苦手なら我慢する必要なんてない。堂々と嫌ったっていい。
If I didn't like you, there was no need to put up a front. He said I could tell you myself.
俺が嫌う分、自分があんたを愛するからってよ。
The reason he told me that was because he said the more I hate you, the more he can love you. You've said that.
だからお言葉に甘えて本音をぶちまけたんだ。どんだけひどい暴言を吐こうが、お優しいイブがあんたを慰めてくれると思ってよ。
Which is why I took the offer and told you everything. Figured Yves would console you no matter how much I insulted you. But everything you said was true, Hugo.
ああ、そうだよ。俺は自分が間違ったことを言ってるとは思わね
Yeah, it was. I know what I said isn't wrong at
え。
all.
でも俺は、あんたに負けちまったからな。
That said, I lost to you. Lost.
悔しいことにあんた、イブのあの火傷を見て、驚きはしたが、逃げなかっただろ。
I hate to admit it, but when you saw Eve's scar, even though you were surprised, you didn't run from him.
それどころか、自分を醜いと叫ぶイブに手を伸ばして引き止めた。
Instead, you reached out to stop Yves from hiding his face and running away.
その光景を見た瞬間、負けたと思ったよ。
It was then that I realized I lost to you.
さすがは死神がもたらしたやけど、残す傷跡も一味違うよな。俺も初めて見
Are
た
we
時は
really having a
情けなく悲鳴を上げて
flashback?
腰
We just saw that line of dialogue. I don't need to be reminded what I
あい
just
つの
read.
うごめくやけど跡が
Oh,
恐ろしくて仕方ない。
I'm still scared of how his scar keeps pulsating like
さっ
that.
きだって人目を避けるためじゃなく、傷に直接触れるのが嫌で。
The reason I covered him earlier wasn't because I want to hide his face, but because I didn't want to touch the scars.
顔を服で覆うようにかぶせたんだ。あの黒いシミ、呪いが
I felt like
自分
I'd
に
be
映るん
cursed
じゃ
if
ね
I
えかって
did. So I threw my cloak
反射的にだ。
over him without thinking. Hugo let out a heavy sigh.
なんつうか、あいつに必要なのは理解じゃなくて共感だったんだな。
I guess what he needed wasn't someone who could understand him, but someone who could empathize with him. Nadia's official #1 best side character, but yet she probably gone forever while other side characters, Mother and Hugo, killed her in other routes. Yeah, tactically Hugo made her a self-killer, but then he helped finish her off. But again, she's like, I agree, and he lets her kill herself. I feel like that's a sign that this was never the option. Peace was never an option.
あんた、あいつが大事にしてるリコリスノワージュも綺麗だって言ったんだって。
I heard that you actually said that the Lycris Norigi that he's been taking care of are pretty or something. Yes, I've been visiting the field of Lycris ever since I was little. Of course, I had no idea at the time that I was born in the Lycris field and that my mother ripped out her own heart with her bare hands there. So, I mean, I guess it's a little bit sentimental and I just had no clue. I know this sounds strange, but the flowers feel like they're part of my family.
そうか。俺はあんな花を守る使命なんか捨てちまえっていつも口うるさく言ってたよ。
Telling him to forget his mission and leave those flowers
あいつ
alone.
の安全を考えての説得だったが、結局のところ俺はイブらしさを潰して
Just trying to
普
make
通
him a
の人
normal
間に寄せよ
person.
うとしたってことだよな。
Classic. I thought I was helping him, but I guess all I was doing was crushing his real self to try and make him into a normal
自分
person.
と同じ目線で生きてほしいって独りよがりに押し付けてたんだ。
I was pushing my ego onto him, but wanted him to live like me. Hugo.
けど俺の価値観は至極真っ当なもんだぜ。あの傷や災いの花を受け入れられるあんたたちの価値観の方が大概なんだ。
Okay. Where's my mouse? I got scared. Okay, hear me out. He has a scar. It's creepy, sure. It's pulsating, great. It's just a scar. I don't understand the logic of these people sometimes. He covers it. He tries to keep it covered because you guys react so poorly towards it. And that's a shame. My values are totally normal. You two are the strange ones, loving those cursed flowers and not being afraid of his scars. It's just a scar. You shouldn't be afraid of a scar.
異常者同士でお似合いなんじゃねえの？
That's not a scar, that's a tattoo. Maybe you two make the perfect weird match. We just get approval, and with that, Hugo headed to the entrance. His gait was noticeably lighter than before. Guess I'm weird too. Guess I'm weird because I wouldn't scream at someone for having a deformity. I just can't. I could no longer sense any ill will from him.
イブが目を覚ましたら、俺にいじめられたって正直に言えよ。
When Yves wakes up, be honest and let him know that I was bad-mouthing you. He turned around and gave his usual
そうした
smile.
らきっと、イブはあんたを傷ついた分、愛してくれるだろうからな。
That way Yves will shower you with his love to make up for the pain I caused you. Hugo? Just fucking leave. I called out to him before he could leave. I won't tell him anything. Y'all just bitches over scars. Oh, it just tried to ask me if I'm okay with this. Yeah, allow. It's fine. I thought someone was quoting you, but it was all like, I'm sorry, can this word be used? It's all fine. I won't tell him anything. If there's something I want to argue about, I'll say it to you, not him. I'm so mad. I feel it in my soul. Oh, but I'm not used to arguing or fighting, so maybe some other day. Can I complain to you about how scary you were?
Oh.
I'm so mad at this world. Hugo blinked a few times at the words that even I knew didn't make sense. His shoulders shook a bit and he smiled.
なんだそりゃ。喧嘩の予告なんて初めて聞いた。
The hell are you saying? That's the first time someone's asked me for a fight.
けど、そいつが惚れ込んじまったのは、そういうところなんだろうな。
I guess that's what drew to him to you. Hugo, please let me fight you. God. His smile strangely made him look like he was crying. He might be, honestly. Hugo's got some emotional baggage up in there. Hugo then grabbed his chest and left Kurun. Grabbed his chest. Is he dying? Is he dying? I'm out of straws, so drink it like a normal person, I guess. And now we're Yves. Probably in a fever. I could hear a familiar voice moving away from me. My eyelids were so heavy that it felt like they were glued shut. Why was I asleep in bed?
思い出せない。
I can't remember a thing. Yves? I heard someone call my name. I needed to say something. I needed to help fulfill that person's wish so that it would come true. Or else no one would love me because of my hideous face. Leah? I opened my eyes, and the first thing that came into sight was a precious girl. She looked so sad. I wondered what happened to her while I was asleep. I looked into her translucent, beautiful eyes. There was a red glimmer. It was my gruesome face. It was the gruesome face of a horrible monster. My memories returned, and with them came
見ら
despair.
れた。
She saw my face. My hideous and disgusting face. Oh my god. Of all people, she was the one I least wanted to see it.
出て行ってくれ。これ以上、俺の醜い顔。
I'm gonna be real with you, Yves. Like, you are acting like you don't want me to look at your face, but you also said you wanted someone that could look at your face. You're giving mixed signals here? Please leave. I don't want you to look at my ugly face anymore. I grabbed the bed sheets and ran to the corner of the room to hide under them. I did the best I could, but I still couldn't stop shaking.
ダメだ。
It's all over. She just woke you up, my guy. She was going to leave me. She was gonna hate me. She was going to tell me I was a monster.
ずっと愛してあげるって
I told you I'd love you no
偉
matter
そう
what.
に言っておきながら
But
今の俺は愛することよりも君に与えてもらうことばかりを考えてる。
instead of giving my love, I'm only thinking about the love I can get from you. Yves, may I wish everything Dude, if she was scared of you, she wouldn't find her standing next to you. Yep. If she said that I disgusted her and rejected everything I said.
彼女にもう
I
愛しても
mean,
らえない
in his only defense here, and now I'll give this his defense, everyone has screamed at his face. So at this point, he's just used to it. My leg hurts. Hang on. I'm re-stretching. So him being this way, honestly, is the least surprising, I guess, but... I'm gonna get a CG? Give me a CG. Aww, he's so cute! Yeah, tell me he's ugly. Like, he's fine. I buried my face as much as I could, but Yves... She gently pulled the sheet away. I'm sorry. Before I knew it, she was knelt in front of me. She removed the sheet from me completely. I could see the monster reflected in her eyes. I know it's cruel of me to say this since I'm the one who caused those burns. You're so beautiful. Aww. I want to hug him and MC the most in this game. They had the short straws. Literally in everything. Huh?
今、彼女は何と言った？
What did she just say? I really didn't understand. I looked up in disbelief and she responded so endearingly. Your scars are beautiful. The colors are the same as the licorice, Norichi. And that's my favorite flower. My eyes widen. Also hug Mathis too, but like be careful, because if you hug Mathis, it's going to depend on which, I don't know, emotion he's currently having instilled in his body, on if he'll be okay with that. She gently caressed my hideously burned skin. Just looking at it reminds me of the warm feeling I had when we spent time together out in that field. I know I'm saying something terrible, but I just couldn't hold my feelings back anymore. Don't remind you of that ending? I'm sorry. I'm still scarred by it. What was going on here? Plus, Camille was in his body too. Yeah. It's just a shame how bad one person can be corrupted, I guess, if you're created by cells of different people. I know you're trying to become a reliver so that you can get rid of your scar, Yves. What was she? But as ruthless as I might be, these scars of yours are so lovely. What was this feeling? My heart ached as I kept repeating the words she spoke over and over in my mind. Oh, we made him cry more. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're crying harder now. I changed my mind. A tear rolled down from my hideous eyes. Your eye wasn't hideous to begin with. Your eyes are fine. You have normal eyes. What are you talking about? You have a scar around your face. And it's just a scar.
ずるいよ。
It's not fair.
そんなこと言われたら。
You're making it
このやけど
impossible
を
for me
治す気が失せちゃうじゃないか。
to get rid of my burns after hearing you say that. I heard so many people express pity, wishing that my scars would disappear. I already made the decision to give up on being accepted for who I was and to escape from everything by becoming a reliver. But truth be
この
told,
傷ごと愛してるって。誰かに言ってほしかった。
I wanted anyone to tell me they loved my scars. I didn't want to just sweep away what happened. After all, my scars were a part of me and proof of the life I had lived.
君に向けるこの気持ちは
There's something I need to say to you.
リライバーになれば消えるから伝えるつもりは一切なかったんだ。
The music just had like a sharp turn right there. I wasn't going to say it because it would despair the moment I became a reliver. I couldn't hold back anymore. Her loving words made me realize that this feeling I kept away deep inside my
俺は
heart.
もう無意味な博愛は振りまきたくない。
I don't want to express meaningless love to everyone anymore.
好きだ。大好きだ。
I love you. I really love you.
この美しい感情を捧げたいと願うのは君一人だけ。
You're the only one worthy of having this beautiful feeling inside my
愛
heart.
してる。
Ashiteru, I love you too. A word I kept using without a single thought. It may have lost the gravity I intended, but it was the only word that could describe the feelings I had. I could only hope that she accepted it. I like you as a friend, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just kidding. Her next words seem afraid to come out.
自分が愛を向けられる可能性を一度として考えたことがなかったんだろうな。
Like, you're showing a lot of emotions right now. I was just saying I think your scars are cute. Like, cute. I never once thought it was possible that someone could actually love me. Everyone else looked away from me. I'm not sure what to say. I know I don't have the right to hear those words from you, but I can't bring myself to refuse. I smiled at her response.
じゃあ、それ以外の方法で返事が欲しい。
Seems concerning. Then how about you give me your answer in a different way? She blushed for a moment. Aww, I didn't think they could fit her into this scene. She's kissing his scar. Brought her red lips to my scars and kissed them gently.
ちゃんとした返事と唇への口づけは、どうか無実の罪を晴らし、君を普通の女の子だと証明した。
Another angle of this outfit of hers. I really thought her like sleeve stuff were translucent, but it's just like the two tones of the gray. This is probably one of the best CGs. It was actually thought out. There's been a couple awkward ones with the kiss scenes and stuff. Oh my goodness. Poor cry guy. I look forward to your official answer and a kiss on the lips once you've proven you're innocent to the world. In the field of likeness no rijis?
君も俺の考えが分かってきたね。
You can read me like a book. I wouldn't say that's true. I responded with a kiss to her forehead. I want a CG of that. CG kiss forehead. I love forehead kisses. Hey, hey. I couldn't believe that a hideous monster like me could ever find a wonderful girl. I just hoped that I wouldn't be punished for sharing my love so freely before this moment. Yes, God was truly watching over me. Ooh, don't say that. You don't know which God it is. Give forehead kiss CGs. It can't be. Where the heck are we? Is that my brother or is that bro? Oh no, wait.
Cool.
Why? Why?
に戻ってくれって言ったじゃん。
Is it because he had one-sided love and he's a reliver? Can one-sided love rip their heart out? Just saying. You said you were going to come back to Karun.
なあ。おい!
Say something. I wanted to awaken from this nightmare. So wait a second, is there no way for Hugo to survive? In Yves' story?
帰りたいという願いはとうの昔についえた。
My wish to return had long disappeared.
ならばこれからはもう二度とは会えぬ尊き信念を持つ友のため。
For that reason, I needed to take action for a noble friend whom I would never meet again. I'm too tired to feel anything for Hugo. It's like
疎まれる命を
10 a.m. where you are.
生涯を
It's
かけ
okay.
て
You've had more hours to wake up. It's almost 8 here. I promised I would nurture those detested Detested for, oh my gosh, I promised I would nurture those detested lives for as long as I existed.
いつか再会できた時には共に酒でも飲み交わそうじゃないか。
We would drink heartily together once we met again. I need Anku. I need Anku to explain if you become a reliver, do you actually still have a soul? I just want to know. Are you just a robot at that point? Unseen evil was moving somewhere beyond sight.
そろそろあの薬の効果で彼女に宿る抗体が消える頃合いか。
I don't think you need to hide the fact that this is Capuchin. This game has made you mentally tired. Soon the effects of the medicine will get rid of the antibodies that exist in her body. Antibodies. Moleculars. Nope. Molecules produced by the immune system that defend against foreign anti-8 genes found in viruses and molecules. Molecules. I did it. Not molecules. Silly.
ではリュカ君、今夜私からの命令が下り次第、彼女を私の元へ連れてくるように。
Now then, Lucas, I want you to bring her to me as soon as I give the order tonight. Oh, Lucas. Lucas.
この兵の監視を盗み、脱出できた君ならばたやすいはずだ。
It should be easy for you, given how you were able to escape the royal guard. A laboratory acting as the real headquarters of Society of the Exorcist was kept secret even from the most devoted followers. Lucas showed an expression of confusion at Minister Capuchin's instructions.
教祖様、一体何のために彼女を手元に。
Minister, why do you want her?
無論、神からの啓示だよ。
It is what God demands.
ナディア君と同じく、彼女もまた神に愛された人間なんだ。
Just like your dear Nadia, she is also loved by God, which Lucas will 100% agree because he calls her his
悪魔
angel.
に害されるよりも早く、私たちが保護してあげなくてはね。
I had to sneeze. Oh gosh, now it made my eye water. Therefore, it is our mission to take charge of her before she is seized by demons.
その通りではありますが、今のイブ君から彼女まで奪ってしまったら、
That may be true, but if she is taken away from Yves now,
短い間とはいえ、彼も私の生徒だった時期があります。教師とは教え子を守るものです。
despite our short time together, he was also one of my students. A teacher is someone who protects their students.
教団から彼を補助する人員を出すか、いっそこちらでイブ君も一緒に保護することは。
Perhaps we can send someone from among us to support Yves, or we can also take him into our field to...
志は立派だが、ダメだ。
I admire your will, but the answer is no.
彼には彼女に代わり、国民からの悪意を受け止める敵でいてもらわなければならない。
He must stay where he is in order to absorb the evil and malice from the citizens in her place.
しかし、その原因となったあの変死体、
But this all happened because of those
あれを
suicides.
消し、心臓を奪えという命令は何のためにあったのですか？
What was the reason for destroying those bodies and removing their hearts?
今までは教団内の実験素材として利用しているのだと思っていましたが、
Lucas,
こ
you
こ
got a
までの
conscience
数
in
を
this
求める
route?
のは異常で、
I thought they were to be used as specimen for our experiments, but this is far too many.
リュカ君、私の忠実なリュカ・プルースト。
Lucas, my faithful Lucas Proust.
変死事件の影響で病院も閉鎖し、ナディア君との面会もしばらくお預けになっているのを忘れたか？
May I remind you that you have not seen Nadia in some time because the hospital was closed due to those deaths. Lucas frowned, hearing the minister talking to him in a preaching manner.
君が今まで通り神に尽くしてくれれば、特別に彼女と再会させてあげよう。
Simply heed and serve God, no differently from before, and I will ensure that you see her again soon.
良き兄である君のことだ。
最後に妹の顔を見ぬまま。
You are a good brother, so it would be a shame to not see her one last time. Oh man. Lucas, stop coughing up blood.
寿命で一人、孤独に死に絶えたくはないだろう。
You would not want to die alone when your time comes, would you? The symptoms of the curse returned. Capuchin gave a gentle smile as he looked on. Lucas coughed again and again, then stared at his blood-covered palm. A turn of events.
姿も見せぬ不気味な支援者が何を目的としていようが関係ない。私は私の目的を果たすまで。
Ooh, plot is thickening. It doesn't matter what objective this mysterious supporter is seeking, I will fulfill my own objective.
何があろうと、あの美しいリコリスの遺伝子を手に入れてみせ。
No matter the cost, I will take possession of those beautiful lycris genes and...
ほう。美しい遺伝子。
Beautiful genes, you say?
それは、ぜひ俺も観察してみたいものだな。
I would love to observe such genes myself. I'm sorry, do I recognize this voice? A powerful explosion. From the cloud of smoke created by the detonated bomb appeared. Oh, it's Sheen.
その反応を見る限り、名乗りも自己紹介もいらないようだ。
Judging by your reaction, I see there's no need to introduce myself.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ。
Sheen Brophy. The savior of this country.
なぜ貴様がここに？一体どこから？
What are you doing here? How did you find out?
それはお前が一番よく知っているだろう。教祖殿。
Lucas, if you touch my man, ooh, he could so break your man's neck, honestly. But he could also kick him, I guess. You can answer those questions yourself, dear
回収し
minister.
た変死体、特に容姿や能力が優れているものがちらほら消えているから。
From among the bodies we collected, I noticed the most attractive or talented were missing. I'm not helping? I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, Lucas is a superhuman. Sheen is a mad scientist. They have different skill sets.
どこのバカが持ち帰っているのかと思って調べてみれば。
I conducted an investigation assuming some fool took those bodies.
まさか研究所の遥か地下にあんな巨大な地下通路が作られているとはな。
Listen, dead. I never expected such a huge secret tunnel would be found deep under the institute.
規模からして王族の連中も一枚噛んでいるのか。後々相応の礼をさせてもらおう。
Judging from the scale of things, I assume the royal family is somehow involved. I should pay them a visit after I'm done here.
警備兵までバカだ。盗んだ死体はここで作ったクローンを同じ状態にしてすり替えたはず。
Guards? Impossible. I had the bodies clones and replaced so that no one would find out they're missing.
この俺が死体の状態を見間違えるわけないだろう。
Do you seriously expect me to make a mistake in handling the bodies?
まあ正直なところ、地下通路とこの施設の存在よりも、そこにいる男の方に驚いたがな。
To be honest, I am surprised, not by the hidden tunnel or this facility, but rather because of him. Sheen's colorful eyes observed the young man with a halberd in hand.
あの人間離れしたブローの正体が、こんな優男とは、さすがに俺も騙された。
If you're here by yourself, you're probably gonna die. I'm just gonna say this right now, Sheen. This is not the place to be. Of all people, Barreau turned out to be such a well-mannered person. You certainly deceived me. Sheen didn't budge from the extreme malice being directed at him.
その異常な身体能力、遺伝子編集による肉体改造か。
That superhuman power of yours, is it a result of genetic modification? He better get a backup plan. Get it? He better be backed up. Because he might not make it out of this
先天的な遺伝
alive.
子疾患による特異体質。
Or perhaps you were born with a rare congenital disorder affecting your genes.
遺伝子疾患。
Congenital disorder? Genes. You didn't think of it?
何をしている？早く侵入者を殺せ！
What are you doing? Hurry up and kill the intruder, Lucas.
私が捕まったが最後。ナディアを唯一受け入れたあの病院もなくなるのだぞ。
The only hospital that took in Nadia will be lost the moment they capture me. He steeled his resolve. Sheen didn't seem disturbed at all by Lucas, who was pointing his weapon at
ま
him.
あ落ち着け、ブロー。随分と意もしない神とそこの聖職者を盲信しているようだが。
Calm down there, Bro. It seems you put blind faith in a non-existent god and that supposed minister.
その男の正体を聞けば、俺に噛みつく気力もなくなるはずだ。
But I believe you'll lose your will to face me once you find out his true identity.
何も聞くな、リュカ。とっとと忌まわしい悪魔の狩猟を。
Don't listen to him, Lucas. Kill that abominable leader of demons or else.
姿も声も違うが、さっき聞こえた気色の悪い笑い方、よーく覚えているぞ。
I remember you very well. Despite your new appearance and voice, that creepy smile of yours hasn't
あの
changed.
ナディアという小娘も、お前の実験体という名のコレクションに加えるつもりか？
I suppose this Nadia you speak of will be joining your test subjects, or should I say your collection?
なあ、元死刑囚。オーティ。
Isn't that right, former death row inmate Orty?
実験体。教祖様、それはどういう意味で？
Expose him! I don't know, man. It might be too late for this. Test subject. Minister, what is he?
島。
Yes! What?
これは。いかん、リュカ。口を塞。
Damn it, Lucas, don't breathe.
リュカ。
Lucas! Capuchin went pale as he saw Lucas drop his halberd and fall to the floor.
好きさえ作ればこんなものだ。どれだけ人間離れしていようが、毒や薬物への耐性は人並みだろう。
Easy as that, no matter how powerful one may be, they still lack resilience to poison and
こい
drugs.
つの肉体は後で俺自ら調べる。連れて行け。
I'll personally check out his physical condition later. Take him. Sir! After seeing his guard carry Lucas away, Sheen turned his attention back to Capuchin.
さて、これでお前の最強の矛は封じた。
Now then, you lost your battle weapon.
久しぶりの再会を祝し、ゆっくり語り合おうじゃないか。
Honestly, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. This feels like it's going too smoothly. Why don't we have a nice chat to celebrate our reunion, Orty? Let me be hopeful? No! This game has killed all my hope. Only the fake minister was left. God slowly walked forward to punish him in human form.
奇遇にも俺は最近お前がさっき口にしていたリコリスノワージュに興味を抱いてな。
By sheer coincidence, I recently discovered an interest in that licorice Norigis you mentioned earlier.
病院に残っていたカルテの件も含め、あの小娘とリコリスの遺伝子に一体何の関係があるのか。
What exactly is the relationship between that girl and the licorice genome, including the medical records at your hospital?
すべて隠さず話してもらうぞ。こう見えて俺は拷問がそれなりに得意なんだ。
That was a good one. I like that one. That read well. That felt nice in my body. Tell me all you know, though it may not seem it. I am quite skilled in the art of torture. Stop! And they dragged him out. Huh. It's still not over. You are celebrating too early. One good thing can happen. This musty smell of blood. See, we forgot Hugo died. The body's main vessel. Torture him. Let me be happy for a second. The body's main vessel, the heart, was crushed, but the expression frozen on his face didn't match the scope of the tragedy. Hugo? You said that you were going to come back to Karun. I just want to hear him scream after what he did to Nadia. So I could go back and you could play it again. So. There's that full scream for you. Say something. Found Hugo dead in the dark alley. Why are you in a dark alley? You're still being hunted by people. Hugo! Hugo! Yep, Hugo. Yves ran towards Hugo and shouted as he shook his body. But instead of a reply, the dark red blood that pooled in his mouth dripped out slowly. Yves' pupils contracted as he looked at his friend covered in blood. What happened? Why? It's you. Hi. You're the problem, Yves. It was you. I don't recall Hugo having a lover or anyone close to him. This was the first time Yves showed despair. His partner, who had been with him for 3 years, was now dead. Unable to accept reality, Yves kept repeating the words "why" over and over again. You gotta be kidding, Hugo. He was with us just last night, too. The corpse unit. Why are you guys not at Yves' house? Why is she not at Yves' house? They did not... Like, the malice after her was still there. She should still be locked inside a house. Like, she shouldn't even be here for this. The corpse unit that stood behind us gazed at the sight with disbelief. It was the same with me. I thought we were going to argue again. Isn't that right? What? Why? Those 3 words kept repeating over in my mind. What the hell are you people doing here? The Royal Guard soldiers appeared suddenly and grabbed us from behind as we sat down on the ground in a stupor. I'll admit that I feel bad for Hugo. I know that was hard for you. Leave this place at once. This area is under our control now and we'll be moving the body shortly. Yves wrenched himself from their grasp. Did you just realize? Did you realize just now? Damn you, I know him, he's my partner, and... Suddenly, a red flower bloomed from Yves' chest. In the darkness of the alley, Yves? Dull red blood slowly dripped from Yves' mouth. Yves? Blood spewed forth as he gasped for air. It can't be. The arrival of one's death. A cursed gift we would all receive by 23 years of age, but... Not gonna lie, I admit I feel bad for Lucas. It's harder than admitting I feel bad for Hugo. Lucas is he's been brainwashed for so long. Why? I'm not... It was not yet his time. Yves tried his best to deny the situation. He soon fell to his knees as more blood came out of his mouth. Yves covered his mouth to try and stop the bleeding. It didn't help much. The blood spilled through his fingers and flowed into a puddle that soon reached Hugo's blood. I knew where this was going. No, Yves! I pushed aside and the stunned Royal Guard soldiers and rushed to Yves' side. Yves, just hold on. Yves shook his head at me as blood continued to flow. He spoke to me through his eyes. Don't come near me. That was his message. Yves' warning must have meant... I'm totally down for the Scarlet Witch MC. I'm ready for I'm done being nice MC character. Like, if her love interest dies, like just walking down the street and just like death, like neck snapping. I want her to go full carry at this point. Everyone run. Death's going to curse us if we stay here any longer. The crowd around us, including the Royal Guard, looked at me with fear. In an instant, they all made a mad dash to escape. Wait, does anyone have any medicine to stop the bleeding? Don't come near me, you monster. Oh, they threw rocks at me? A rock hit me in the side of the head, letting out a stream of blood from my skin. Yves was trying to get up to protect me, but he couldn't move since he was already having a hard time breathing. Please, is there a doctor here? Isn't it obvious that Yves is just a victim? To hell with him. He can die for all I care. We all know that he's just a puppet of yours, Death. We heard it from the men who went to get rid of you. Well, I mean, I feel like there should be a law against that. No doctor in this country will see either of you again. You're over this. You can't be over this. It can't be. We're gonna die in this alley? I did my best to call for help, but not a single person would even call for a doctor. The only ones left were Yves, who was completely pale and out cold, and me holding him to my chest helplessly. It looked like he was dead, but I could tell that he was barely hanging on. Still, I knew it was just a matter of time. What should I do? I looked around the area with teary eyes, hoping to see anyone at all. Where's anybody? My eyes fell upon Hugo's silent body.
けど、俺の価値観は至極真っ当なもんだぜ。
You're the strange ones. You're a weird match. You call her death, but you're letting people die? Yeah, right? He was right. There was no time for me to wallow in despair. Hugo believed in me and entrusted Yves to me while he was gone. I forced the heavy-breathing Yves onto my back. This girl who weighs like, what, 100 pounds soaking wet, I assume, because that's usually how they make their MCs in these games, is lifting a man that is in like a guard situation. All right. And slowly got up from the ground. I just want to go to salvation endings at this point. Again, salvation does not mean good. It was impossible for someone as weak as I was to carry a grown man on her back. But I didn't have a choice. Yves, please bear with me. Listen. I'm listening. Fight me. I didn't care if his blood got on me. I carried Yves along as I tried to maintain my balance. I don't think getting back to his house is enough. I slowly headed back to Yves and Hugo's sanctuary. After what happened earlier, it was doubtful that anyone would come to attack Yves, especially with me around. I somehow tucked Yves into bed after changing the clothes that needed to be changed. Suspicious. I sat in the seat next to his bed with a medical kit nearby, but the situation couldn't be any worse. Hugo, from what we knew, didn't have any sort of romantic relationship with a woman. Wink, 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 wink. meaning his death wasn't because of romantic feelings. Not true. What could have caused his death? Was it me? I didn't know the reason why, but perhaps Anku's powers had worn off. My powers as death, which had killed so many, had begun to consume Yves. That's reasonable. Some good salvation endings and some bad salvation endings exist. Yeah, I don't think Lucas has a good salvation ending. I somehow got Yves to take some medicine to hopefully improve his breathing and treat his symptoms. His bleeding stopped and his breathing became lighter. About 10 minutes or so passed. His strength somehow got him through it.
ヒューゴは死んだんだよね。
Hugo really died. Did he? Definitely a bad salvation ending for Lucas. He's gonna die. Like, he can't not die. He's not backed up. He wants to die at 23. And guess what? He's 22.5. Like, he's got minutes left in his life. Yves slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes.
夢じゃなくて本当にあんな
Is Yves gonna turn on me? Is he gonna say something bad? He's gonna be like, it's your fault, like everybody else.
死に方で
It really isn't a dream. He really did die, and in the worst way possible. It's true. Seeing Yves squirm to get up, I gently helped to lift him. His body was still limp in my arms. As I kept him propped up, he gently whispered,
今ヒューゴはどこに
Where's Hugo now? I went back to the scene, but his body was already gone. I believe he was brought back to his family.
そっか
I see.
本当に死んじゃったのかリライバーとして蘇ることも
He really did die. And he
でき
can't
ない
revive as a reliver either. The regret spilt out of Yves' heart.
なんでだろうね
It's because you were dating.
いつも
You just didn't realize it yet.
周りが呆れるぐらい一緒にいて
This feels so weird. We've been together so
言い
long.
争いすら
And we hardly got into a fight.
俺ユーゴと喧嘩別れしたまま最後にろくに会話を交わすことも
Now he's gone, but
できなかったんだ
before we even had a chance to make up for that argument.
この世でただ一人の相棒を孤独なままに死なせてしまった
My one and only partner in this world. I let him die all alone. Tears formed in his eyes. Large drops came rolling down his cheeks.
ユーゴは
Hugo,
愛されずにどこか歪んで育った俺がなんとか人の世界で暮らせるようにって
oh man.
いろんなことを教えてくれた
It's not even going to be the last time you cry in this run, I assume, Yves. He taught me so much. He taught someone who wasn't loved or nurtured how to live in this world.
まるで本当の家族
He was my family,
兄みたいに
the brother I never had.
よし、今日からとうとうクルーンの開業だな
We。can finally start business as
じゃ
Karoon.
改めてよろしくな。これからは俺がお前をバッチリ補佐してやるよ。
Well, here's
I will.
hoping we do well. I'll make sure you get all the support you need, partner.
なんだよ、んな驚いて。そんな風に呼ばれたことなかったから 違和感がする
What's with that look? Don't tell me you feel strange about being called partner.
じゃあ今のうちに慣れとかねえとな。これからいくらでも呼んでやるよ。相棒。
Better get used to it. That's what I'm gonna call you from now. Partner. Because they're dating.
だから、無償の労働ってのは逆に他人からの信用を得られねえんだよ。
Like I said, you can't earn trust by doing free
そ
work.
んなの優しさでも愛でも何でもねえ。どんな相手だろうが、報酬は要求しろ。金がねえと言われたら妥協案を示せ。
That ain't kindness or love. Ask them for money as payment for your services. If they don't have money, ask for
いい
something
か
else.
自分の能力を安く売ったが最後。この国じゃ徹底的に利用された挙句捨てられるから
Listen
な。
carefully. The people of this country will use and abuse you if you sell yourself short.
たく、なんで俺が今更こんな当たり前のことを。親や施設の連中はこいつに何を教えてきたんだ。
Can't believe I'm actually telling you something so simple. Didn't your parents or the orphanage teach you
こ
anything?
りゃしばらくは俺が兄貴分として常識を教えてやらねえとな。
I have a feeling I'm going to act the part of your older brother until you learn. Oh, we get another CG. We are so blessed in this chapter. It's like the third one.
でも、もう彼から
I mean, they're sad. They've just been sad. So
何も
sad.
教えてもらえない。
Remember when we used to have cute CGs, like where people would pet your head and you'd be like, "Oh, cute." Although a credit again to this art, like look at how well they did like her pose in this. All right, I can't learn anything from him anymore.
相棒って呼んでくれる人はもうこの世界のどこにもいないんだ。
There is no one in the world who will ever call me partner again. No one.
ヒューゴ、
Hugo.
ヒューゴ兄さん。
My brother Hugo. He's dying. Remember his time with Hugo overflowed with an anguish well. I feel the same way. How to fight. I wish he taught me to. I wanted to tell him off for scaring me. He showed me his true colors and I wanted to tell him how I really felt. An image of his smiling flashed through my mind, which was more than I could handle. Unable to bear the pain running through my heart, I embraced Yves as tight as I could. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I probably killed him. Seeing my apologetically repeat, Yves mustered as much calm as he could to respond.
君のせいじゃない。
It's not your fault. His plea fell into deaf ears. No, saying no wasn't enough. You're wrong. I didn't want him to deny what I was saying. I wanted him to see me as a criminal and hate me for who I was. If not, I killed your family. I'm sorry. He would break me with his kindness. His cries of despair subsided. After he calmed down, the curse upon him made him collapse like a broken puppet, and with that, Yves fell into a deep slumber, from which not even the rising sun could rouse him. A few days had passed. I used the transmitter every day with no luck. Adolphe's transmitter must have been confiscated by the royal guard. I had been asking for help from the people of Cohen too, but the answers was always the same. Even the members of the corps distanced themselves and were unwilling to speak to me. I could somehow take care of the basic necessities myself, but our stock of food was running low. Time to learn to forage. In other words, our days were numbered. Yves' breathing was still shallow. I could tell Yves was losing to his condition because he wasn't fully conscious. He was only getting worse. He had regular coughing fits, but it seemed to clear the blood from his throat before he could suffocate. Yves, I quickly wiped the blood from his mouth and lifted his head up so that he could breathe.
ごめん。君だって辛い状況なのに。
Please don't apologize for dying in my presence.
手間かけて。
Sorry, Leah. I know that you're going through a lot too. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Don't worry about me. All I ask is that you focus on resting so that you can get well.
そうも言ってられないよ。
Yeah, but I don't think now's the time. You don't think now's the time to get better?
ユーゴの件で恋愛感情が事件に関係ないって。
That proves absolutely nothing.
わかった。だから。
Because of what happened to Hugo, we now know that romantic relationships aren't the triggers.
他の原因を探しに。
It's something else. We need to find the real cause. Yves narrowed his eyes with pain after speaking the name of his recently lost partner. But no matter how much he thought of Hugo and no matter how sad he was, he simply didn't have it in him to let a single tear fall down. He could hardly even stand.
それともヒューゴには俺が知らない思い人が
It's you!
いたのかな。
Or maybe there was someone Hugo loved but never told me about.
相棒に黙ってるなんて水臭いよね。
If that's true, that means he kept secrets from his partner. That's no good, right? Haha. Knowing that he couldn't move, Yves spoke with the sad eyes. You don't have to force yourself to smile. We were persecuted by the residents. We were separated from our allies. And our investigation was all in vain. And now Hugo's death. It was no surprise that Yves' heart was at its limit. I also understood that as the cause behind all that had happened, I needed to leave his side at once, but I couldn't abandon him now when there was no one else around to protect him. Hey, look, the transmitter's going off. I certainly heard an electronic sound. Apparently, Yves heard it too as he opened his eyes slightly in surprise. I grabbed the transmitter with a sliver of hope. A light green flickered, and it looked like it was a message from the hospital where Nadia was staying. Maybe it's Dr. Capuchin. He may have avoided the royal family's grasp and escaped from the house arrest. He also might be able to help Yves since he was a doctor. Dr. Capuchin, please, you have to help Yves. His breathing, it's getting weaker. He's coughing up a lot of blood. His fever won't go down either. Yves is still 18 years old, so it must be my fault. He's being cursed by my pyra's death. He's showing symptoms like when someone picks the Lycris's Norigi flowers. At this rate, Yves is going to follow Hugo and die. That was a bit intense. Maybe you should let the person say one word. I was so panicked that I kept talking without hearing his reply, but in response to my plea...
なるほど。あの年豆、やってくれたな。
I see. That bitch really did it?
死神の娘が変死事件のみならず、この国の呪いと同じ症状まで起こすとは。聞いてないぞ。
Aside from the unusual suicides, I never heard the Maiden of Death would cause similar symptoms as the curse of this
あえ
land.
て存在を隠さず、うさんくさい噂までこいつの仕業として広めたのはこのためか。
Which would explain why such a shady rumor was spread to pin the blame on her while keeping her identity
リ
hidden.
コリス・ノワージの逸話と結びついてきたな。
The lore behind the Lycris Norigi is finally beginning to make sense. Huh? Isn't this Sheen? Why are you calling from Dr. Capuchin's transmitter?
何？野暮用でな。この病院にいる懐かしい顔に会いに来たんだ。
I'm just borrowing it. Let's say I came to see a familiar face at the
そ
hospital.
れよりも、俺の事情なんぞ聞いてる余裕はあるのか？クルーンが死にかけていると聞いたが。
That said, I doubt that you have time to ramble on like this. If I heard correctly, you mentioned Karun is near death. Yeah, that's right. Is this going to be the route where he experiments on her because he's not in love with her, because he doesn't have uwu emotions for her, so he's all like, I can experiment on her. There's no doctors around to see him, and I don't think he has much time left. Sheen told me to explain, so I went into detail about what happened and the symptoms that Yves was exhibiting.
未だ18歳。それもクルーンのような健康有料体が死神の呪いで末期症状に。
He's still 18 years old. Hard to believe a healthy body like his would be affected by death's curse so soon.
確かにおかしいな。稀にその年齢から呪いの進行が始まることもあるが。
That is strange. I have seen rare cases where people of that age show symptoms of the curse, but
持病でも有していない限り重症化はしない。1、2年後をめどにだんだんと衰弱していくのが標準的なケースだ。
unless they had prior health issues, they don't get very sick. Most gradually decline over a full year or two.
しかも、関わった周囲に変死まで引き起こすとは。
What's even more interesting is that those near him are victims of the strange deaths that have been occurring.
さすがにそこまで聞かされたら、俺もお前に何かしらの要因があると信じざるを得ん。
Based on what you told me, it's quite possible that you are somehow involved in the source of the issues at hand. Thank you, Sheen. Yeah, I believe so too. I heard Sheen's huff on the other end of the transmitter.
いいだろう。王族の暴走を止められなかった俺にも多少なりとも責任がある。
Very well. The fact that I couldn't stop the royal family makes me at fault as
死
well.
神の娘、研究所に来い。お前が原因究明に協力するというのなら、
Oh,
クル
you're
ーンに医
dead
者を
either
派
way.
遣してやる。
Maiden of Death, come to the Institute. If you cooperate in my investigation, I will send a doctor to Karun.
結果によっては、クルーンの命そのものを救えるかもしれんぞ。
Depending on the results, I may even be able to save Karun's life. I just noticed that his earrings are 2 different colors. That's super cute. Really? Who would imagine that an 83-year-old would be that interested in piercings? I immediately made my decision. I'll go this instant. I'll do everything you ask, so please save Yves.
わかった。助けてやるからとっとと準備しろ。迎えの車を店の前によこす。
Very well. I'll help. So get ready immediately. I'll send a car to pick you up right away. He then added one more condition. Yves' blood. Sheen told me to bring some of Yves' blood with me before cutting off communication. What for? If it was to diagnose Yves, I'd have to bring it. I picked up the towel I used to wipe Yves' blood and put it inside a bag. Is that enough? Just as I was told, the electric car arrived within the hour. I could hear the Institute guard calling my name from outside before I set out. Yves. I took Yves' hand as he faded in and out of consciousness. I'm really sorry, Yves. I know what I'm about to do isn't enough to pay for the sins I've committed, but I didn't want to kill people anymore. Once you recover, you can hate the foolish death as much as you want for killing your friend. And if you wish, I will give up my life for you without question. I bent down and took off his mask. I kissed his scar to bid him farewell. I felt the heat from his body for a moment. The red light along his scar was pulsating like it was his own heart. Knowing that this might be the last I would see of him, I removed my lips reluctantly. Goodbye. I'm happy that I could hear you say that I was a normal girl. There's a difference between someone saying it and you believe in it, though. I departed from him and finally put an end to my curse. No.
行くな。
Don't go, Leah.
君まで。俺の前か
If you
らいな
leave,
くならないで。
who will be with me? Please don't leave me.
来たか。 しばらく外に出ない間にこの国も随分と騒がしくなった。
Finally, it seems as if this country has only gotten worse since I last stepped outside. Scien?
クルーンのことなら心配するな。セルネボルで運営する病院から医者が数名治療に向かっている。
Don't worry about Karun. I already have doctors from the hospital in Cernobel headed to his place. I hadn't been to the institute in a while, but this place felt different from before. You gonna take you to a special basement? Just saying. Excuse me, is this just me or is this place a lot quieter since the last time I was here? I don't see Dahat around either. It was the first time I had entered the lab where they created relivers. I asked him as I rolled up my sleeves.
変死による死亡者がこちらにも多数出てな。
We've had our fair shares of those odd deaths.
リライバーを作るための人員が減っては元も子もない。事態が解決するまで警備兵以外には暇を出した。
Oh, we can't afford to lose any manpower to build relivers apart from the guards. I gave my staff a break until things settle down. So the deaths have been occurring
自
here.
分で聞いて自分で沈むな鬱陶しい。採血は合計3回だ。腕から力を抜け。
Stop feeling bad about yourself, fool. Now relax so I can draw some blood from you. Before I could reply, he inserted a rather thick needle into my arm. It stung a little, but nothing too painful. It didn't take long to see the vial fill up with bright red blood. Will you be able to find out through my blood why I caused all this misfortune?
やってみなければわからん。
You never know until you try. The vial was filled to its limits. Sheen grabbed a new syringe and inserted the needle into my arm again. He continued to draw blood from me, and with the second syringe filled, he grabbed a third. The third one hurt a bit, but it was nothing I couldn't bear. I feel like you would have inserted one of those IVs and then done multiple draws. Seems unnecessary. Having drawn all the blood he needed, Sheen opened a panel to a large device where stone slats were lined in the center. He then placed the vials of blood into the dark opening of the device before closing the panel.
これでお前の血液から採取できる遺伝子情報のすべてが揃うはずだ。
I should be able to gather information about your genes through the blood I got from you using this device. I see. Maybe my genes were different from normal people since I had Death's soul inside me. In any case, I could only hope that the results might save Yves' life. Sheen puts Yves' blood into the device in a similar manner. He then turned his back to the stone slates. May I ask why you decided to examine me here in the Institute, Sheen? Most people would consult the churches and the lore behind death.
バカバカしい。死神の呪いなどあるものか。
Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as death's
今
curse.
やこの世を滑るのは神などではなく人間の英知であり、すべての不可解には理由がある。
Human wisdom was what rules this world, not some random god. There's always a reason behind everything.
俺はその呪いの正体を解き明かし、打ち勝つため、この国立研究所を立ち上げたんだ。
I established the Institute in order to discover the truth of this curse and do away with it once and for all.
そして死神の娘。
Listen carefully, Maiden of Death.
その鍵はおそらくお前とクルーンが握っている。
I believe the key lies with you and Karun. Huh?
一つ聞こう。お前の両親はリコリスノワージの花園で自死した。
Let me ask you this. Your parents committed suicide in the field of licorice noragis.
クロエという女とダリルという男の夫婦で間違いないか。
Confirm with me whether their names were Chloe and Daryl? What kind of names are these? We go from Lucas, Idolf, Yves, Sheen, and you're gonna go with Chloe and Daryl? Huh? I gave a state of unexpected question. I gave a start at the unexpected question. Yeah, I don't remember them myself, but according to the medical records at the hospital, I believe those were their names. How did you find that out, Sheen?
ダハトから聞き出した。休みを取ったやつから調査結果も預かっている。
I got the details from Dahat as well as an additional information from a member of staff currently on leave.
率直に言うぞ。あの二人は俺がリライバー技術を開発した直後、
I'll be very frank with you. When I first developed the technology to create
病
relivers,
弱だったがゆえに治癒を目当てにリライバー化の初期の実験体として名乗り出た。
oh, plot twist. Those two volunteered to be test subjects with the hopes that they may overcome a serious health condition.
俺に次ぐ2番目に古いリライバーたちだ。夫婦となったのはお前を産む直前だったようだが。
In other words, they're the second relivers next to me. It seems they married before you were born. Test subjects. My parents? So that means you knew both of my parents, Scien?
知り合いというほどでもない。生来少し珍しい体質だった被験者として印象に残っていただけだ。
Nothing intimate, of course. That would be weird. They remained in my memory because they possessed some unique physical attributes. According to Scien, my parents were both horribly thin and frail from some kind of disease, with faded hair and eye colors, which is why I'm so pale. As similar as my mother and I looked, he hadn't made the connection before. Unique physical
相当
attributes.
数の遺伝子の病、遺伝子疾患を有していた。体が弱かったのもその影響だろう。
They carried multiple types of genetic diseases, or rather disorders to be exact, which explains why they were so weak. Hearing him explain that they were likely born with their genetic disorders made me arrive at a certain possibility. Wait a minute, does that mean my parents committed suicide because of some kind of disease?
いや、それは無関係だ。あの二人が死んだのは、リライバーの中でも初症例となる。
That's irrelevant. The reason those two died was because of a certain symptom specific to
メモ
relivers.
リーをクラッシュするほどに強力な恋愛感情を取得したからだ。
They were first to exhibit the symptoms, but they acquired emotions of love that caused their memories to crash. Gasp! Huh? What did Scien just
言
say?
っただろう。変死事件の調査は俺にとって暇つぶしだと。
I believe I mentioned it before, but I'm investigating the death simply because I'm bored.
その原因自体はとっくの昔に判明している。俺が追求したかったのは、あの現象がこうも頻発する理由だ。
I've always known about this reason. What I want to know now is why this symptom is occurring so frequently. What? Wait, so our assumption was right? The strange deaths are caused by love in their hearts, causing an error in their memory?
ほう、自力でその答えまでたどり着いたか。素人の情報網もなかなか侮れんな。
Oh, so you came to the answer yourselves. I underestimated your novice abilities.
だが惜しい。厳密には強い恋愛感情を発露し、5回目の限界に至れば死亡が正解だ。
Silly, you're missing something. It's when a strong sense of love is experienced 5 times that the person's death is triggered. I instinctively bit my lip hearing him speak nonchalantly as if it were common knowledge. Before I knew it, I grabbed Scien's arm. Why did Hugo and my parents have to die in such a gruesome, horrible way? Please tell me the truth.
真実？違うな。これは仕様の説明だよ。
The truth? Let me explain to you the features of Reliver instead. Aww. Cute. This music just changed. Strong emotions could be transferred to the next body due to a limited memory capacity, which required the deletion of some emotions. This was something I knew early on during the prototype stage of developing Reliver technology. But to me, the emotions were simply bugs that hindered one's reasoning ability. I made the call that those emotions were unnecessary and left the bug as a feature, which led to more effective Relivers. Of course, among those emotions was the most irritable and bothersome emotion called love. With the establishment of my Reliver technology, no issues occurred for many years, but 19 years ago, I discovered that unexpected feature in your parents, who I met again at that field of Lycris Norichis. You were in your mother's womb
この
then.
人へ温かな気持ちを抱くたびにメモリー、心臓が耐え難いほどに強く痛むんです。
My memory, my heart hurts beyond belief each time I look at him, and I feel a warmth inside.
最初は俺たちの虚弱体質が原因かと思っていたんだけど。
We thought it was because our bodies are weak, but it doesn't seem that way.
シアン様、もしかしてメモリーは負荷の強い恋愛感情を抱くと。
Monsieur Brophy, could this have anything to do with our memory being stored in a strong emotion of love?
本物の機械みたいに壊れてしまうのではないですか。
Perhaps the emotion is so strong that it could overheat us like some machine.
私たちは病弱だからいつ死んでもいいように覚悟できているけれど、
We're both weak in terms of our health, so we were ready to prepare to die at any moment, but
この子が将来リライバーになった時のためにどうか調査をしてください。
could you please investigate this for the sake of our child who will become a reliver in the future? They called me out to the field of Lycris Norigi to plead to me.
そんなバカな。
That's impossible.
俺が開発したメモリーを破壊するほど強い感情など、この世にあるものか。
There's no emotion strong enough to break the memory bank I developed. After I said so, they both showed an intense hatred towards me just before I walked
非
away.
常でわがままで傲慢な神様。
You ruthless, selfish, arrogant God.
人の心を理解できないあなたはこの世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。
Not understanding human emotion makes you the saddest, most pathetic existence of all.
きっとあなたは生涯この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを
I'm sure you will never understand this comforting, heart-wrenching pain. They cast a vain curse upon me. The next day, I received a report that the two were found dead in the field of Lycris Norigi, having stabbed each other's hearts. Why were they traveling with knives, a phenomenon that crashes the memory after experiencing emotion of love? It was then that I began to associate the potential outcome with the reliver I built. I had predicted it was possible, but I didn't expect anyone would meet the condition to trigger such a bug. In truth, there was an alert function that activated when a reliver's memory overloaded from emotion surges and distress. This alert function was a safety feature that I included to monitor emotions that went beyond the memory storage capacity. It acted as a recovery feature that forcibly eliminated the overloading emotion when bodily functions were threatened. In other words, it was a function that was developed as a safeguard to protect a reliver's life. But love was the most complex and volatile of human emotions, and the most powerful. So strong was it that the alert function was unable to process correctly, leading to errors. What that meant was each time an alert occurred from powerful emotions of love, pain surged through the reliver's heart, and after 5 similar incidents,
リカバリーの暴走が発生。あまりの激痛に耐えきれず、
the recovery process malfunctions, generating pain beyond belief.
元凶であるメモリー。心臓を取り出そうとリライバーたちは狂ったように胸をかきむしり始める。
The reliver who experiences this pain loses their sanity and tries to forcefully remove their heart as a mad
俺はこの
frenzy.
現象をメモリークラッシュと呼んでいる。
I label this particular phenomenon as memory crash for record purposes. Memory crash! An error in the recovery process of a reliver's memory. All are equipped with a recovery function to prevent memory overload from strong emotions, as love is the most complex and intense. It is the most likely to cause failure. When the recovery process initiates, painful alerts are felt in the heart, which act as a memory bank. After 5 alerts, recovery fails, and the pain becomes so unbearable that those affected will try to remove their own hearts. Classic.
「これがお前たちが懸命に調査していた変死事件の真実の一端だ。
I keep yawning. It's too early. Okay. So there you have it. Did you see the bunny outfit that I posted you on Instagram? It reminds me of your character. I did not. I didn't see it. If you send it to me in a direct message, I don't check my messages all that frequently. But that is Bunny. That is her. She's over there. That is her name. She is Bunny.
おそらくお前の両親も同じ理由で自死したのだろうな。
I assume your parents also died because of this phenomenon. It was a direct message. Yeah, I probably just haven't. I don't check my messages all that often on there. I hardly remember to use it. I assume your parents also died because of this phenomenon. It was the joy of being with someone they loved that ultimately led to their deaths. They died with smiles on their faces. He told me without much emotion. Shin concluded his speech in a bored manner, but I wasn't satisfied by his explanation. But that doesn't make sense. Hugo died even though he wasn't in a relationship with anyone.
お前らの恋愛事情など俺が知るか。
Like I know everyone's relationships.
最も発生率が高いのは両思いだが、片思いでも恋愛感情には変わらんからな。それほど強く思う相手がいたのだろう。
The odds are greater with mutual love, but it occurs even with unrequited. Perhaps someone elicited those feelings in him.
大方、唯一身近にいた女であるお前に横連母でもしたんじゃないのか。
For all I know, you might have held more dear than you expected, given how often you were around him. But that didn't sound right. I had no doubt in my mind that his confession of hatred towards me was the truth. So who could he be thinking of? We were around each other often, but no one came to mind. I mean, the only person Hugo ever looked happy being around was...
一応言っておくが、この事実は特段秘匿しているわけではないぞ。
Let me also add that the information I've shared with you hasn't been deliberately kept secret.
恋愛感情の喪失に関しては、最初から警告していることだからな。好きに公表しても構わんのだが。
I've been warning people for years about the loss of emotions related to love, so you're free to share with others what I've told you.
リライバー技術でかろうじて支持を得ている王家が、頑なに証拠隠滅を図っている。
The issue here is that the royal family are adamant about destroying all evidence of it.
おそらくお前たちを生贄に選んだのも、その事実を隠すためだろう。
I assume they chose you two as scapegoats in order to hide the truth behind your death. Sheen frowned with intense frustration at the idea that the royal family had influence over information channels to this extent. But wouldn't this have been an issue since the beginning, since people would die each time they fell in love? So why doesn't everyone else know about this besides my parents? Could it be that you set something up during the cloning process?
するわけないだろうが。確かに俺は自分の研究のためなら何をも犠牲にする男だが。
Of course not. I wouldn't deny that. I'll sacrifice anything for the sake of my research.
興味のない分野にわざわざ干渉せん。俺が追求するのはこの国の呪いを打倒する方法だけだ。
I don't get involved in fields that don't interest me. What I want is to put an end to this country's supposed curse. So why tell me all this? Because you're not gonna leave, my guy. Shin calmly told me that it was in return for my cooperation.
これまで知られる機会がなかったのは、お前の両親ほど強烈な恋愛感情を持つリライバーがこの国に現れなかったからだ。
The reason this fact wasn't known before is because no reliver besides your parents had exhibited such strong emotions. It made sense knowing relivers revived without their previous emotions, and people of Arpachel did not often pursue love. Instead, relationships usually formed on the basis of convenience or cooperation rather than passion.
ではなぜ今回メモリークラッシュがこんなにも起きたのか。
question now is, why are the memory crashes happening so often now? Scien had decided to autopsy all the bodies he collected thus far. Just crossing my legs again. This is me.
ハッキングだ。
They were hacked.
俺を欺けるほどの何者かが外部からリライバー生産システムに侵入し、メモリーの生成に介入。
Someone actually deceived me and hacked into the Reliver manufacturing system to gain access to the memory creation process.
ある程度の恋愛感情を持てばクラッシュが起きるよ。
It was an update to only allow a certain amount of emotions before crashing.
特定の世代に生産されたクローン体のメモリーの強度をかなり低く設定したんだろう。
They must have lowered the memory capacity during the production of a previous generation of clones. Huh.
だが犯人もまさか国全体を揺るがす騒動にまでなるとは想像していなかったに違いない。
I wonder if they expected the results to cause... Okay, we're just gonna take a second. Every single time, I'm trying to keep going, but I'm also trying to like cross my legs, and my leg just slid out from under my body right as soon as I did that. I was like, of course. I'm like, all right, I'm comfortable now. Leg slides. All right. I wonder if they expected the results to cause the sort of uproar that would shake the foundation of this
大
country.
量発生は遭遇したリライバーたちに愛という憧れを抱かせた。お前とクルーンの影響と
The outbreak of deaths was influenced by your relationship with Korun, giving the desire for
さら
love.
にもう一つメモリーをさらに弱体化させる外的要因があったのだろうな。
But apart from that, I believe there is other external factors that has further weakened memory capacity. It can't be. Even I understood that it wasn't easy for this issue to be fixed, but if what I was just told had been shared with the public, then maybe Hugo and the others wouldn't have died. I had a lot to say to the royal family for keeping everything a secret. But before I could, the stone slats where my blood were placed glowed faintly with an electronic sound.
さて待ちに待った結果が出たぞ。
Now it looks like the results are
お
in.
前がなぜ不幸を呼ぶ死神なのか。とうとうそれを明かす時が来た。
Oh man, it's finally time to figure out why you bring so much misfortune to others as death. Sheen turned on the bright screen with eyes filled with expectation. I couldn't remember how to breathe. Once again, I say get rid of the royal family. It's the best idea. You and Mama both agree. If Mama agrees, I guess I can't fight it. I couldn't remember how to breathe. Oh god, the rasp. My throat burned from the pain of not being able to take in air that I desperately needed. My lungs, which were slowly being eroded by something, continued to convulse inside my body as if screaming. Each time it happened, I groaned in pain, my eyes filled with tears from my fever.
知らなかった。
I didn't know.
寿命を迎えた人は毎回こんなにも
I
苦
didn't
しい
know
思いをしてたのか。
what kind of pain everyone went through when they reached the end of their lives. Unable to endure the pain, I spit up blood on my pillow. I was keenly aware that I was alone. So alone, actually, because his partner's gone and the girl he's in love with is gone. In fact, it had already been a few hours since Leah left to see Sheen.
早く彼女を迎えに行かないと。
I need to hurry and get her. I was still in a daze, but this was something I could retain very clearly in my mind. I knew it was useless to examine her.
大丈夫。本人がなんて言おうと、
Don't
あ
worry
の
what
子は普通の
No matter what he tells you, you're just a normal girl like
女の子なんだ
everyone
から
else.
何を調べたって。異常なんて
Aw, my sweet,
見つか
sweet,
るはずない。
extremely biased boy. He can look at you all he wants. He won't find anything strange about you.
俺の症状だって。偶然。運悪く。
She didn't tell
寿
him
命
about
が迫
Anku.
っただけ。
It's the same as my condition, just bad luck. The end came sooner than I expected. I kept thinking in such a way, but I couldn't seem to settle my anxiety. I need to go to her right away. Boy, you're about to die. Even Hugo in heaven would laugh at me if he saw me in such a pathetic state. I knew what I needed to do. Anku is straight up just watching. He's just like, I'm here for the vibes this episode. My body was so weak that I could hardly move. Damn it. It took all of my energy just to stay awake. I heard a commotion coming from outside. I tilted my head, wondering if it was the doctor that Scien sent, but... There it is. There he is, Death's ally. I thought I said Death's ally. Like, kill him before the doctors from Carnival returns. Oh, man. I counted 6 of them. Barge into my room armed with weapons. What if Yves is just as deadly as she is? What if together they are terrible? Like a terrible concoction, like poison. It seemed as if the doctor who was sent here was chased away by the intruders. The man who appeared to be the leader walked towards me with an axe in hand. It was obvious what he was planning to do with it. I couldn't die now. I needed to be at home. I needed to be a home for Leah. I rolled out of bed with what little strength I had left. I pushed myself up with my elbows in an effort to escape. But I couldn't move a muscle. Seeing me struggle on the floor, the men looked down with eyes filled with contempt and fear. Imagine constantly like being like, we're unjustly being persecuted by this girl who's done actually never lifted her hand to like cut somebody down, but look, we're doing this for the good of the people, okay? Yay, literal murderers. Yeah, it's not. Don't you worry, we'll make sure that death girl falls right after you. Die, you freaking monster. The man raised his axe and... Stop! It sank deep into the back of a man who was supposed to be with them, but jumped out to protect me instead. What the... He fell down in front of me with blood gushing out onto the floor. Seeing that his axe hit one of his allies, the other men took a few steps back in shock. Are... Are you alright? Sorry I couldn't save you sooner. Hugo? I recognized his eyes, which were becoming vacant from the massive blood loss. Oh, it was the old drunk from the bar. I want to die. Got hit by a car. Aren't you...
俺みたいなどうしようもない男のことを覚えててくれたんだな。
Can't believe you actually remember my sorry ass. The man extended his hand to me and grabbed my cold wrist. I want the royal family to be gone for this man, just specifically, not all the other problems they have done. My cold wrist. I actually.
あれから娘の墓を守るために
Aww.
リライバーになったんだ。
I became a reliver so I could protect my daughter's grave.
あの時の悲しみやあんたから受けた親切への恩はやっぱり消えちまったけど。
The sorrow I felt, my gratitude for everything you did for me, it all disappeared, but he wasn't gonna make it. I knew he was critically injured, and yet
あの時の俺は
I
間
know
違いなく
one thing for sure.
あんたという小さな英雄の言葉に救われたんだ。
I said royal family needs to be gone twice in this route and once in Sheen's route. And maybe they will. Maybe that's the good ending, right? Maybe there's no royalty. No one even knows them by name. They didn't even care to animate any of the royal family. That a young hero saved me with his words.
あの言葉がなければ今の俺は生まれず、娘の墓もボロボロのまま放置されてた。
If you didn't talk to me then, the current me wouldn't be here, and my daughter's grave would have been abandoned.
だからずっと礼を言いたかったんだよ。
I've been wanting to thank you. He smiled at me with gratitude. Rip to this man. He is MVP. Impossible. Did he really join these guys for the purpose of offering himself as a sacrifice for my sake?
生きろ、イブ。
Live, Yves.
あんたみたいな優しい人間を利用し殺そうとするこんな国なんて見捨てて。
You're too good for this place. Just turn your back on the fools who return your kindness with evil.
自分が幸せになるためだけに。
Best line. This one, you're too good for this place. Turn your back. This one is your favorite line. Okay. I'm gonna save it. Screenshot it. I've been trying a new thing. Live for your own happiness. And with that, the man smiled at as his soul departed.
バカが血迷いやがって。
Frickin' idiot, he must have gone mad. The man kicked my savior relentlessly. He was already dead. The men positioned their weapons with a renewed intention to kill me for good. Seeing how they treated my savior turned my vision red with anger.
血迷った。
He went mad? How dare they say that? Didn't they hear what he just said? I didn't care if I spewed out all my blood. I needed to scream out my emotions. Oh, that's fumes. Those are fumes. The room filled with white smoke. As the men descended into panic, blood rained down with their screams. Beyond the smoke was a frail silhouette. Just as the man's axe fell to the floor, the silhouette moved to strike the others before they could even cry out. This is the only Otome game I'm willing to be a villain. Again, sometimes I'm like, let's just do it. Let's just call it a day. Is this Barreau? Probably didn't take a minute for the mysterious figure to cut them all down.
なんやったか。剣なんて久しぶりに使ったな。
It seems I made it in time. It's been a while since I've used a sword. It's my man! He's murdering people. I didn't think he was allowed to do that. The smoke dissipated, and there appeared a young, spectral man standing amidst the bodies and blood. I'm so happy to see him. Same. I've missed you, Anku. In his right hand was my sword, which I had propped against the wall of the room.
あなた。
Who are you? I'd seen him before. I like how they call him young. I feel like they should put parentheses around the word young. Cloaked young man. You literally jumped in a happy way. See, that's because Anku's the best. My vision shook the moment he showed me a kind and gentle expression, and then I fell face down before I could ask his name or even thank him for saving me. All that remained in my mind was the image of him.
助けに入るのが遅れてすまない。最後の仕上げのためにしばらく身動きが取れなかったんだ。
I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. I was finishing up some things that needed to be done. I could somehow hear his voice as my consciousness began to slip.
懐かしき漂流者の末裔にして我が魂の友よ。
Descendant of the long-gone drifter, a friend of my soul. Okay. So he's related to the drifter?
長きにわたり私との盟約を守ってくれたことを心から感謝する。
I give you my thanks from the bottom of my heart for keeping the covenant with me all this time. Covenant?
今この場をもって君をその残酷な契約から解放しよう。
I will now release you from that cruel contract. My lips were slightly open as I struggled to breathe. He poured something between my lips that tasted like iron and smelled like flowers.
君が先代、祖父の亡骸を埋めた場所に向かい、その墓を暴け。
I don't know how to describe this. I get that it's because he's dying. Like, it just feels like my screen's on sleep mode because they made it like hazy on purpose. Go and see your grandfather. Once you arrive where he sleeps, unearth his grave.
彼が君に背負わせまいとしたリコリスのワージュの真実がそこに眠っているはずだ。
The truth behind the Lycros Norigi, the mission he did not want for you, lies
ど
there.
うか間に合ってくれ。彼女の秘密を知れば、シアン・プロフィワーズは
Please do make it in time. If Shimbrofi discovers her secret,
神ではなく悪魔に落ち、彼女を殺す存在となるだろう。
he will fall from being a god to a demon and bring about her death. Okay, that's fine. We're fine. We're having a good time. It was hot. Is this time travel? Did we just experience time travel? Because I remember saying that time travel is probably going to be in Yves' story. How strange. Not since the day had I felt this sensation. We don't do flashbacks. So my husband will be a villain. Yay! I guess. I mean, everybody's villains in somebody's story. I suddenly awoke from the pain of the burn I had completely forgotten.
なんで今さらあの時の夢を
Why am I dreaming about that again? My heart clung to me. My sweat clung to me as it dripped down. I knew I was back in reality, but I still was having a hard time breathing. I thought I already put everything from the past behind me, but deep down my heart, my fears of those crimson flames still remained. My breathing. I thought I was able to breathe enough air earlier.
なんだ
Wait, my body.
体が
I somehow felt a little better. As I looked around me, I realized I wasn't in my room anymore, but inside the storeroom. I carefully sat up. My arms were moving fine and my fever had gone down. What in the world was going on? I was sure I was on the brink of death. I couldn't believe what was going on. Before I could fully understand the situation, my body quickly moved to open the door. Expecting another intruder, I braced myself for battle, but it turned out I was worried for nothing.
あ、イブさん。よかった。目が覚めたんですね。
Did you kidnap her? She needs to be in a hospital. I mean, maybe not the hospital she was at, but I don't think she should be here. Yves, I'm so glad you're awake.
あのまま死んじゃうかと思ったわ。そうしたら、兄様がとっても悲しむと思うの。
I thought you were gonna die. It's a good thing you made it or my brother would have been sad.
ダート。それに君は
The hot and you are? I discovered an unexpected pair in front of me, a familiar boy pushing the wheelchair of an unfamiliar girl. She told me that her name was Nadia and that she was Lucas's younger sister. I was about to say it's best for her to not be there. Yeah, no, you don't know what kind of pathogens are in the air. Like, she needs to be the girl in the plastic bubble. After explaining what happened, I asked them why they were here. The Hot explained that he was ordered to investigate the hospital managed by Dr. Capuchin. The reason was that some of their doctors were suspected of illegal medical practices. It just so happened that he met Nadia there, who was one of Dr. Capuchin's patients, and they quickly became friends. She then asked him a special request as a new friend, which led to him bringing her here. What was the request? What did she want? When they arrived, they were surprised to see Korun in ruins without anyone answering the door, so they snuck inside to find me in my room unconscious and covered in blood, which was why they moved me to the storage area to take care of me.
中にあった死体には、ひとまず、ありったけのシーツやらの布をかぶせておきました。
I keep yawning. Oh gosh, okay, it's too early. For a second, I thought the bodies were gone. And then she's like, I covered the bodies in your room with some sheets I found.
彼らが何をしに来たのか、だいたい予想はできちゃいますけど、弔いたいのなら、後々お手伝いします。
I have a pretty good idea of why they came here, but I can help you give them a proper burial later if you'd like. I gave him my thanks with a weak smile. You know, I can help you hide a body. Actually, saying thanks wasn't enough. It turned out that the Hot actually cleaned me up and changed my clothes for me. That aside, the biggest question I had was about the girl in the wheelchair. I was sure she was at least knew what was going on outside the hospital, so why did she come here? I asked her why, and she responded with tears in her eyes.
私の兄様が、リカ兄様が、
My brother. My dear brother Lucas?
数日前から行方不明になってしまったの。
He's been missing for days.
お家で待っているはずなのに、気づいたらどこにもいなくなったって、国の兵士様たちが。
He should have returned home, but the royal guard soldiers told me that he wasn't there.
先生が
He's missing?
だから、私、もしかしたら兄様に何かあったんじゃないかって。
Which is why I was thinking that maybe something horrible happened to him.
クルーさんに兄様を探してもらおうと、ダウト君にお願いして連れてきてもらったの。それで。
So I asked Ahat if he could bring me here to Karun so that I could ask for your help to find my brother.
ナディアは重症患者なので、連れ出すなんて言語道断なんですけど、本当は。
Nadia's supposed to stay at the hospital, so taking her out like this is completely outrageous.
こんな表情でお願いされたら、どうしても断ることができなくて、こっそり抜け出してきちゃいました。
I couldn't refuse her plea for help, so I sort of just snuck her out of the hospital. Nadia, your brother is a murderer.
だろうね。
Every girl's gotta find out someday. I can't blame you. Who would deny someone with tears in their eyes searching for their missing brother?
依頼を引き受けてあげたいのは
I'd
山
love
々なんだけど。
to accept your order, but I was in no state to handle work right now. I needed to go after Leah too.
イブさん、
Ah,
ちょっと耳を貸してください。
Yves, if I could borrow you for a moment. The hot moved away from the wheelchair and began whispering in my ear, I know where Lucas is.
これはナディアには心配かけないように秘密にしてるんですけど。
Let's see. I'm keeping this a secret so Nadia won't worry herself to death.
多
But
分リュカさん、うちのシアンさんに誘拐されちゃったみたいなんです。
I think Lucas was abducted by our friend Sheen. Oh no. He knows. Uh-oh. Huh? He barely managed to keep from exclaiming.
誘拐ってなんで先生が。
Abducted?
間違いないの。
Why him? Are you sure about this? Tahat nodded silently and told me that Sheen had given his staff a temporary leave of absence. It just so happened that some of Tahat's subordinates saw their guards carrying someone similar to Lucas to their cells. He continued whispering in my
どう
ear.
してシアンさんが彼を捕らえたのかは僕にもわかりません。
I have absolutely no idea why Sheen would capture him out of nowhere, but
なんだか猛烈に嫌な予感がしまして。なので、イブさん、
I have a bad feeling about what's happening, which is why I wanted to ask you, Yves.
彼女を迎えに行くのなら、どうか彼のことも一緒に助けられるよう、シアンさんを説得してくれませんか？
Could you just tell him, please? Could you let that guy go, please? I don't... The one you're keeping locked up. If you're gonna go after Leah, would you perhaps convince Sheen to let him go?
その代わり、というのもなんですが、住人や近衛兵の目をかいくぐって移動する。お
I
手
know
伝い
it's
はしま
not
すか
a
ら。
reward, but in return, I'll help you move without being seen by the public or the guards.
それは、逆にこっちからお願いしたいくらいかな。
I was actually going to ask you for that. Fortunately, it seemed that I could now move as before. So if I went to the institute now... Are you gonna go with her, though? Like...
君が先代、祖父の亡骸を埋めた場所に向かい、その墓を暴け。彼が
Unearth
君
his
どうか
grave.
間に合ってくれ。神ではなく、悪魔に落ち。
Don't do flashbacks, but I can slowly watch Anku talk. I only want Lucas to be alive only for Nadia. I literally don't care about him, but I only care about Nadia. I feel that. Here's the thing. Lucas is so pretty. Like, so pretty that it hurts that they made him so terrible that he's unforgivable. Maybe that was the point. They're like, look, he looks like a literal angel. Psych. And I'm just mad about it. I had no time to waste, but I also couldn't ignore the words I heard from the man before I blacked out.
ごめん。その前に少し寄りたいところがあるんだけど。い
I'm
いか？
sorry, there's somewhere I need to go before the institute. Do you mind? I felt as though someone in my genes was telling me to take action now. Are you Anku? Is Anku inside of you? After recent events, it was likely that no one expected me to be walking out in the open with two innocent children. I hid my face with the hood of my cloak, walked through the shadows of Cohen, still in chaos, while pushing Nadia's wheelchair. My grandpa and my parents were waiting. They slept in the field of Lycris Norigi as guardians of those tested flowers. Of course, I couldn't have Tahat or Nadia go near the Lycris Norigi since they weren't accustomed to this area. I asked them to wait on the dirt road away from the field, where I was now standing in front of the grave, disguised as rebel.
最後に訪れたのは、
That's
つ
a
いこの
headstone.
間
That
のは
is
ずなのに、
definitely not rebel.
遠い昔のように感じるな。
I only came here a short while ago, but it was already felt like ages since I've been here. The difference was that she wasn't here with me to pay respects to my grandpa. I knelt before my family's grave and put my hands together in prayer. I could tell even with my eyes closed that the two of them were looking at me with curiosity from afar. I wasn't surprised, as I had seen no one else offering prayers in the way I was taught. I never thought of it as strange myself. It was a family tradition of ours for generations. How many generations?
懐かしき漂流者の末裔にして、我が魂の友よ。
Descendant of the long gone drifter, a friend of my soul.
長きにわたり、私との盟約を守ってくれたことを、心から感謝する。今この場をもって。
If what he said to me was true, I must have seemed like a truly mysterious creature to other humans, including my eating habits.
じいさま、始祖様。ゆっくり眠っているのに、ごめん。
Grandpa, my ancestors, I'm sorry to bother you all while you're sleeping.
俺たちがどうして、このリコリス・ノワージュの花園を守ってきたのか。
I
その
came
理
here
由
to
を知
learn
るため。
why our family has been protecting the field of Lycos Norigis.
そして、彼女の真実を知るために、その眠りを妨げさせてもらう。
And the truth about a certain girl I know. I'm gonna have to wake you up for a moment. I wasn't fully recovered, so digging up the grave was a lot more tiring than I expected, but I somehow made it. It had it in me to finish the task. Inside the coffin weren't skeleton remains, but a fire-resistant pot. I lifted up the lid to look inside the large amount of ashes that had been stored after my family's cremation. In Apachel, when a reliver dies, their bodies were discarded and burned instead of buried. But my family was different. My grandpa and my parents were in the single pot of ashes. I took a long and deep breath. I then sank my hand deep into the ashes. If there wasn't anything inside the coffin, the only other place it could be buried would be in the ashes. My guess was right. My fingers hit something hard, which I grabbed and pulled out.
これは、古い
It's
本。
the book! Some kind of old book? That is not how you would... Ashes, though, in a clump aren't light. Like, that would be so heavy. I opened it and turned the pages so that they wouldn't tear and read the handwritten words. At first, it looked strange and illegible. But as I flipped through the pages, I slowly began to absorb and understand the unfamiliar language written inside. The first words that caught my attention was...
植物学
Is this botany? I wasn't familiar with this word. I went on to explain in detail how to raise plants with information on a variety of flora. Every detail inside was knowledge that had been imparted to me by word of mouth. I quickly headed back to Dahat and Nadia, sharing the information inside the book. I flipped through the pages again as they looked on in surprise. Why? This is a book of knowledge left by a certain person who drifted to this island, a diary left by the drifter who is apparently my ancestor, and the last of his studies which he hid. My bad, I thought this was like a narrative overview, not him talking.
私はここよりはるか東方の地より訪れた行商人だった。
I was a merchant from a faraway land to the east, far beyond the ocean.
商売のため西洋の大国に向かい海を渡っていたはずが。
I sailed through the tumultuous ocean to go to the countries of the west to conduct business.
嵐による漂流と死の海域に巻き込まれ、このいびつな国へと流れ着いた。
But I was caught adrift by a storm and the deadly waters that carried me to this twisted country. Everything about this country is strange. all the people live only 20 or so years and prepare for their deaths early on in life. The sight of such an oddity makes me ask,
君たちは一体何を言っているんだ？
what in the world are you people doing?
人間とはたった23年で死ぬ生き物ではない。60、70を生きて当然。長いものは100年以上生きることもあるだろう。
Humans live much longer than 23 years, most beyond 60 years of age, and some even reach 100 years. I told the people the truth about the outside world, in other words, the natural lifespan of human beings. I was shocked to learn that the people of this country, Apachel, could only live as long as 23 years. I was certain it would be difficult for them to understand. Yet many lamented about their lives being shorter than those far from here. They soon began to murmur amongst themselves that the short lifespans were caused because the god of death cursed their lands. Hearing that I possessed knowledge from beyond the ocean, I was invited to meet the most brilliant scientist of the
私
country.
に人々を救うための技術を
I
力を
want the technology and power to save the
なるほ
people.
ど。では君にこの生命の神秘を綴る本を託そう。
I see. Then let me share with you this book that details the mysteries of life. Sensing his passion, I gave him a book from my own possession. A book of genetics that came from a place more advanced than my own homeland.
私の授けた知識でどうかこの国の人々を救ってくれ。
Please save the people of this land with the knowledge that I've shared with you. I was planning on giving him the other books I carried, which contained a vast array of knowledge, but no matter how much I argued that he should expand his knowledge outside of the field of medicine, he simply wanted nothing to do with it due to his country's shared desire to be released from the curse of death. I then gave the book of translation to the family fascinated by writing words who expressed a love for literature. I sold The Way of Martial Arts to a family born with tremendous strength as a way to help them harness their powers. Botany was the last book which I decided to keep because of my lifelong interest in growing flowers. While I was worried about the fate of this country's scientists, I could do nothing about their lack of interest. Having obtained knowledge unfit for their culture, they quickly turned mad. They tried to capture me for study since I was the only one with abnormal longevity compared to their own people. Unable to escape from the island, I went into hiding with the help of my future wife. Since then, I have kept myself hidden, living with the intention of making this my home.
正しき命のあり方など彼に教えるべきではなかったのだ。
I shouldn't have given him the knowledge of how life should be.
どうか私が授けたこの書で悪魔を生み出す前に自らの過ちに気づいてくれ。
Please, I ask that you use this book to learn from those mistakes and to prevent any more demons from being
で
born.
なければいつか
Should things be left as
君
is,
たちの力人間の魂を持たぬ悪魔が生まれてしまうだろう。
a demon without a human soul will one day be born from your very own blood? I knew it to be a certain after hearing that scientists had begun research on the process of cloning. How much time had passed since then, I am no longer certain. After my wife's spirit departed, I lived with my newborn child when a young man called himself Death appeared. He told me that he was the one who planted the flowers of misfortune, the Lycris norigi, throughout the island. Among the possessions I was able to secure on my boat were Lycris bulbs I intended to sell, but I hadn't planted them, nor sold any, since the country is already filled with Lycrises. I held my breath as I read through the surprising events of the past.
イブさんのご先祖様が。
Yves, your ancestor is Yves IV, the descendant of the drifter who found his way to Arpachel.
絵本にも出てくるあの漂流者様？
The drifter from the storybooks?
改めて他人に言われると全然現実味がないね。そんなすごい人の血を継いでたなんて。
When you put it that way, it doesn't seem real that I have the blood of someone so amazing. He even wrote about how he met death. I took a deep breath with Dahat and Nadia. It seemed our exotic approach to food and our unique customs were traditions that had been passed down through the family. The facts that this book was in the grave was proof that my grandpa knew this too.
でも肝心のリコリスに関しては全然記述がないな。もっと先にあるのか？
I haven't seen anything so far going into detail about the lycrases. Maybe it comes out later in the book. I quickly skimmed through the pages as Dahat and Nadia peeked from each side to see what else was in the book.
あった。リコリスに関する記述だ。
There's something about the lycrace flowers.
あれ？でもこれ、リコリスはリコリスでも、色が全然違い
Yeah,
ませ
the
ん？
red ones are from other lands. We finally learned. Eee!
本当ね。アルペシエルのリコリスのオアージュは真っ黒なのに。
You're right. Aprichel's lycrace norigi are black, but
この5本に載っているリコリスはリンゴのように赤くて可愛い。
the lycraces in there are cute and red like apples.
赤いリコリス。
Red lycraces. I took a closer look to discover that the lycras were the same color as the hair ornament I gave her that I got from my grandpapa. Oh my goodness. I am trying so hard just to keep my legs crossed. This is how you know I'm at the end of my rope. Next to the drawing were words written messily in this country's language.
リコリス・ノワージュ。いいな。我が故郷にも咲き
They're
誇る
so
ヒ
cute.
ガンバナと呼ばれるこの花は
The lycrace norigi, no, the flower that blooms here is known as higanbana in my homeland.
本来は災いを呼ぶ花ではなく災いを吸い取る花である。
They are known as flowers that can absorb misfortune, not bring misfortune. Huh? Flowers in the Amari Lil Dacier. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is funny because I saw a TikTok, like it was on Instagram, but like it was a girl like when you're reading a fantasy novel and it's all like I was on an adventure with Virche and Steve or something like that, and I'm just like, oh man. Big word. All right, let's see. How is this pronounced? I feel it every time I play one of these games because I keep using French words and I didn't take French. So I don't understand pronunciations of French words that well. I know I'm saying them wrong constantly. Paradox is the best one because I called it Paragym the entire time I was playing it on stream because I didn't know how to say paradigm. And then I showed the game case to my sister after I played it, and she was like, oh, paradigm. And I was like, I'm sorry, what did you just say? And it's like, this is that moment right here. Mary Lil Sarah family. Like, I don't know what this word is. Such as the higanbana and the lycraces possessed a biochemical that cause allelopathy. Those are all the words I just said. This suppressed nearby plant growth and kept away pests and harmful microorganisms. There was also a unique effect that attracted specific compounds from the soil and the air. In my homeland, we planted these sorts of plants on the roadsides for antibacterial purposes and to keep the rats away, which was why it puzzled me to no end why the people of this country referred to the flowers of misfortune.
アベノマシー効果によってこの国を覆う呪いの正体にして全ての元凶
is the true source of the curse that has overtaken this country. A unique effect of certain plants, such as lycrases, that allow them to absorb certain compounds from the soil and air to resist harmful pests and bacteria.
土壌の毒素を吸収し、その身に宿しているから。
The toxins found in the dirt are being absorbed by the flowers. I found a piece of paper between the page, which was written by my grandfather, who added his notes to supplement the material.
あらかじめその真実を知っていた死神との契約に従い
There is a single hair on my face. I don't know if it's my actual hair or like an eyelash, but I can feel it on this cheek. And I keep trying to wipe it away and I don't know if I've gotten it yet. Is it there? I'll know in a second. Okay. Nope, it's still there. Oh no, what is it? Is it a piece of bang that has gotten into my face? I don't know. It's too late. This is me now. Do I see it? No, it's too small. My family knew the truth beforehand, and in accordance with our pact with death,
では、この国を守るため、私たちが君に代わり、国中のリコリスを育んでいくとしよう。
in order to protect this country, we will gladly raise and nurture the flowers on your behalf. Such a convenient covenant was put into place.
何？私のことなら心配するな。帰りたいという願いは、とうの昔についえた。
Don't worry about me. My wish to return to my homeland has long disappeared.
ならばこれからは、もう二度とは会えぬ、尊き信念を持つ友のため。
If so, I must take action for my noble friend, who I will never meet again.
疎まれる命を、生涯をかけて育てていくと誓おう。
I promise I will nurture those detested lives for as long as I
美
exist.
しき死神よ。いつか再会できた時には、共に酒でも飲み交わそうじゃないか。
My dear, beautiful death, I agree. We will drink heartily together once we meet again. To fulfill that promise, the drifter changed his name, appearance, and age, discarded any qualities remaining of his homeland. I relied on my botany books and my lifelong interest in plants. I shared knowledge of cultivating wheat, solving the famine plaguing the country. I negotiated with the royal family to acquire rights to the surrounding
この
lands.
国を守るためあの黒き花園を育て慈しみ続けてきたのである
To protect this country, I nurtured and cherished those black flower fields. Such is the truth behind the wisdom that will be passed down to my grandson Yves. The death that the drifter met wasn't evil at all, but good.
土壌の
So the soil is
毒
poisonous? That was
こ
why.
の国の人々が23年しか生きることのできない
That's the reason why people of this country can only live up to 23 years. We just need to stop eating stuff. The curse is caused by powerful toxins found in the Arpichel soil. So this curse was actually a phenomenon that could be understood through science? Science? Wait. So that meant
彼女につきまとう不幸の原因も
the misfortune surrounding her. Could the events around her be explained through science and prove her innocence? Don't think any further. Stop while you are still ahead. Such were the warnings that surged through my genes, making me close the book when
そうか、そういうことだったのか。
I see, so that's the
これで
truth.
全てがつながった。
Everything connects perfectly now.
誰だ
Who's there?
誰だとはご挨拶だな、クルーン。
Don't tell me you already forgot Korun.
いや、漂流者の末裔にしてリコリス・ノワージの守護者よ。
So, guardian of the Lycris Noriji from the bloodline of the Drifter.
心から感謝するぞ。お前の提供した情報と、この娘の遺伝子によって。
I sincerely thank you. The girl's genes and the information I shared with you have finally yielded what I needed.
俺はようやくこのアルペシェールを呪いから救うことができる。
I'm finally able to save Arpichel from this curse. Oh, good. We cured the world. We're fine. Everything's fine. Right? Right? We solved the mystery? Better now.
誰だとはご挨拶だな、クルーン。
Don't tell me you already forgot Korun.
いや、漂流者の末裔にしてリコリス・ノワージの守護者よ。
Guardian of Lycris Noriji from the bloodline of the Drifter.
心から感謝するぞ。お前の提供した情報と、この娘の遺伝子に、俺はようやくこのアルペシェールを呪いから救うことができる。
That's we've already read all that. In front of him was a panel of lights displaying my blood test results, and from his transmitter, the truth behind the Lycris Noriji that was kept hidden within Yves' family. Sheen showed joy like never before upon gaining access to the two truths. Sheen, was that Yves' voice?
お前の出生、リコリスに絡むクルーンがどうにも気になったのでな。しばらく監視と盗聴をさせていた。
Why? I was always suspicious of Korun's involvement in your existence, so I've been eavesdropping on him from time to time. Over the transmitter, I heard the doctor being pinned down by Yves. Dr. Capuchin? What's that doctor doing here? What's this about eavesdropping? Wait, Nadia, don't go near her. Something isn't right. She's in a wheelchair. She can't even push herself. Sheen Brophy, are you satisfied now? Dude, what's happening? Not gonna lie, I'm too tired. I want this route to be over already. My head literally hurts. Oh god, this is starting to feel a little like melodramatic, almost like a telenovela or like a soap opera, because like everything that could happen is happening right now. Like he's in a field getting all this information, and all of a sudden, turns out I'm listening in. And now we're in a third person like perspective, almost like we're out of the area, and they're like, something's happening over there now, but we're not there. Return the collection you stole from me, my lab, as well as the Lycris girl. That girl has more beautiful genes than Nadia's. Worthy enough of becoming my doll. She's too good for you. I can't hear. Don't move. I could hear Yves' voice more clearly once he took the transmitter from Dr. Capuchin. You're there, aren't you? What's this about using your genes to save the country? Yves, I don't know myself. I only heard about it now. Maybe that's... What he's trying to say is that my blood of death was found in my blood? Sheen chuckled, as if he was mocking me for still believing in such nonsense.
お前の中に流れているのは、ある意味死神よりも希少な血だぞ。
I would go as far to say that your blood is even rarer than that of death's. On the sheen were my blood test results. My genes were displayed in a double helix with the chromosomes formed into some kind of insignia. Sheen continued to chuckle as he touched the stone slate again. Next to it appeared a new analysis report.
思った通りだ。染色体の数や状態が常に変動し。
Oh, I just realized. Okay. Anku's blood is what was suppressing her powers. She drank his blood, and it tastes like honey. And that's probably what was stopping her powers from being as strong. This is chapter 4. But he could be the rare offset that has 5 chapters. This could never end. I'm used to them having 6 chapters. Honestly, this game is weird to me. As expected, your chromosomes count and state are dynamic.
人間を示す状態とリゴリスを示す状態間の変化を絶えず繰り返している。
Your body's constantly changes between the states of a human and that of a lycris.
こんな症例が現実にあるとは。まるでリコリスそのものが人の形を取ったような存在じゃないか、お前は。
Surprised me to no end. You're like an actual lycris flower in the form of a human.
デタラメ話だと断じ、ろくに調べもしなかった過去の自分をこの手で殺してやりたい。
If only I could go back in time and kill myself for not doing my due diligence in investigating petty gossip. After a moment of silence, with an unknown fear building inside, I carefully began to speak to Scien, who was excited beyond character. Did you just say that I'm like a lycris norigi? I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but Scien brought the transmitter to his mouth and laughed in a mocking way. He then expanded a display of the chromosomes that were taken from Yves. Something wasn't right. His chromosomes didn't look the same as the genes of the others in this country. How do you know so much about genes? If I had to describe it, it's so beautiful. The people of this country, myself included, had black-colored genes, but portions of Yves' genes were translucent in certain areas.
数十年の時を経て最後の答え合わせといこうか。漂流者の末裔よ。
After years and years of waiting, I believe it's finally time to come to a conclusion, descendant of the Drifter.
なぜこの国の人々は23年で死ぬのか。なぜこの娘は死神と呼ばれるのか。
Why do people of this country reach their end by their 23rd year? Why is she known as death? The talented scientists who saved this country by sacrificing countless lives made a triumphant statement.
奨励名をつけるのならば、エラービルシュ。
I shall name this unique condition Virche.
土壌に潜む毒素が
Hey, that's the name of the
23の
game,
染色
sort
体を
of.
侵食することで発症する遺伝子疾患の一種だ。
It's Virche Evermore, but you know, close enough. This disease is a genetic disorder triggered by the toxins found in the soil that erodes a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. They said the thing! They said the thing in the thing! It's like, oh... I don't think they ever said paradigm paradox. Although they did call the malice, it's a collar of malice, but you know, not exactly right. Alright, chromosomes, organic structures found inside cells of certain specific genetic instructions. There are 23 pairs or 46 chromosomes in each human cell. Oh my gosh. After repeatedly reviving myself, I finally obtained the weapon I needed to refuse the existence of death. I don't know if that's refusing. The results of genetic atavism from the Drifter can come from beyond the ocean. The blood of Korun exhibiting traits of his ancestors prove that the genes outside this country were starkly different from ours. I still lack the details, but apparently this toxin was unnatural and had proven quite potent. So potent was it that it mutated the genes of humans when it first appeared hundreds of years ago. What that meant was descendants also inherited these mutated genes across generations. How did this play upon our supposed curse? Leah's blood proved that the mutated genes caused an abnormal effect when they bound with oxygen and toxin. To be exact, the effect enroached upon the 23 chromosomes of humans, killing one pair every year. Oh, how nice. This led to the impairment of human function of cell diversion and eventually death. This was the true identity of what everyone attributed to the curse. The toxin in the soil eroded the human body and destroyed their genes. Their efforts began the moment a person was born and took their first breath. In other words, it was an inescapable curse. This held true for Karun, who merely inherited the drifter's genetic patterns. Humans could escape this gene only if they were born outside of the country. So if we were just born, let's say on a boat. I'm not done. So if everybody who's pregnant gets on a boat before they have the baby, let's say like they're 35 weeks, get them 5 weeks on a boat, and they have the baby on a boat and then come back, will the baby be sick? I assume that the old death knew about the toxins and the effects of the Lycos Norigi, which was why he came into contact with the drifter who knew how to raise flowers in order to protect this country. As for why the Lycos Norigi were black, they absorbed the toxins in the soil. So cutting or plucking those flowers would lead to an obvious result. The toxins would release and affect the one's chromosomes, leading to death. This was the truth behind the flowers of misfortune. Lycos Norigi. 2. The flowers absorbs toxins in the surrounding air and soil through allelopathy. The black petals are proof that the flowers absorption of the toxins. Too many big words. Can't do it.
そのリコリスの恩恵を持って生まれたのがお前だ。死神の娘。
You were born with the blessing of the Lycos, Madam of Death. So that means you knew both of my parents.
知り合い相当数の
Yeah, they were carriers. They had diseases. We don't do flashbacks here. It's me, but as a silhouette. I look so cool. She was born when her parents' genes were unstable and in a field of lycoses that absorbed the toxins within the area. Her birth was immediately followed by the mutation of her genes. In other words, it was from the lycoses that she gained the function of allopathy, which only plants could acquire.
故にお前はリコリスの性質を持つ化身そのもの。人間と花の間を行き来する特別な生命。
This is the reason why you are the manifestation of the Lycos flowers, a unique existence that poses both human and Lycos traits.
だがそれは通常の人間よりもはるかに多く、土壌の毒素を身に吸収することを示す。
But that means you carry with you an abnormal amount of toxins from the soil, far more than a normal person.
という仕組みだ。少しばかり長くなったが、理解できたか？
And there you have it. It took a while, but I take it you understand now. Yes, yes, everyone. So you're telling me the reason behind the deaths around me and Yves suffering from the curse isn't a curse or a coincidence?
ああ、すべてお前の影響だ。
Yes, it's all your fault. Yves got 5 chapters. Oh, I'm so
本
sorry.
人の許容量をオーバーした毒素は死のフェロモンとして周りに漂い、
When you absorb toxins beyond your limit, it releases into the form of a pheromone.
それを長期間吸い続けた周囲の人間を23歳を待たずに死に至らせる。
Those who absorb your pheromones of death for a prolonged period begin to die before they turn 23 years. Thanks. Yay. But the fire 7 years
お前の
ago.
仕業だ。この毒素は発火性も有しているのだろうな。
That was also your fault. It seems the toxin's highly
空気
flammable.
に充満したお前の毒素とその場にあった薬品との化学反応で火種もないのに爆発が起きたと見た。
So that explosion occurred when the toxins from your blood blended with the chemicals there, causing an explosive
現にクル
reaction.
ーンとの再会の折、似たような状況から爆発が起きたと 豊島から聞いているぞ。
To prove my point, I heard that from the witch that there was a similar kind of explosion occurred when you reunited with Korun. But then, what about Hugo's memory crash?
例のハッキングによってメモリーが弱っている対象に、お前の毒素が追い打ちをかけたのだろ
う。The hacking must have weakened his memory bank to the point that your toxins had an adverse effect on his body.
短期間の滞在やすれ違う程度なら、急に呪いが進行することはないが。
The last two roots got 6 chapters. I'm so sorry that your heart is breaking as you type that. I'm used to them having 6 chapters. Everyone else having 4 felt weird. Because you usually get like, excuse me, 1 or 2 CGs a chapter, and so that's how you end up with like 12 pictures at the end. No, I kind of hate this game right now. We're learning things. I doubt that a short period of contact would accelerate that person's countdown to death.
不安定なメモリーを弱体化させるにはそれだけで十分だ。
But your effect is sufficient to weaken someone's already unstable memory. Unable to bear the truth being thrown at me. That means I have to wait for salvation endings even longer. I'm so sorry. I crumbled to the floor, wrapping my arms around my own shaking body. I could hear Yves gasp from the other end of the transmitter. Then Leah is...
そう。もはや比喩やデタラメではない。その存在だけで他者を死へと誘う。
She really is not like other girls. That's right. The title given to her is no longer just a nickname. She truly is an extension that causes death.
科学的に証明された正真正銘の死神だ。
It has been proven through science that she is indeed death itself.
残念だったな。こいつが普通の女の子だと証明することができなくて。
I'm sure that doesn't bode well for you. After all, it is now impossible to prove that she's a normal girl. The resistance Yves showed for my sake was all in vain. I was the same death who killed so many, an extension, an existence that should have died back then. I harmed Yves and killed his partner. I existed to bring an end to all people. I thought I heard something break. This was something far more horrible than the truth behind the curse. Ah! I learned the truth of despair. She screamed. There's that chapter 5 you were so excited for. Look, it's starting now. Here I thought I'd be done with this chapter, or sorry, yeah, no, this part before, like, I don't know, for too long. I hate this game. The talented scientist gave his thanks once again to the guardian of the Lycris. I could imagine Yves slumped over on the other end of the transmitter. No matter how bad his luck was, he truly believed in his heart that I was a normal girl. But the truth was that I was death incarnated, robbing him of everything he held dear. That was all the despair needed to completely shatter his heart. I no longer had the right to speak his name. Scien, who was excited by the discovery, flicked me on the forehead with his finger.
何？そう落ち込むな。これからお前には殺した以上の人間を救わせてやる。
Enough with the gloominess. You're going to be saving more people than you killed. He quickly snapped out of his fever and just like that returned to his usual calm self. He then grabbed my arm and forced me to walk over to the screen floating in the air.
俺は研究のために有益な犠牲は出すが、無駄な犠牲は出さない。
My research may require sacrifices, but they are for the greater good.
死神の娘。この国の呪いに対してお前は間違いなく有益だ。
Maiden of death. As far as the curse of this land, You are also for the greater good. Am I? I look pretty despondent. He quickly placed his finger onto the screen and slid his finger to the side to change the display. Is everything going to turn red? That's how I know I'm going to the secret lab. Am I going to the secret one? It's Sheen's story time. Look, you get more Sheen. He's just not a good guy in this one. Okay, I'm trying to lean this chair back more to see if that will help me somehow gain the ability to cross my legs better. I'm a hermit crab, you see, and I exist in one plane of existence, and that is with my legs crisscrossed applesauce. All the time. The truth behind the curse that shrouded this country. My brain shut down. You look just like Leah does in the game then, with her eyes void of, like, light. Still, I need to develop an antidote to cure the people of this genetic disorder. The air Virche. I'm trying so hard. Please come here. It's like Virche. It's like that. I can't do it. That said, genetic disorders were ingrained in the genes, making it close to impossible to fix them. Worse, the disorder was caused by those unique toxins. Developing a cure would be extremely difficult. Far more challenging than when I first established Reliver technology, which I did only to pass the
なら
time.
ば、まずは毒素を消滅させるのではなく、減少させる手を打つのが最善だ。
If so, then instead of trying to completely eliminate the toxins, the best approach is to reduce the toxins' effects. To do so was actually quite simple. I had to grow more lycris, which would in turn reduce the toxins. I assume the man who called himself Death also sought such an effect when he had the Drifter and his bloodline grow the lycris. The man known as Death is my husband, I might add, and his name is Anku, and you will respect him as such. That said, the allopathy effect that could be gained from a single lycris was negligible. There was also a lack of nutrients in the soil to grow masses of these flowers.
ならば品種改良したリコリスのワージュをこの国に咲かせればいい。
The solution would be to grow lycris noreji throughout this country that have been selectively bred. What I meant by selectively bred was...
リコリスのワージュよりも強力なアレロパシー能力を持つ花の化身。
We need something or someone with allopathy. Allopathy properties stronger than the lycris noreji of the flowers. My dear Leah.
遺伝子編集によりお前のその能力をさらに引き上げた上で、
Through genetic modifications, I can enhance those properties. I can make you
お前の
better.
クローンを人の姿をした新たなリコリスとし、この国全土に生き埋めにさせてもらう。
Once finished, I will create clones of you to be buried alive throughout this country as a new lycris, taking the form of a human. Oh my gosh, hang on. This is monstrous. Oh no, it is the prestige. I was right the whole time. A new lycris taking the form of a human. Do you even need a soul in there? Do you just need bodies? Everyone was completely stunned, including those hearing his plan through the transmitter. The genius loved by God continued.
無論根本的な解決にこそなっていないが、あと数年、1年でも延命ができれば、この俺が。
Of course, this is not a complete solution, but if I can live at least another
リライバー化
year.
で失った頭脳の成長、次の領域へと踏み出し、 特効薬を開発してみせる。
I can work on reactivating the growth of my mind, which I lost when it became a reliver, thus allowing me to create an antidote. He announced his idea to save this country with conviction. If Scien could extend his longevity, he would likely succeed in finding a cure against the toxins in the soil. He had the persuasive power and talent to make that sound like a reality. Still, you're saying you want to clone me and bury my clones alive? So he wanted to use me instead of the Lycris Norigi to purge the toxins from the soil? Buried alive? Just the thought sent a chill down my spine.
そんな計画狂ってる。
Greater good, lesser evil. Pick your words. You're mad. Scien scoffed at the statement.
大のために小を切り捨てる。人類が飽きるほど繰り返してきた生存戦略だろう。
I'm only thinking for the greater good. My suggestion is in line with what humankind has done throughout history to survive.
たった一人の小娘を犠牲にするだけで、この国は長年の呪いから解放されるんだ。
Think about
安い
it.
ものじゃないか。
Sacrificing a single girl will liberate this country from its long-standing curse.
それでも
But
では小娘本人の意思はどうだ？
what do you have to say about this?
先ほどから青ざめるだけで一切反論しようとする様子がないが。
You've been looking at me with a pale face without even an attempt to argue. Huh?
どうしたの？そんな計画の犠牲になるなんて絶対に嫌だろ。
Lee, what's the matter? You don't want to sacrifice yourself for such a horrible plan, right?
遺伝子を編集するなんてオリジナルである君に影響があってもおかしくないんだぞ。
Modify your genes. Who knows what it would do to you as the original?
無論死ぬことになるだろうな。アレロパシー能力の強化イコール染色体が毒素に包まれる速度の上昇だ。
Should probably die. Strengthening her allopathy trait would mean that her chromosomes will absorb the toxins faster. Even so, with a single thought in mind, I quietly but firmly began to speak. If that actually works, it would get rid of me as an extension, as an existence that spreads death and misfortune to others, which means that I would save the people, isn't that right? Scien gave a sinister smile. That looks like just his normal smile. As Yves gasped, I realized that's my mission. That's why I was born. After taking so many lives away, I could finally save them. Even if it was a twisted idea that caused excruciating pain, I was already wallowing in despair, so... Thank goodness! It was still a path leading me to hope.
聞いたな。他でもない本人が受け入れたんだ。その意志を尊重してやれ。
You heard her. She accepted it on her own free will, so respect her decision. Scien then told me that he wasn't going to take no for an answer
それ
anyway.
でも邪魔をするというのなら、俺は有する力すべてを持って、お前を徹底的に潰す。
Let me warn you that if you dare try to get in my way, I will use all my powers to completely crush you.
待って。
Wait. End transmission, huh? Nothing else to say after his warning. Scien ended the transmission and grabbed my arm. Yves.
待って待って。
Wait.
くそ
Wait, Leah, damn it.
これからどうするの？
What are we gonna do now? I'm just not used to seeing Nadia outside. It's just weird.
そんなのすぐに彼女を助けに行くに決まって。
Isn't it obvious, little girl? We have to go save her. I held back my desires to slam the silence transmitter onto the ground, putting it into my pocket instead. Meanwhile...
美しい遺伝子だとかコレクションだとか今のヤバヤバなセリフ。
What was that about beautiful genes in a collection? That all sounded really bad.
どういうわけか顔も声も変わってますが、さてはあなた、 あのオーティさんですね。
Now that I take a closer look, you look and sound different, but aren't you that Ortiz? The man on the ground was no longer able to put up a fight with his arms and legs broken. The Hot crouched down, grabbing Dr. Capuchin by the collar and giving him a good shake. Look, Dr. Capuchin's bleeding. Suffer? The Hot, please, you shouldn't do such a thing to Dr. Capuchin.
いいんですよ、ナディア。こうされて当然のことを、この悪趣味男はしてたんですから。
Don't worry, Nadia. This lout deserves everything coming at him and then some.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I didn't fully understand what he meant, but it seems like he knew Dr. Capuchin did something blameworthy. The Hot let out a deep sigh, then told us the horrible incident the doctor had caused. My doctor, he did such horrible things. Nadia, who had nearly fallen victim to Dr. Capuchin's, expressed genuine fear towards him. Nearly, in this route. He sought out beautiful genes, inhumanely modifying them to create a collection of new breed of humans. He also brainwashed your brother. Yeah, it's true. He brainwashed your brother and a bunch of other people. He made your brother into a murderer. I don't know. He lied to Leah. That's not probably as big a deal because in the grand scheme of things, why would he tell the truth about all that to Leah? But he did lie. He conducted horrifying tests to his subjects simply for his entertainment and greed. Even I couldn't feel love after what he had done, my face warped in disgust.
で、あれだけ毛嫌いしてたシアンさんに従ってるとか、今度は何をやらかしたんです？
So, you of all people hate Sheen, so why in the world are you working for him?
違う。私はただ封じ込められていた彼女の美しさを引き出そうと。
You're mistaken. I was simply trying to bring out the true beauty that lays dormant inside her.
彼女。
He was gonna have Lucas kidnap MC before Sheen appeared. That's so true. By her, you mean...
リコリスの君だ。
He said Licorice Princess. Come on, you can put Licorice Princess. Leah.
カルテの情報だけでそんな憶測をしてはいけませんよ。
Should make assumptions based on some old records.
それにこの情報のおかげで君の両親の身元がはっきりと分かったのですから。
Finally found out who your parents are for these records.
呪いを疑うよりも二人のことを調べる方が建設的だ。
Rather than suspect a curse, it may be more constructive to investigate your parents' case.
だがその前に、君の血液変死の原因が病だった場合、
Something that caused these suicides, of course. La da 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 da. Flashbacks.
あの時の検査で彼女の遺伝子がリコリスに酷似していると気づい
Said
た
that
ん
I
だ。
discovered her genes were eerily similar to those of the licorice.
だが同時に見つかった
Licorice.
妙な細胞が彼女の能力と美しさを封じ込めていたものだから。
Then I discovered there's some oddly composed cells that were sealing her true powers and beauty. So obviously I eradicated them.
そうそう。事情なんでも
それを消滅させるための薬を何も知らないのんきなリュカに持たせ飲ませることに成功したというのに。
I prepared a drug that would remove those cells. I had that fool Lucas take it to her, which she drank as I expected.
それをあのシアンプロフィバーズが私よりも後から気づいたくせに。
But then that damn Sheen Brophy, he found out much later than I.
横取りしやがって。挙句の果てには今まで作り上げてきた遺伝子人形たちまで人質に。
How dare he take my work, and now he's even taken my gene dolls hostage. I couldn't take this any longer.
それ以上は結構です。
That's all we need to hear from you. I struck the back of Capuchin's neck hard with the side of my hand to knock him out.
どうやら彼女の周りに一定期間事故や死亡者が現れなかったのは、その細胞、抗体のおかげだったみたいですね。
It seems that the reason there weren't many issues for a short while was because of those cells, which I assume acted as antibodies.
でもそれにも限界があり、さらにはオーティ、カプシーヌのせいで元に死神に戻ってしまったと。
Even though I don't want Sheen in this route, want to fight Sheen in this route, I would rather deal with Sheen than that creepy weirdo doctor as a villain. What? He just blushes when he talks about genes. He just likes genetics. But even those must have a limit, and Orti was the last trigger needed to return her to her state as death.
イブさんが倒れたのは、能力が再発した彼女と狭い空間の中、長期間共にいたからでしょう。
Yves, you probably felt ill because you were with her for an extended period in that room after her powers activated. And obsessive tendencies towards a child, too. It's her genes he was after.
でもダハト君、その抗体っていうのがあれば、彼女は普通に生活ができるんじゃないかしら。
But Dahat, those antibodies you speak of, aren't they enough for her to live a life like anyone else?
残念ながら、OT さん程度の薬で無効化されるような抗体では、一定期間の効果し
She
か
could
望
just
めな
keep
いでしょう。
drinking his blood. Like, it's fine. She said it tastes like honey. You can just like stir that into some tea. Unfortunately, the fact that someone like Ortiz, I'm going to keep calling him Ortiz, and I know that's not it, Orti, is able to nullify them means that they're not strong enough to last forever.
むしろ重要なのは、毒素に対抗できる抗体を彼女はどこで取り込んだのか。
The question is, where did she acquire such cells that kept her absorbed toxins at bay? Tahat glanced at me as someone who actually recovered from the symptoms of death. I had a feeling he suspected me of knowing something, but I had no clue where she could have gotten those cells. Not only that, but I was out cold for a while, so I don't remember anything that happened during that time. Suddenly, I heard footsteps stomping through the Lycros Norgis. There he is! Surround him! Why would they be going through the flowers? Before we could move, the royal guard had us surrounded. We're acting on orders from the king. It doesn't matter if you are the owner of the flowers of misfortune. For the sake of protecting our country, you will be executed here and now for being the messenger of death. The soldiers drew their weapons and slowly moved towards me. I drew my sword and shielded Dahat, who was covering and the trembling Nadia. There were too many of them. It was impossible for us to make our escape since I wasn't fully recovered. I strained my mind in an effort to find a way to at least help the two of them escape when a furious sound cut through the silence. What's that car doing? It's heading straight for us. The car trampled the Lycros Norigi mercilessly as it spread our way. Goodness. It then ruthlessly struck some of the soldiers surrounding us. What? The soldiers screamed and hollered in fear as they tried to dodge the car. The familiar electronic car moved and stopped between us and the soldiers.
イブさん、乗ってください。
Yves, hurry! It's not his voice.
こっちだ！急げ！
Get it, now! I heard Mathis's voice from the driver's seat and saw Adolphe quickly jump out from the back seat. I quickly came to my senses and grabbed Dahat, while Adolphe carried Nadia and got into the car. Y'all took forever. It's dramatic timing! You're not getting away. The soldiers who avoided the car tried to stop us, but
一気に振り切ります。捕まっていてください。
I'm gonna get this car going, so please hold tight. Before the soldiers could slash at us with their swords, the car took off in a startling speed. We were crammed in the back seat, and as expected, the driver was very rough.
どうして二人がここに？この衛兵に軟禁されてたんじゃ。
What are you two doing here? I thought you were both under house arrest. I somehow held onto the back of the passenger seat as I asked Adolf. Who was making sure Nadia was safe.
軟禁されてい
I
る
kept
最中
Nadia like sitting with her
お前
head
ら
on
の
his
命
shoulder.
が危ないと書かれた妙な手紙が窓の隙間から届いた。
I found a weird letter slipped through my window that said you guys were in danger.
僕らを監視していた外のこの衛兵もその誰かによって倒されたみたいで。
The soldiers who kept watch of us outside were unconscious
イブ
too.
さんを助けようと思い切って抜け出してきたんです。
So I
その時に
figured.
偶然アドルフさんとも合流して。
Sorry, I cut you off, Mathis. You were so right. I figured I should try and come and save you. Yves, I happened to meet Adolf on the way. His voice is so deep. Are we not going to talk about that? Mathis responded as he quickly turned the wheel to get onto a straight road.
ヒューゴのことも。
Honestly, is that even his voice? Is that Jean's voice? Did they mess up and have the wrong person do those voices? Let me add that letter as mentioned what happened to Hugo.
辛かったな、イブ。
You were... Oh, you're right. Must have been tough. Yeah. I nodded honestly without putting on a strong front. Seeing me nod, Adolf gently placed his hand on my head. The fact that my partner wasn't next to me didn't seem right. In fact, it felt horrible. It was as if I lost an important part of my body.
ひとまず安全な場所に移動してから話し合いましょう。
Or Jean and Mathis's body, just like that certain ending. Ooh, did his voice turn into Jean when that happened? Maybe. Let's first head separate place now that we can talk about what to do next.
この国や彼女の身に何が起きたのか僕らには全くわからないので。
After all, we have no clue what's happening to the country or Leah. I could tell Mathis was concerned about me by his voice and how he was now driving a lot safer.
それならちょうどいい場所があると思うの。
I think I know the perfect place. Dude, have they shown her this close up before outside of like her CGs? Are we going to Lucas's house or is it your parents' house? Wait, do you have your parents' house? Do you know where your parents live? Oh, this is Lucas's house. With Nadia's suggestion, Yves and the others arrived at Lucas's house to stay in hiding. Lucas, who was now missing, gave her the keys so they could use it as a base when needed. When Lucas is not around, the soldiers who were once there had disbanded. To be safe, Yves and the others entered from the back to gain access to this temporary haven. Nadia was put to bed, while the others gathered to share their information.
本当ならジャンもこの場にいるべきなんですが。
Jean should actually have been here with us to provide assistance, but
なぜか軟禁生活中に警備兵の皆さんに研究所へと連れて行かれてしまって。
oh, for some reason he was taken away by the guards from the institute during my house arrest.
ジャンまで。
They took Jean?
はい。その連行中に違法や研究といった言葉が聞こえてきたような。
Oh, they finally found out about the cloning. I recall the guards talking about something being illegal and unauthorized research. If he found out about Dr. Capuchin, he most likely found out about Jean at the same time because they were sharing information with each other for the technologies they were stealing from the research facility.
あいつが研究所に咎められるような犯罪をするとは思えないが。
I can't see him committing a crime that the Institute would arrest him for. Okay,
僕も
Adolf.
そう思います。でも、シアンさんが意味もなく、
Also, who is the
そんなことを
supporter?
するとも思えません。
There's a chance. Now, here's the thing. I still think Dahat could turn out to be a bad guy. I love Dahat. I really want him to meet Mama. I think him and Mama would get along really well because I think him and Mama have something in common, and that's genetics. So he could still be the supporter because maybe he's supporting people who he thinks might come up with a solution for Liver that will have the emotions that he wants, because he wants his mom to have her emotions because she always wanted her emotions. So that could be that. The other thing is Dr. Capuchin could be referring to himself, because Dr. Capuchin was at the Institute. He was someone who worked at the Institute. So he could just have access still because he built that underground area and created that underground area. So he's been like maybe hacking into the place from underneath this whole time, and they thought he was dead. So those are my two train of thoughts on the supporters. So either one could be true. I happen to agree, but I also think that Sheen isn't the type to take action without a good reason.
確かに、さっき現れたこの衛兵も、シアンさんの命令で来たわけじゃないみたいだし。
True. And it didn't seem like the Royal Guard soldiers were acting on Sheen's orders.
邪魔をすれば潰すってことは、邪魔をしなければ危害を加えるつもりはないってことだもんね。
He did say that he would crush us if we got in his way, which also means that if we don't, then he won't do anything to us.
邪魔？何の話だ？
Get in his way? What do you mean? Oh, you know your stepsister that you love so much? I did felt about that. Dahat being a supporter only because he will have to be a villain in Adolph's route. It would be better if he was a villain in Sheen's route. He still was a bit of a villain in Sheen's route because he was dismissive. Like not dismissive. What's that word? He was, oh gosh, what's the word? It's not dismissive. It's like dismissive. He was, I guess dismissive could work. He just basically didn't say anything when he could say stuff. Like whenever they were like, oh, Dahat's gonna be our next leader or whatever, and he didn't say anything. He wasn't doing anything to help. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything to help. There's a word and I can't think of it right now. Am I too tired? Oh my gosh. He was non-combative. I don't know. He just wasn't helping. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing yeses or nos. And sometimes he was acting a little bit in between. So there's still a chance that when we get to the salvation routes, that we might find out stuff we still don't want to hear. Like we might not have seen the worst of it. So there's still a chance that he has some bad sides to him. Like maybe he was the one who kidnapped the royal. Like who hid the royal? Like was it Dr. Capuchin? Because Dr. Capuchin didn't know that royal guy was coming. Who knew about that guy? Dahat. Dahat knew about the royal. Dahat knew that Sheen had a fight with that royal. So there's still a chance that was what happened. Or maybe it was Jean or Dr. Capuchin. Maybe if either one of them are breaking into the Institute, they're doing the same things. I'm trying to think who... Dr. Capuchin hates Sheen passionately. So maybe it's Dr. Capuchin who broke into the thing and is pretending to be people. Possibles. The possibilities are endless. Yves and Dahat explained to Adolphe what happened to his foster sister. They talked about the true nature of the country's curse and her inborn abilities. They then went on to share the horrifying plan Sheen spoke of over the transmitter.
The two brace for Adolphe to get mad with rage, but contrary to their expectations, Adolphe simply frowned and calmly responded to their explanation.
あいつの死にたがりは今に始まったことじゃないからな。
It's not the first time she's wanted to die, you know.
それで、お前たちはその計画とやらを聞いてどう思った？
So what do you guys think about hearing that plan?
あいつを犠牲にすれば、この国が呪いから解放され、多くの人間が救われることについて。
What are your thoughts about sacrificing Leah to liberate the country from the curse and save the people? Everyone went silent at Adolphe's earnest question.
研究者としての意見を述べるなら、
If I may comment as a researcher, the hot slowly raised his hand.
僕はシアンさんの計画に賛成するしかありません。
I would have to agree with the plan Sheen suggested.
あ、
Huh? Mathis looked at Dahat as if he was betrayed, and in turn, Dahat looked back with
もちろん
remorse.
お友達としては助けたいと思ってます。でも善悪の話じゃないんですよ。
Of course, I would love to save her as her friend, but what you're talking about here isn't whether something is good or
有
bad.
史以来人類は実験体という犠牲を生むことで様々な病と戦ってきたんです。
Since the beginning of time, human beings have fought various diseases through the sacrifice of test
今回
subjects.
はそれが偶然彼女の番だった
Just
そ
so
れだけの
happens,
お話。
just so happens that she was chosen as this sacrifice. Simple as that.
マティスさんだってこれが血も涙もない殺人鬼だったら見逃していたんじゃ。
Mathis, Monsieur Claude, not Mathis. Whoa, I just changed his name. Would you have saved her if you didn't know her, and she was just a ruthless murderer?
それは
Well, of course, Mathis was only thinking about saving her. But he had sought revenge all his life and never put much thought into the country. I keep yawning. Oh goodness, but I just started to laugh when he's like, sought revenge his whole life. Because at first I was like, well, but he is a year old, so I guess he could have been seeking revenge for a whole year. I hate to admit it too, part of me will agree with Sheen only because MC suffered so many more than anyone. Every time someone died because of her, she'd feel the guilt. And it's painful. Yeah. That's too, but also Sheen technically got her permission. That's another thing, right? He didn't just go like, and I'm going to do experiments on you and like tied her up. He might have, had she not agreed. That's not a debate that I might be, maybe more would have happened if she hadn't agreed, but he literally got her permission and played her saying she wanted to do it to like the guys. Like, hey, look, she said she wants to be here. So they're like, hey, let's save her life. But like, she agreed. And honestly, again, I will continue to say this as a person who has played Fable multiple times in her life. At the end of the game, I choose the need of the manys versus the need of the one. Like, whatever helps the greater good at the end of it is the best choice to make. The one that's going to have the most impact. It's honestly the least selfish. It's very personal to these guys because this is their friend. So they care about her and they don't want anything bad to happen to her. But when you really look at it, when you like take a microscope to it, you're going to see that like this is the best choice because it's going to save the most amount of people. It sucks, right? We want to save Ellie. But should we? Like, we had sought revenge all his life and never put much thought into the country or its future. He knew that no matter what he said, he wouldn't be very convincing.
イブさん。イブさんはもちろん、彼女を助けに行きますよね。
Yves, you're going to go and save her, right? Which was why Mathis entrusted his hopes to Yves sitting next to him. He was kind, strong, trusted by many, and she was someone special to him. Mathis was sure that Yves could be the hero who would stand up and save the captured princess right away. But Yves gave a deep frown and didn't move, simply keeping his head down.
イブさん、どうしたんですか？
Yves, what's the matter?
かったって。
She...
え？
Huh?
彼女、よかったって言ったんだ。
I heard her say thanks goodness through the transmitter.
自分が死んで、その死によって多くの命を救えることに。
She accepted death. She believes that her death will save everyone's lives.
絶望も嘆きもなく、ただ純粋に
She didn't
よ
cry
か
or
ったって
complain.
喜んでた。
She only said thank goodness she was
俺
glad.
の言葉なんて何一つ聞かないまま、心の底から
She didn't listen to a word I said.
幸せそうに。
She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart.
彼女は救われないことに意味を求めてる。
She's looking for a reason not to be saved. Her voice, hopeful to be released from the hell that was her life, echoed in Eve's mind. It was too soon for her to die. There was still hope that things could change. I wanted her to live because I loved her. Simple words that could be said but so easily. But past me could say that with no problem. But Sheen and I knew now that what she truly was. Death, so...
そんな言葉、彼女に絶望の中で生き続けろと言っているも同然だ。
Telling her that I want her to live is no different from telling her to live in despair forever. If so,
彼女を生かしたいという願いは
doesn't
あまりに
just
も残酷じゃないか。
doesn't that mean that my wish for her to live is just cruel? That wasn't all.
ヒューゴの最後を思い出すたびに
Listen, you're going to get over Hugo's death, okay? Like, how many times can a girl be like, I'm death incarnate, I cause everyone misfortune, everyone is injured around me, and you keep going, nah, you're just an ordinary girl, before something bad happens, okay? Hugo died. That's true. That happened. But she warned all y'all to stay away from her. Every time I remember Hugo's death,
彼女のせいだったのかって醜い感情で責め立てたくなる自分がいる。
I can feel a disgusting, horrible emotion rising from inside me, trying to pin the blame on her. It wasn't as though she was killing people because she wanted to. He knew that.
こんな感情を抱いたまま俺は剣を取ることはできない。
Then Anku woke you up and saved your life for nothing. Just saying. I can't use my sword in the right state of mind while I'm holding on to these feelings. He would love her, even if she was death. Yves knew how pathetic he was for saying such a thing. He grabbed his own arm with trembling fingers.
ここまでイブにはいろいろあった。すぐに答えを出せる状態じゃないだろう。
Not gonna lie, Yves, I have to be honest, even though I'm glad he saved her twice. You've been through a lot already, Yves. This isn't the time for you to give a sane answer.
だハド、シアンが実験を開始するまでにはどの程度の猶予がある？
How much time do you think we have before Sheen starts his experiments?
あ、そうですね。 どんなに早く見積もっても深夜2時頃かと。
Let's see. I project that the earliest he can get his experiment running is around 2 in the morning. You chose to save her. You chose to stay at her side. She tried to leave you, but you said no, stay with me. That's true. Yeah, blame her when she's telling you she is dead and then be mad that she killed somebody. Inadvertently. Like, not intentionally. It's an adverse effect.
いくらシアンさんとはいえ、いろいろと準備があると思うので、今は僕たち研究員も不在ですし。
Even if it's Sheen we're still talking about, he does still have to get things ready. Besides, he doesn't have any staff around to help. Adolphe looked at the clock in the room. It was 8 at night now, so there was still time even if the experiment started early.
少し休め。どう動くにせよ、体力は万全にしておく必要がある。
Get some rest. No matter your choice, you will need to replenish your stamina for what's to come. Adolphe checked the time again and patted Yves on the back.
ごめん、アドルフ。
I'm sorry, Adolphe.
謝るな、バカ。
Don't apologize, you idiot. I was sure he wanted to go and save his sister right away. Yves. Everyone moved to another room, letting me have a room to myself to rest. This was a single bedroom apartment, at least from my understanding. Where are these other rooms coming from? I had been sleeping a lot recently, so I didn't fall asleep now. But I knew I was still tired beyond belief, so I decided to set myself down on the most comfortable looking seat in the room. For no real reason, I took off my mask and looked up at the ceiling.
リュカ先生、無事だといいけれど。
I hope Lucas is safe. I didn't know why he was captured, but I doubt he was involved in that plan. Press the button. I'm scared to press it again. I'll do it again. All I could do was pray that he was safe.
リュカ先生も彼女とは昔からの知り合いだったんだよな。
Lucas has known her for a long time, hasn't he? I recalled how easy it was to learn the lesson he gave a number of times before. She was probably with him at the orphanage, listening with interest along with the other kids. I wouldn't be surprised if she had special feelings for an older guy like him. He's not that much older. Like, sure, he's about to die, but that means nothing in this world. I kind of wish he'd blame himself like MC has to suffer even more because Yves. That's true. I mean, she already blames herself for the burn on his face, so I feel like all that kind of like gets tangled into that. Like remorse from a young age. I recalled that some of the kids at the orphanage where I stayed had special feelings for him too. For all I knew, he could have been the first person Leah admired. You jealous? You're pretending? What was I thinking? Did I want to use some happy memory of the past as an excuse to keep her living? Or maybe I had a different desire with how she brought so much misfortune while leaving me with fond memories. The desire to curse her. I cupped my chin with both hands and struggled to clear my thoughts when...
さっきよりもひどい顔をしてるな。
You look worse than you did before.
少し付き合え。酒の力でも借りないと、お前に話せないことがある。
Keep you company for a while. I need to get a drink in before talking to you about something. My other friend appeared in front of me with a huge bottle of wine in his hand. Did you know about Hugo? I'm just curious. Did you know Hugo liked him? Are you going to tell him? You going to tell him the truth? Are you going to tell him that Hugo had a crushy crush? I quickly tried to put the mask back on, but Adolphe simply waved his hand to tell me not to worry despite being slightly surprised. He found 2 wine glasses and began to pour wine into them slowly.
こんな時にお酒なんて。しかもこれ、リュカ先生のじゃ。
Wine at a time like this? Isn't that Lucas's wine too?
数口程度なら平気だろう。先生にはナディアからの報酬だとでも言っておけ。
He won't mind us having a little. Just tell him that Nadia let you have it as a reward. He clinked our glasses in a toast and then raised our glasses to the moon shining outside the window to mourn our lost friend. Adolphe had poured himself only 2 fingers of wine and he took a slow sip from his glass. 2 fingers? That's barely any wine.
これが初めてか。
I think this is the first time I've asked you to drink with me.
いつもなら、ヒューゴもこの場にいたんだがな。
It's weird because Hugo would usually be here with us. That's depressing. You're depressing, Adolphe. Why would you do this? I couldn't bring myself to drink, so I simply looked at the purple liquid in the glass, reflecting my hideous face. Adolphe then told me something I didn't know.
俺が酒をあまり飲まないのは、
You know why I don't drink much?
酒よりも、お前らのバカ騒ぎを見ている方が愉快だったからだ。
It's because I have more fun watching you two idiots having fun.
そうなんだ。
I didn't know that.
そうだよ。最初からな。お前、俺と初めて会った時のことを覚えてるか？
From the very beginning. Do you remember when we first met? He accepted a simple nod in response. Flashback time, but a flashback that's not the kind of flashback that's like previous dialogue, but new flashback. Nice.
剣術の才能があると、先代に誘拐じゃねえ。
Our old leader saw your potential to be a great swordsman, so he took...
強引に担がれてきたお前と、慌ててそれを追いかけてきたヒューゴ。
He forced you onto his shoulder and appeared in front of me with Hugo chasing after you from behind.
わけのわからねえ状況だってのに、お前は、俺に初対面から躊躇なく、笑顔で話しかけてきた。
The whole scene was total chaos, but you still smiled and spoke to me like a friend.
あの時の俺は、誰とも慣れ合わない。
Adolphe being colored red a sign that he's the secret.
クーネの嫌われ者だったってのに。
I never really got along with anyone back then. I was so unfriendly and silent that everyone Cohen hated me. Everyone?
それは、せっかくできた兄弟子なんだし、仲良くなりたいと思って。
Everyone's a bit bold. Well, since you were going to work together, I wanted to know you.
ああ。1年間無視し続けても、お前が話しかけてくるもんだから、たまらず降参したよ。
You kept pestering me the whole damn year, even when I was giving you the cold shoulder, so I pretty much gave in.
そのうち、お前の相棒であるヒューゴとも親しくなって、野菜の作り方も教えてもらう仲になって。
From there, it didn't take long for me to become friends with Hugo, and you started teaching me how to grow
気
vegetables.
づけば自警団の活動中は、常に3人共にいるのが当たり前になっていた。
For long, it became normal for the 3 of us to hang out during our rounds with the corpse. Should I say the coup? It's not the...
イブ、俺はな、お前と出会うまで、
Yves, before I met you,
懸命に生きる優しい人間ばかりが利用され、踏みにじられる。この国が、施設の家族以外の人間が、大嫌いだった。
apart from everyone at the orphanage, I hated this damn country for abusing only the good and kind, just trying to make a living. He said didn't even open up to our previous leader since he wasn't from the orphanage. He spent his whole time focused on becoming a skilled fighter to protect those close to him. Adolphe's face was slightly red as he continued to tell me the thoughts and feelings he had kept inside for so
そ
long.
んな俺の狭い世界を広げたのはお前だ、イブ。
You're the one who expanded my world to what it is now, Yves.
それは、ヒューゴも同じだっただろうさ。
It was probably the same with Hugo too. Hint. Hint, hint. Maybe even more so with Hugo. Hint. Hint, hint. But I didn't do anything special or kind for him. The 3 of us just spent time together and had fun. But Adolphe told me that I was exactly what saved him and Hugo.
お前は俺に、友人と飲む酒のうまさを教えた。
You taught me how great it is to drink with friends.
お前はヒューゴに、自分自身で人生を決める
意志を教えた。
You taught Hugo the importance of making his own choices in life.
だったら、今はわからなくても、
So even if you don't know right now,
あいつにも新たな生きる喜びを作ってやることができるだろ。
have they shown him smile like this before? I don't know if I've seen Adolf smile like that. I'm sure you'll also be able to help Leah find joy in life too. Something fell into the glass of wine. This is the fourth or fifth time that a teardrop has landed in a liquid that someone's drinking in this story. And I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who has cried, typically it just keeps going down your face, and then you're just gross, and then you're like this, and you're like, I hate this. It doesn't typically just fall off your cheek or off your chin into your drinks and stuff. It doesn't happen that often. Also, I mean, I feel like you'd be holding it right under your chin, and that just seems like a lot of work, causing ripples on the surface.
いいのかな。そうしたいと願っても。
I feel bad that I don't care about this scene right now because I just want this route to be over. Mostly I'm just tired, probably because of the pain. Because you're forcing yourself to sit through trauma again and again and again. Are you sure? Is it alright for me to find her happiness? Before I knew it, tears rolled down my cheeks. A drop fell into my wine, then another, because this is how I'm holding my drink. Under my chin.
悲しい。彼女が本当に死神だったことが。
It's so sad to know that she really was death.
憎い。たとえ無自覚でも、ヒューゴを死なせた彼女のことが。
I hate the fact that even if she was unaware she killed Hugo. She didn't kill Hugo, you killed Hugo.
情けない。彼女の希望を裏切って、絶望を叩きつけた。俺自身が。
I feel pathetic. I betrayed her hopes and I threw her into despair myself. The negative emotions I thought I did away with were flowing out of me. Even so,
彼女を失いたくない。恨んでるけど、好きなんだ。
I don't want to lose her. I may not like what happened, but I still love her.
なんだっていいんだ。生きる理由を得てほしい。
It doesn't matter. I just want her to have a reason to live.
俺が彼女の生きる理由になりたい。
And I want to be her reason to live. But wouldn't that be betraying Hugo?
なるわけないだろうが。俺の相棒を何だと思ってる。
Thank you, Yves, for knowing that you got her hopes up for no reason. Thank you for still loving her and not wanting to lose her. I mean, I guess. This is the hero's fight before the third act cliche. If I was watching Cinema Sins, this seems unnecessary to be like, I need to steel my resolve. Of course not. My partner is more of a man than that. First off, does not matter. I fought back against the faint whisper in my mind. My partner wasn't the kind of guy who would deny my human emotions. But he'd watch the girl you love stab herself in the throat and do nothing about it. I wiped my tears away and drank the wine. Adolphe laughed as I finished it in one gulp. The familiar taste reminded me of happier times, and I began to speak with confidence. That's what wine does.
誰に糾弾されても構わない。
I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care if people blame me. Are we getting closer to him offering her a bouquet of lycrases in a burning building? Because that's the CG that I got this game for. Even
彼
so.
女自身に激しく拒否されたとしても。
Even if she refuses me with all her might. Hang on, calm down. Even if this country's hope was lost, I would keep her alive until I found her a reason to live. I crammed as much preserved food as I could into my stomach after days of lacking nutrition. Then he's gonna throw up. Oh my god. I put on my cloak and sheathed my sharpened sword in its scabbard. I can't. I tied my hair up again, which I know she doesn't like, but I did it anyways, and put my mask on to hide my face that she said was beautiful. I still hate that it's her fault that he died. Like, not gonna lie, it is your fault too. No, it's Yves' fault entirely. I'm positive that Hugo died from the love infection stuff. I believe he's in love with Yves, and he had the thing where his heart malfunctioned. I'm 100% positive. So that has nothing to do with her. She has nothing to do with the heart malfunctions. That's a Reliver problem. That's not a her problem. That's a Reliver problem. That's Scien's fault, if anything. With Nadia's persuasion, Dahat agreed to cooperate, leaving the house to go through a different route.
マム、ナディアのことを頼む。
Mother, please take of Nadia.
ええ、責任を持って預かるわ。
Wait. Did Mother see Dahat? Yes, you can count on me. Sister Salome, who arrived to offer help, nodded kindly in
ありも
response.
しない。大げさな噂を流したこと。あの子は恨んでいるかしら。
Deadass, it's everyone's fault. I wonder if she hates me now that she knows that I'm the one who spread that rumor about her.
でもそれは、彼女を守るために仕方なく行ったことですよね。
What rumor? What rumor did Mom spread? You only did that because you didn't have any other way of protecting her, right?
マムの嘘がなければ、もっと早くあいつはシアンやカプシーヌの実験体になっていたかもしれない。
What did she lie about? Oh, lie that she wasn't? I'm so confused. What did Mom do? I'm really confused. Didn't keep lying. Leah would have been a guinea pig for Scien or Capuchin a lot
本
sooner.
音を言うとね、寿命が延びるかもしれないと聞いたとき、私は一瞬だけ喜んでしまった。
To be honest, I was sincerely happy when I heard that there was a chance we could live longer lives.
でもね、やっぱりダメだわ。あの子を理不尽に失った未来で幸福に生きる自分が想像できない。
It still doesn't sit well with me. I can't imagine exchanging her future for anyone else's happiness.
イブさん、あの子のことをよろしくお願いします。
Yves, please do take care of her. I gave my oath to Sister Salome.
イブさん。
Yves.
ナディア、君のお兄さんのことも任せて。必ず彼女と一緒に連れて帰ってくる。
You can leave your brother to me too. I will make sure he comes back with her safely.
私、ここで兄様の無事をお祈りしてるわ。
Thank you. I'll pray for him to come home safe and sound. I approached the young girl sitting in the chair and wrapped my pinky around hers the way my family had done for generations. Finally, I slapped my cheeks with my hands to lift my spirits.
待たせてごめん。ようやく答えが出た。
Come on, game, get to the point already. Excuse you. It's gonna have a conclusion at some point, maybe eventually. It's only been an hour in this one chapter. Sorry for the wait, I'm ready now. I couldn't say that it didn't bother me, the idea that I was working against extending the longevity of people, but I turned to everyone waiting for me and gave them my best possible smile. I wasn't turning my back on the people as revenge for their betraying me and treating me badly in so many ways. All that happened was I finally decided who was most important to me. The time was 1 a.m. Yves, go now, damn it!
行こうか。
Let's
こ
go.
の国のすべての命より。
Did
俺は
Dahat
彼女の
leave
命と愛を取る。
before Mama arrived? I just need to know if they didn't make eye contact. Even at the expense of the country, I choose her life and her love. I gave my declaration of war to regain my beloved death. Other. Not Scien, but other? Who the heck could this be? Wait, this is Scien. Why doesn't it say Scien? A place hidden from sight. An underground laboratory where criminals were used as expandable test subjects. Lucas! Oh no, Lucas! One of the beds with a young man sound asleep with tubes connected to his body.
なあ、こんな大量の薬を打って大丈夫なのか？ここに閉じ込められてから一度も起きないぞ。
Dude, don't question it. Fuck, Lucas? I mean, the MC might at some point. Are you sure about all the drugs? This guy hasn't woken up once since he got here.
所長からの命令に文句を言うなよ。あの人が
Not
大丈夫って
literally.
言って
I'm
るなら
just, I mean,
大丈夫だ
meh.
ね。きっと
Just keep to what our director told us to do. If he says anything, it's fine, then it's fine, right? Says everything is fine, it's fine, right? Two of Scien's researchers were monitoring the young man's
む
condition.
しろ打たない方がまずいらしい。意識を取り戻した瞬間に暴れるから、薬を絶やさず眠らせ続けろって。
He said we need to keep these on. Something about him needing to be asleep or else he'll go
あ
berserk.
となんか、全身薬漬けになってるから、それも一緒に抜くってさ。
And since he has drugs in his system, this is going to detox him too.
本当にこいつがブローなのか？
Is this guy really Barreau?
こんな細い体でどうやってあの重いハルバードを振るうって言うんだよ。
I mean, he's so skinny. I can't imagine him swinging around that heavy halberd that everybody... Halberd, I'm right. I mean, I'm not saying it right, but the letters are right. My brain just did it backwards for a second. How does everybody know what this weapon is? I don't. Like a morning star, you know, whatever. Mace, I can do that. Halberd.
あれ、うちの警備兵が3人がかりでようやく持ち上げたって聞いたもんな。モテるならほんと化け物だよ。
Well, I heard it took 3 of our guys to finally lift that thing, so if he really was using it, that makes him a monster.
その化け物も今回の計画が終われば所長の実験体か。見た目は一般人だ。少し哀れに思え。
Well, but now that monster's our director's future test subject, I sort of feel bad for the guy, especially since he looks so cute.
なんだ？
Well, what the? They looked up with confusion as a loud sound shook the ceiling above. Before they could react, the young man pulled the tubes off and extended his arms. He grabbed the researchers' heads and crushed them, dyeing the sheets in red. Classic. Classic Barreau. I was standing inside a locked capsule with something that felt like a strange film of water surrounding me. When I touched it, it felt soft but resilient, something that could be easily torn through. Outside this egg capsule was Scien, moving about, managing the system and its equipment. But he was working so quickly and efficiently that I really didn't think he needed help from any of his staff. If your plan succeeds, then we may not need to resort to reliable technology in the future.
その時は次の研究テーマを探すまでだ。
If that happens, I'll just explore another scientific discipline.
なんなら外で研究されているという時を超越する技術あたりに手を出すのも一興か。
In fact, I might even begin to dabble in the foreign research about leaping through time. Wink, 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 wink. Second time, third time they've mentioned time travel. Maybe this is a Dolph story. Leaping through time. Is that really possible?
俺が参加すればな。だがその前にけじめとしてこの国の呪いを解いていく。
If I participate in the research, then yes. But before that, I'm going to solve this country's curse to tie up all loose ends. The device I was in was special, as I could hear exactly what Scien was saying from inside the capsule and vice versa. Scien quietly began to talk about his life. Oh. Look, we're getting a backstory. He told me about how he developed the Reliver technology at great expense to his family, so that he could buy time to lift the curse. But since Reliver bodies experienced little to no growth, it hampered his ability to progress through his research. The genius loved by God said,
お前の犠牲を無駄にするつもりはない。
I have no intention of making your sacrifice be for naught. See, he's not being heartless or ruthless about this. He's literally like, hey, I need to use your body for scientific experiments. You might not survive. And she's like, I'm down. Like, and he's not like being heartless about it now. He's being pretty fine about this. I don't know. Again, sacrifices have to be made from sometimes. Finished his preparation, and all that was left was to put the experiment into motion. The capsule brightened with light that traced the form of the double helix, which was slowly drawn upon my body. It didn't hurt, but I shuddered from the unnatural movement of my blood running through my body.
その例とは言わんが、この実験が完了次第、クルーンの安全は保証しよう。
This isn't much thanks, but I promise you that Karun will be safe once this experiment has concluded.
メモリークラッシュの件もまあ、俺が次の領域に至り次第、解決しておいてやる。手段がないわけではないからな。
As for the memory crash issue, once I can push myself to the next domain, I'll find a way to resolve that too. Thank you very much. Yves told me before that he wants someone who would love him. So it would defeat the purpose if the technology can't retain motions of love. Hearing my words, Scien moved his hand away from the system when a siren pierced through the air to notify of intruders.
撃つせ。
Screen on. As Scien commanded, a projection appeared displaying the outside of the institute.
悪いが前言撤回だ、死神の娘。 クルーンの安全は保証してやれん。
I rescind my earlier statement made in of death. I can no longer promise Karun's safety.
これから俺が奪うことになるからな。
After all, I'll have to take him down myself. Huh? An electric car rammed through the gates. Out from the car appeared a man with a sword. It seemed as if he knew where the cameras were located. He waved his hand to us.
どうも、安心安全のクルーンです。
Hello, it's Karun from Koen.
自分自身からの依頼で、大事な恋人を迎えに来ました。
I received a work order from myself to retrieve my sweetheart. Aww, he's taking personal missions now. What was he doing? I could save the people of this country. As someone who knew kindness, why wasn't he happy with my decision? Just as I was about to say so, the genes forming my body, they were telling me to evolve. A sensation. Heat. Rising. The pain. I screamed in agony from the surging pain and the raging heat running through my body. I didn't have much time left before becoming an incarnation of the Lycris Noriji. 10 minutes and counting. Mathis offered to stay behind near the entrance to keep the royal guard at bay. Yves and Adolphe rushed inside and headed to the laboratory deep within the institute. There's the intruders. Kill them before they get to the director. Doesn't that really put it into focus, guys? If we can keep them away from her, we're all going to be able to live life the way it was meant to be. Death. The guards who had learned from Scien's plan sent arrows through the air, which were swatted away by the intruder's sword. Before the next set of arrows were released, Yves jumped. He ran a few steps across the wall and quickly closed the distance. Have you ever watched Attack on Titan? Yeah, that's what it looked like. He landed right behind the stunned soldiers. What?
ごめん。 少しおとなしくしてて。
Sorry, but I need you guys quiet. Hit the person with the blunt end of a sword, I assume. I don't imagine he murdered people. He landed a safe but powerful blow on the guards. Adolf rushed them and destroyed their weapons.
お前は猫か？
What are you, a cat?
ブローほどじゃないけど、身軽でしょ？
Not as good as Burrow, but that was pretty good, right? Speaking of Burrow, kill them! Kill them! Don't let the Cohen commoners get through. Show them the pride as soldiers who were born in this country to serve our God. Yves kept going even as he joked with Adolf from time to time. He thrusted, sliced, cut, and punched. Is that something getting hit on the head? It's not animating for me. They both took down the guards coming towards in waves as they made their way through the facility using information provided by Dahat. But you monsters get in the way of our director. Don't you want to live like normal humans? Life is overrated. They soon noticed that the guards were different from the royal guards. They were more here than previously expected. Something wasn't right. There shouldn't have been so many guards assigned to the institute. I mean, he had a few hours. Yves struck a guard rushing forward with a club, but from behind, that guard came. Die! Another one with the same face appeared and lunged at Yves. Same face! Knocked him out cold before coming to the realization.
警備兵のリライバーを生死問わずに量産してるのか？
He mass-produced Reliver clones as an expendable army.
くそ、そこまであいつの命が欲しいか？敵が増え続ける一方じゃどうしようもない。
Damn it, does he want you dead that badly? We're not going to keep up if they keep coming at us like this. Worse, Yves wasn't back to full health as he was still under the toxin's effect. And that was going to get worse because he's getting back to Death's side. Forcing their way through the mapped route would only put them at further risk.
イブ、別のルートを進む。
Yves, let's look for another...
お前が俺と敵対する道を選ぶのは予想していたのでな。オーティを拷問し始めた時から対策していたんだ。
I predicted that you would face me, which is why I had everything planned back when I started torturing Artie.
リライバーを軍事運用するなど俺の信念に反するが、今回は特別だ。
Using Reliver technology for military use goes against my ideals, but I'll make this as an exception.
この国の人間を救うという俺の使命は邪魔させん。
I will not let you get in the way of my mission to save the people of this country.
第3次、第4次生産部隊、侵入者を挟み込め。生け捕りが望ましいが、この際生死は問わん。
Squad 3, Squad 4, charge in and corner the intruders from both sides. I want them dead or alive. Preferably alive. That's nice. He said preferably alive. Sheen's ruthless order took immediate effect. The newly produced guards appeared from around the corner and surrounded them. The two of them braced for the worst as the guards drew their weapons ready to attack. The guards towards the front were blown back by the wall next to them exploding because of dun 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 dun. What the heck? Yves and Adolf somehow avoided the rubble and kept their guards up. It's Burrow, right? The corridor was filled with smoke and dust.
あの男。
That lout. Beyond the crumbled wall appeared a powerful kick to create a way through to get through.
人並みの体制と言っておきながら、一体どれだけの薬を 私に。
He said himself that the drugs weren't potent. If so, then how much did he administer to me? The giant halberd in hand, the man wiped away the blood from his lips.
龍華先生、なんでここに、というか、その格好。
Are we gonna be friends for a second? Like, are we like, oh, you murdered so many people, but that's fine. Lucas, what in the world are you? Your
ま
clothes.
さか、あんたが、ブローの正体。
Don't tell me you're Barreau. Lucas looked at the two of them as they readied their weapons.
事情は後ほど。私も投与された薬の影響で、かなり体力が落
I
ちて
can
います。
explain later. The drugs that were injected into me have taken a toll on my body.
彼女を、助けるのでしょ。また囲まれる前に、一気に突破します。
We're becoming friends with a common goal. Although he's a mass murderer, so it's your choice, guys. You're going to save Leah, right? Let's get moving before the next wave of guards arrive. More guards appeared from the front, but they were greeted by Lucas's halberd, which blew them back onto the floor. Lucas, you don't need to explain. Just say, yeah, I'm a murderer. Yes, I'm the fucking murderer. Dude, he's killed so many people. And he's like, it's fine. Let's go, guys. That classic. He used the blunt side of his halberd so the men on the ground should still be alive under the rubble. Should be. With no time to be surprised by the sudden events, Yves and the others, I would say Yves and Adolphe, quickly continued on their way. I don't think...
龍華先生、ナディアが心配してましたよ。
Lucas, Nadia's worried about you.
この後どうするつもりかは知らねえが、一度ぐらいは顔を見せて安心させてやれ。
I have no idea what you're planning to do later, but at least show your face to her so that she knows you're safe.
ええ、そのつもりです。あの子を保護してくださり、ありがとうございます。
I'm planning to do that. Thank you very much for keeping her safe. You sound so happy. With Lucas joining them, they quickly made their way through the raid of guards without much effort. Yves and the other advanced deeper into the facility. It wasn't strange to assume that Scien hadn't considered the possibility of Lucas's appearance. After Lucas cleanly swatted down the arrows unleashed at them, the doors adjacent to the corridor opened. This is wild cat face. Lucas barely knocked a strike that came from the shadows of the open door. Out from the door appeared the same halberd used to block the strike. Lucas clone! We've got a clone! That means it's a fresh Lucas. Oh no! Look, it's Lucas against Lucas. How did they make your clothes?
龍華先生が、
Another Lucas?
こいつもリライバーか。
Must be another reliver. Adolphe raised his sword to strike the fake Lucas Wen. Sensing danger, Yves and Adolphe leapt back at the same time. Two shadows appeared from above, swinging their halberds down onto the floor. How is this the most common weapon in this world? Where the two had just stood.
冗談だろ。
You've gotta be kidding.
ブローのリライバーが2人。
Two Barreau relivers? No way. This is like a real end battle. More fake Lucas clones appeared from behind. So the reliver technology creates clothes? Just curious, because these outfits and this halberd is pretty unique. Ugh. Lucas, who wasn't at full health, somehow struck down his clone, but it didn't change the situation much.
戦うな。すべて避けなさい。
Lucas Don't bother with them, just avoid their attacks. Oh goodness. As if his loud warning was the trigger. I don't know why I'm like, don't kill Lucas, but like... The blades of the Barreau clones began to swarm Yves and the others. I didn't even take a drink. I'm sorry, Yves and the others. Them, just put them. There's only 2 others. The 3 of them. Yves somehow avoided the weapon from reaching him, but... You stabbed my brother. He's just gotta stop them for 10 minutes. Despite the clones not having a thought of their own, they slowed down Lucas considerably. But even Yves, who was avoiding the blade, slowly began to take hits, some of them deep. Why you... Lucas swung his halberd fearlessly to take down his clones, but a few of them braced for the impact to block him. He's got his bloody hand. Lucas' shoulder was torn open. Lucas! Like, all 3 of you aren't even a match for clones. Adolphe covered Lucas and took the next hit and was blown back along with him. They were supposed to be Lucas's clones, but they didn't show the same love for their former students, nor were they sane. They impassionately came forward to crush Yves' head with their halberds. The sound of something being pierced, and from the clones appeared drops of red blood. The back of the clones were covered with arrows, making them look like angels with wings. Yves!
イブとアドルフを援護しろ。もう攻撃しちまったんだ。後には引けねえぞ。
It's Yves and Adolphe, cover them. We've shot those fakes, so there's no turning back now. Do you know what's happening?
The
bro without a face covering's on our side. Leave him alone and go for the others. Okay. They were the corpse members who hadn't shown their faces since the deaths. They kept their distance the whole time to avoid suspicion of being with Yves, and with some even holding a grudge against him. And now those very men were here with their swords in hand to face an army of clones that have the same characteristics of Barreau, who has proven to be stronger than Adolphe and Yves prior. So they have no chance, unless the game wants them to. What? Wait! Before Yves could stop them, some clones began to move again, quickly slashing at the men and killing a few. Yep. Get out of here, you guys! Even Adolphe's yelling wasn't enough to change the situation. Each time the clones directed their attention to Yves and the others, the men charged in to help, only to be killed. Don't think about killing them, just get their attention so Yves and the leader can keep moving. Yeah, and remember that turning our backs now will only piss off Hugo. It's fine. Run, please.
悪いな。俺、今度からお前らとは酒飲まねえわ。
Sorry guys, I can't go out for drinks
仲間
anymore.
を売った気まずさの中、しけた酒を飲むよりも、
You think I'd seriously sell my buddy out over some booze?
ジョーちゃんの飯を食いながら、イブとバカ騒ぎする酒の方が、よっぽどうめえからな。
There's nothing better than eating Leah's dishes and having fun with Yves.
酒の味なんて、一緒に飲む相手でいくらでも変わるのによ。それがわからないなんざ、かわいそうなことで。
You'd be surprised at how the taste of booze can change depending on who you drink with. Too bad you guys don't know about that.
結局あいつにケツ蹴られてから動き出すのに結構時間かかっちまったな。
That bastard. Guess it took us this long to finally get his message, huh, guys?
悪いイブ。お前
Sorry,
が毎回持っ
Yves.
てきてくれる酒すげえうまかった
Forgot
な。
to tell you how good the drinks you brought were.
死神の呪いよりうまい飯を取ると言ったのは俺らの方だったよな。
Yeah. We totally forgot that we said we'd take good food over some stupid death
そんな
curse.
ことも忘れるなんて。俺の記憶力は鶏以下か。彼女にも料理うまかったって伝えといてくれ。
Damn my stupid memory for forgetting something like that. Make sure you tell her that her food was the best.
しかし意外といいな。後がないって分かった上で大事なもんのために戦えるのは。
Well, now, this ain't all that bad. It feels good being able to fight for something knowing that you can only move forward now.
償いになんてならんだろうが、せめてお前らを先に送り出せ。
I know it's not much, but we'll do what we can so to let you guys continue. Everyone was dying one by one to protect Yves and apologize to him.
やめてくれ。償いなんていらない。もうそれ以上は。
You don't need to do this. Just get out of...
行きますよ。
Let's go,
Yves-kun.
Yves.
あいつらの覚悟を無駄にするな。
Don't let their sacrifice go to waste. Also, remember, you're here to literally... This is what you're allowing, because you're going to try and stop her from being used as an experiment that will save multiple lives. So this is exactly what will be happening. Huh, LOL. Adele forcefully grabbed Eve's arm and began to run with Lucas leading the way. Does Lucas know the way? Aww. But the clones had cleaved away at the corpse, turned around to give chase, closing in on them quickly. The remaining corpse member fired their arrows, but it wasn't enough to stop them.
ちなみにあれはお客様用の館内ナビゲートなので、特に使用者の制限
There's no restriction, but don't press this button
右下あれ
because
をうっかり
it'll seal off the area. Dolph quickly hit the emergency mark as he ran past the projector navigation tool. Suddenly, a thick and transparent glass wall began to lower ahead of them.
なるほど。確かにあれなら足止めに。
I see. That should do the trick. It should, but Lucas, who was in front, would be able to run past the lowering door, but Yves and Adolphe wouldn't make it in time. Lucas slid under the gap above the floor and the space grew smaller and smaller.
こうなったら龍華先生だけでも先に。
As long as Lucas can get to her then. He should be able to save his student Leah before it's too late. With that thought in mind, Yves raised his sword to fight alongside Adolphe, but...
ダメだ。お前があいつを迎えに行け。
No, you go ahead.
Huh?
Huh? Adolphe quickly turned around and kicked Yves hard. He flew backwards and barely made it under the wall just before it could touch the floor. Yves groaned from the hard hit and slowly raised his head up to see the glass wall was completely shut. Oh no, what movie is this from? Oh goodness. Star Wars? No, Star Trek. Resident Evil, I think, did something like this.
アドルフ、何を
We got a CG. I think all of his has been like nothing but despair at this point. What the heck, Adolphe?
見ての通り、俺は間に合わなかった。先に行け。
As you can see, I couldn't make it under in time. Get moving.
あいつだって、心の底ではきっとお前を待ってる。
I'm sure deep down she's waiting for you. Damn.
けるなよ。こんなこと誰が頼んだ。
Damn you, I never asked you to do this.
開けろ。今すぐこっちに来い。アドルフ、見 みんなも
Open this. You have to come with us. Adolf, everyone. He slammed his fist against the glass wall, only to draw blood from his hands.
ダメか。今の私では
It's no
壊せない。
use. Even I can't break the wall. Lucas tried to help, but striking the wall, but nothing changed, even with his superhuman strength. Yves continued to strike on the glass wall over and over again. The men who wanted them to move on were dying in front of his eyes one by one. Maybe go. Maybe just go. Keep going. You're not done. You're not there yet. They also meant that the clones would soon come in for the kill first by going after Adolf, who was blocking the way.
頼むよ。開けてくれ。
Please, you have to open this.
俺はもうこれ以上大切な友人を失いたくない。
I don't want to lose my friends anymore.
彼女だって君を失ったと知ったらどれだけ絶望すると思うんだ。
It's the same for her too. She's going to be devastated if she finds out we lost you.
絶望した分お前が希望を与えてやれ。イブ。
Yves, stop wasting time. Yeah. Then heal her with all the hope you can give her, Yves.
妹を守るのは兄の役目でもあるだろう。
It's the duty of a brother to protect his little sister, right? The strength of Yves' fist slammed against the wall began to weaken. Dude, you had an hour. Let's go. Yves could tell Adolf was smiling even with his back
な
turned.
あ、イブ。
Yves,
シアンはあいつのことをリコリス・ノアージュの化身と呼んだ。
Sheen said that Leah is the manifestation of Lycoris and Noragis.
ならきっとあいつを本当の意味で救い守ることができるのは
If so, then there's only one person I know who's fit to save and protect her.
狭い場所に閉じ込め騎士を気取っていた俺じゃなく
Not some fake knight who tried to hide her away from
あ
evil.
いつの手
Go
を取
on.
り幸せに憧れることを教えてやった。
It's someone who actually held her hand and taught her what happiness is really about. Oh,
リコリ
Adolf,
ス・ノアー
stop
ジュの
with this
守護
guilt
者であ
trip.
る。お前以外いないだろ。
In other words, it's you, guardian of the Lycoris Noragis.
だから俺たちのことも寿命のことも気にするな。
Don't worry about us or everyone else's
悲観
longevity.
的な俺の妹をどうか頼む。
Take care of my poor little sister, okay?
待ってくれ、アドルフ！
Oh, hate Adolf! A shadow fell on his smiling Adolf. Beyond the glass wall, Adolf readied his weapon to take down as many clones as possible. He hasn't been able to take down the real Barreau. I don't know why you would think he could take down a clone. In front of Yves' very eyes, his comrades fell, and
あいつ
then
が俺を兄と呼ぶときを結構楽しみにしていたんだがな。
you know, I actually liked how she sometimes called me her brother. Adolf bloomed into a bright red flower. What a lovely description for death. Yay. All right, can we go now? Because they probably can get around this. Uh-huh. If you didn't take in consideration that things could go wrong, I don't think you guys were up to this challenge. Yves was prepared to die, but he was not prepared to mourn the others who died in his place. Then you should have came alone. After losing his second friend, Yves broke down and sobbed. No one beyond the glass wall survived. The Lucas clones had also been killed through the no. Don't lie to me. Had been killed through the determination of the corpse members and Adolf's last stand.
私のような化け物がいなければこんな悲劇は
This
起きなかっ
wouldn't
た
have
のだ。
happened if a monster like me was never born. Lucas, not now. Unable to bear the guilt, Lucas tried to apologize to Yves, who had his back turned.
行く。
I need to go. Yves took a deep breath. He forced the words out of his mouth. He told himself that it was too early to wallow in despair, that he needed to keep his head up.
何があっても彼女を迎えに行くって。
Lucas, no one cares about your self-pity. Aw, I mean, his sister might, just a little. I need to go. I have to save her no matter what.
アドルフと一緒に決めたんだ。
That's what Adolph and I decided. He rose with the strength given to him. He needed to go. After all, he was the one who decided to go on this unavoidable path. He had no other choice. Lucas quietly followed behind Yves, who was walking on with unsteady steps. They trotted. I literally went to the bathroom and came back just to see this man still wasting time. Yeah, no, he screamed at the glass for a good 10 minutes. The two continued on their way, taking down each wave of guard that appeared. Soon enough, Yves and Lucas arrived at the final corridor that led to the depths of the Institute. If it hasn't been 10 minutes, then this game is lies. She's beyond this corridor, and beyond the corridor was also a certain someone he needed to put an end to. Did he, though? Seeing Yves' tear-stained face, Lucas slowly began to speak.
一つ質問です。
A question for
イブ
you.
君、
Yves, what if?
もし救出が間に合わず、彼女がクローンの母体になってしまったら、
What if it's too late?
どうするつもりですか？
What will you do if she's already turned into a cloning subject? Yves quickly stopped upon sensing something ominous about his question. Lucas also stopped and looked at Yves as if they were in class.
どうしてそんなことを今聞くんです？
Why are you asking me that now?
君の回答次第で、私の行動が変わるからです。
Because my course of action will change depending on your reply. Suddenly tension built up around
リ
them.
ライバーのオリジナルになるなど、悪魔を生み落とし、魂ごと汚れたも同然。
Run and talk at the same time. It's not that hard, guys. If she turns into a reliver, cloning subject, it'll be as though she's the mother of these demons.
きっとそんなおぞましい状況、彼女も受け入れられないでしょう。
I'm sure she could not accept such a horrifying fate. Okay, Lucas. If they didn't make it in time.
私が自ら殺して差し上げることが、彼女にとって唯一の救いになるかと。
She's probably already a reliver cloning because y'all stopped running. Oh, God, I believe her only means of salvation would be if I killed her myself. A declaration with a smile. Yves raised his sword in a quiet reply.
どういうつもりですか、イブ君。
What is the meaning of this, Yves?
そんな質問に
That question is
俺
meaningless.
は彼女がどんな存在になったとしても迎えに行くつもりですから。
After all, I intend on saving her no matter who or what she is.
善意だろうと殺されるのは困ります。それから彼女の能力を治療できる才能を持つ
Even if your
シアンさんも
intentions are good, I don't want you to kill her. Same goes for Sheen, who has the ability to cure her. Lucas was impressed that Yves had sensed his intention to kill Sheen. He readied his weapon and prepared to face Yves, who showed no sign of backing down. They glared at each other for a moment. A drop of sweat rolled down Yves' cheek.
さすがに
Impossible.
大事な教え子たちを二人も殺す気にはなれません。
There's no way I can kill two of my precious students. An unexpected reply. Lucas, shut up. Luke! Yves looked stunned, expecting them to go right into battle.
満点の回答です。試すような真似をして申し訳ない。
You gave a perfect answer. I'm sorry for testing you. No.
本当に試したかったのは私自身だったのかも。
Stop wasting time. Oh man, you just want a resolution. I was likely testing my own
どう
self.
も目が覚めてから狂っていない自
Fucking
分に
test. Last time someone tested my character, she stabbed herself in the throat. Since my reawakening, I haven't been able to shake off the odd sense that I've gone mad. Mad, I say you! Who's got time for a stupid test? At the end of his sentence, Lucas quickly struck an arrow that came from behind. Lucas turned his back to Yves, looking down the corridor they went through.
梅雨払いはお任せを。シアン・ブロフィワーズへの指導も君にお任せします。
Lucas, we don't care. Get to the point. Let me handle this. I trust that you will teach Sheen Brophy a lesson on my place.
ですが、その前に一つ。武術をたしなむ先達としての助言を。
But before you go, let me give you some advice about fighting Yves.
7年前の火事をきっかけに、痛覚のほとんどを失っていますね。
If I'm not mistaken, your sense of pain has dulled because of the fire 7 years ago.
気づいてたんですか?
You noticed? Yeah, I've noticed. I've noticed a while.
どんなに怪我を負っても、平然と笑っている姿を見れば、知識のある者はすぐに察しますよ。
You were always smiling even after the worst of injuries. Someone with the right knowledge could tell quite easily. Lucas smiled beautifully and went on to say that he also noticed because Yves was his former student.
その欠落は、人助けや武術には役立つかもしれません。
You can tell I'm so fucking over this chapter. Yeah, I can tell. That defeat of yours may help you greatly when saving people or when fighting. Defect, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This says defect. And this says analgesia, a condition where one cannot feel pain. He can feel pain. It's just dulled.
ですが、この先に進むのなら、捨てた痛みを取り戻しなさい。
That said, if you plan on moving ahead, make sure you regain that sense of pain you've
普
lost.
通を自分から無視する人間に、痛みに苦しむ少女は救えません。
After all, someone who feels no pain cannot begin to save a maiden in suffering. Okay, he went on to say that it could be recovered if the organ was psychogenetic. What? And with that, Lucas turned his back to him.
それでは、合流後の祭典を楽しみにしていますよ。
Now then, I look forward to giving you your score once we meet again, Yves. With everything needed to be said, Lucas quickly ran towards the enemies that lay in his wake. Yves scratched his head, wondering how Lucas had noticed. Dude, it was obvious even to me. He didn't decide to lose his sense of pain. After the fire, he was bullied to the point of injury on a regular basis. Each time he told himself that the pain he felt wasn't as bad as the burn. Then one day his pain vanished. He lost his sense of pain from the burns and the new wounds that followed. The doctor he saw said that it wasn't something that could be fixed easily, but Yves kept the words of his former teacher in the back of his mind. Noticing his mask was slightly off, he pushed it back into position. This could be the first time he was fighting someone by himself. Yves always had his trusted friends and allies with him to give him support, but now, no. They were still with him.
言ってくれよ。アドルフ、ヒューゴ。
I'll be going, Adolf Hugo. Yves smiled and waved his hand at the vision of his friends, then set off to the depths of the facility. Pain surged through my body as my cells slowly went through genetic modifications. But my sense of despair loomed even stronger from seeing the screen in front of me. Maybe Sheen shouldn't be showing you this. Okay, we're not doing flashbacks right now. Yves, you took like 500 years. There's like 5,000 clones. They've already solved the problem. No one's going to be dying from the curse anymore. With his back turned to me, Sheen calmly observed what was happening. No. No! I screamed inside the capsule. Why? Why Adolf? You said you would save this country, the people, so why?
前言撤回と言ったはずだ。救いを拒否したのは連中の方だぞ。
I said before that this was rescinded. If anyone's at fault, it's them for refusing my hand of salvation. But my brash but gentle, kind, dear brother, I only caused him trouble, and I never once repaid him for his kindness, which was why I wanted to repay Adolphe by having Scien extend everyone's longevity so that they could find happiness too. I thought he'd be happy. The pain that was surging through me took on a different meaning. It's too late. I took too much time. If the experiment began sooner, then Adolphe, everyone would have pulled back saying that it was too late. Don't blame Scien, MC. You wanted to do this. Others should let you be sacrificed. Oh gosh. No one would have had to die for me. My nails bit deep into my arms as I embraced myself. Hurry and kill me! Hurry! Kill me before anyone else dies!
その望みは叶えてやりたいが、急激に毒素を放出すると手がつけられなくなる。
I'd be happy to grant your wish, but I can't allow all your toxins to be released at once.
18年耐えてきたのだろう。あと数分程度の処理、待つことはできんのか。
You've endured it for 18 years, haven't you? Wait a few minutes, and your wish will come true. Scien entered something into the system as I continued to hyperventilate from stress. I could tell that I was slowly turning into some other being. The chill running down my spine were just enough to drive me mad. My body twitched and I couldn't keep myself upright. Even so, please hurry and kill me. What I was going through now wasn't comparable to what Yves was feeling. Leah. I looked up, hearing a familiar voice. The kind voice was coming from behind the door, along with the splatter of blood. No! Stop him, Scien. Please don't let him come in here. I pleaded to him, as he was the only one who had access to the lock on the door.
当たり前だろう。敵をわざわざ迎え入れるバカがいるか。
Of course I won't. No idiot would allow their enemy in. That said...
少し遅かったようだな。
Seems it's too late. Huh? Scien was focused on the system in front of him. Oh, red error. Error, that's also... Hey, that's the thing. He stared intently at the glaring red error displayed on the screen. Is my error red? Nah, I think it's black.
Error. 外部からの不正な処理により、セキュリティシステムが解除されました。
Error. An unauthorized external process has disarmed the security system.
内部にいる人間はマニュアルに従い対処してください。繰り返します。Error.
All facility staff must follow the system manual. Repeat. Error.
俺のシステムに侵入できる技術者の数など限られている。
Only a few of my staff are able to hack into my system.
ダハト、お前はそちらに着いたか。もう少し賢明な男だと思っていたんだがな。
The hot, so you're on their side now? I thought you were smarter than this.
今さら気づいても遅いですよ。
Too late for you, isn't it? Suddenly the system screen displayed a video of Dahat with his tongue sticking out. That's not what he's doing.
なぜ俺の邪魔をする？お前は母を普通の人間として蘇らせたいんじゃなかったのか？
Why are you getting in the way? Don't you want to revive your mother into a normal human?
そうですね。正直迷ったと言いますか。
Yeah, but I guess I was slightly confused.
ぶっちゃけ、僕も突入するまでは割とシアンさん派でしたよ。
To be honest, I was actually on your side until they barged in, Scien.
ならなぜ？
Then why?
シアンさん、あなたは僕がこの世で2番目に尊敬する。最初から普通の生を望む人間。
Scien, the second most important person I look up to is someone who wants to live life the way it was meant to be lived.
ナディアの兄であるリュカさんに手を出し、彼女に寂しい思いをさせた。つまり、
That person is Nadia's brother, Monsieur Proust, and you did some bad things to him and made his little sister sad.
僕は今、心底腹が立っている。
So I'm actually pretty pissed right now.
理由など、それだけで十分。要するに僕は、あなたの大嫌いな感情論で、裏切りの決断をしたわけだ。
That's all the reason I needed. I betrayed you because I was swayed by emotions. I know how much you hate that.
ち、そんなくだらん理由で。
Of all the damn reasons.
そんなくだらん理由で侵入を許したのは、どこのどなたさんですかね
Sure, it's a stupid reason, but I wonder who actually got infiltrated because of it.
というわけで、日頃の恨みもありますし。
There you have it. I had issues with you before anyway, so...
調子に乗り気味なシアンさんは、一回彼に殴られて、反省してください。
I think it's time the high and mighty Scien gets smacked around a little until he learns a thing or two. Bye! Dahat's face disappeared from view just as the security system finally failed.
結局はこうなるか。
It seems that this was unavoidable. Was it?
ええ。俺たちクルーンは、確かな仕事が売りですからね。一度受けた依頼は、必ず完遂します。
Korun guarantees quality results in our work. We will complete any task no matter what. That held true even if the order was from himself.
お久しぶりです。彼女を返してもらうついでに、あなたの救済を潰しに来ました。
Salvation? That's another word from the game case. This one had all the words. It had Virche, it had error, it has salvation. We just need Evermore. Will that pop up in here at some point? It's been a long while. I came to save Leah and crush her idea of salvation. Salvation! Wink, wink, wink. The salvation endings. Yves! He came to take away salvation from death. The young hero, transforming into someone bigger, smiled with bravado. What could possibly happen next? Yves apparently knew where I was from my voice. He took straight to me as I quickly forgot my pain. Leave. I never want to hear salvation ever again. Aw, you want to wallow in misery forever? I guess I could just not do the other endings. Leave. Leave me alone before I kill you again, just...
Yada.
No. Yves looked away as if pouting. Leave. I'll do it. Huh? That is so rude. I guess that's fair. My goal is to finish this before the end of the month, so we'll see how I do. Because I want to try and play something new for December. That's so rude. I mean, I could try to finish Jack and Jean. Contrary to the mood of the situation, Scien burst out laughing, seeing me denied in seconds. I dismissed his laughter and continued my refusal of Yves' reckless behavior. I don't want any more of your kindness or love. It's been proven. I really am death. I wasn't spreading misfortune to others. I was misfortune itself. Yes, I was a fool to think I could actually dream. I was the one who killed the children at the orphanage. I gave you your burn scars, and I made the people persecute you. That works too. I was the one who killed Hugo and Adolphe. It's all my fault. To hell with wanting to be a normal girl. I was absurd from the beginning. I was never a normal girl to begin with. Please leave me alone. I want to die. I want to repent with my life. So please, don't get in my way. I can finally save someone. I have to do it. I did my best to push Yves away. I only needed to convince him further. No matter what Yves said, I would tell him that I didn't want to live anymore.
その通りだね。君のせいじゃないとは、もう言わない。
I cannot deny the fact that everything is your fault. Also, after completing La Salat Act 3, the salvation endings will unlock. I'm sorry. I have to do a third act? Oh man, this is one hell of a play. You are absolutely right. I can't deny the fact that everything is your fault.
意図的ではないにせよ。君は確かに他者に死を招く死神だった。
Even if it was unintentional, it's true that you brought death to others as death itself. Thanks. The music stopped. The dot dot dots keep going. Huh? My eyes widen. The kind Yves that I knew just spoke those cruel facts. But I couldn't deny what he said. I was surprised that of all the people it was him telling me so. The next thing he said surprised me
で
more.
もだからなんだっていうの？いっそ開き直っちゃおうよ。
But what does it matter? Just be honest about it.
自分は意地悪な死神なので、見ず知らずの他人を救う力はひとかけらもありません。ってね。
Tell everyone that you're just a mean-spirited death who has no power to save complete strangers. Huh? Of all things for him to say. That's horrible. Do you realize what you're saying? The people of Arpachel finally had a miracle to extend their lives beyond 23 years. He was telling me to throw all that away.
最低なことを言ってる自覚はある。
Yeah, I know I'm saying something horrible.
でも、見ず知らずの他人より、俺はどんなに罪深くても、君の命を優先したい。
I wonder if the salvation endings will even feel real. The third act is the last two routes, but are they at the same time? Because I love Anku. I don't know. I want to prioritize your life no matter what. How sinful you may be over some person I don't know. I thought you had a grudge against me.
そりゃ、恨んでるよ。でもそれ以上に、
Well,
君
yeah,
が
I
好きだ
do.
から。
But I love you more.
自分ではどうしようもない。
And that's something I can't deny. It doesn't have to be me. There are others who will love you instead of...
他の人じゃ嫌なんだ。俺の醜い顔に口づけを施すのは、君だけであってほしい。
Oh my God. I don't want someone else's love. I want my love to be you, the person who kissed my hideous face. There's responded boldly to everything I said. I suppose it was proof of his newfound priorities. Yves gave me a bright and innocent smile under his mask. I finally
俺は
realized...
もう、意味のない愛は振りまかない。
Man, you sound a little bit like a hoe right now. I have no intention of sharing meaningless love like before. Oh my gosh, I can see the hair. I don't know if it's the hair that's been like bothering me this whole time, but I just saw it wisping in my face. I'm still confused about the last two routes because the reviewer was like, I will never accept Adolph's route as a true route. We're gonna find out. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see how I feel. Tomorrow's Black Friday and I work retail, and I thought I would stream after I get off work, but part of me's like, I might just want to disassociate. I was thinking of maybe getting up early and playing, but I work in the morning and it's like my longest shift of the week. It was death of his love for humanity. Oh! Yves, you're now on my path.
共に
Thank
苦しんで
you.
いこう。自分を許せないなら。
I mean, I will never
幸せになん
accept
てな
Adolph
ら
as
な
a
くて
true
もい
route.
い。
We haven't played it yet. We don't know what happens in Adolph's route. But let's be real. Okay, we fell in love with Burrow. We stood in a field full of dead bodies and said, I'm going to that man over there. I love him. And we did. So, I mean, like, I would almost say Mathis's route doesn't feel like a real route because I almost feel like Mathis can't really love because he's got inserted memories. He doesn't have his own memories. He is a being created by other people's thoughts of consciousness. I would almost say that's not a real route. I would even say that his good route can't even be good at the end. Because you're dating an infant. Let's suffer together, Leah. If you can't forgive yourself, then I don't need to be happy.
俺は君と共に、トガを
Saying
背負
all
い
the
ながら
words I want to hear.
苦しんででも生きていきたい。
But you're gonna die, my guy. We can't be together. I want to be with you. I want to live life with you, bearing your sins and suffering. The young man reaching out to me was here simply because he sought the love of one girl.
これまで、すべての人を愛した分、
I've shared my love with plenty of people until now, but
俺は、世界で唯一、
from now on, you're the
君のこ
only
とだけ
one
を愛するよ。
in this world I will love. It was a love only for me. Yves, slowly, ever so slowly, I spoke his name like dripping water. His name triggered my emotions. No. Stop, don't say that. Emotions contrary to my words rose from within. I want everything to end. I didn't want things to end. I don't have the right to live. I wanted to live. I don't want you near me. I wanted him near me. My words gradually changed to match my emotions. From the depths of despair, I finally raised my voice. I can finally save someone. Myself.
救いの大半である他人と俺たち、どっちが大事？君が死ぬなら俺も死ぬって言ったらどうする？
Which is more important to you, saving people you don't know or our relationship? That is the quote of the century. What if I told you I would die if you died? It's so unfair of you to say that. The kind Yves I knew had turned into a bully so quickly. It was like he turned into a
そう
demon.
だよ。俺はずるいんだ。愛する君を生かすためなら、どんな最低な言葉も
This should
吐
be
いて。
done, by the way. I think this said this was a 10-minute thing that was going to take 10 minutes to complete. It should be done. I shouldn't even be here. I shouldn't even be in a pod right now. That's right, I am mean. I'll say whatever needs to be said, even if it's horrible, if it keeps my beloved alive. I finally found joy and meaning in dying. But hearing the words he spoke, I wanted to live now, even if it meant living in despair. The country's savior brought us back to reality on what was happening. They drag in this moment so much. They've been dragged. This has been almost 2 hours in this one chapter.
これ以上は俺も待ってやれん。
Thank you, Scien. Are you two finished? I have no intention of waiting much longer. He crushed the stone slate with his iron-soled shoes, then glared at Yves with cold eyes. He showed no compassion or friendliness towards the person with whom he once enjoyed a night of drinking. Yves.
すぐに戻ってくるよ。二度目の告白の返事は、その時によろしく。
I'll be back. I hope you'll give me an answer when I confess my love to you again.
いい加減俺も、堂々と君を愛せるようになりたいから。
After all, I think it's high time that I shower you with my love. Yves put his hand against the capsule and I reached out to put my hand on his. I couldn't feel his warmth, but instead I could feel the beat of our different pulses overlapping each other. That was weird. Other! We're in other territory now. Nah. Yves reluctantly removed his hand from the capsule and turned to face Scien. Judging by the look on his face, Scien didn't seem very worried about his equipment in danger of being destroyed. Yves remembered the unbreakable glass wall and quickly realized that it would be difficult to break the capsule to save her.
なんだか少し苛立ってます？
You seem irritated.
一目置いていた生き物にこうも失望させられてはな。
Of course I am, especially after being let down by you, of all people.
いかなる感情も不要としている俺にとって、
I don't see value in having emotions, any of them. Sheen tapped his temple with his finger to signify Yves' burn mark.
不要な感覚や感情を自分の意志で遮断できるお前は理想の機能を持つ人間だ。
You were the ideal human that possessed the ability to cut off unnecessary emotions and senses through pure strength of will.
苦しみ、悲しみ、恨み、妬み。お前はそういった負の感情をやけどの痛みとともに捨ててきたのだろう。
You discarded your emotions such as suffering, sorrow, hatred, envy, and more, along with the pain from your burn, right? Cold sweat appeared on Yves' forehead, realizing that someone else knew his secret. Sheen knew it all as a fact, but he posed it in the form of a question to make Yves nod in agreement.
俺も感情は希薄な方だが、人間に合わせるための最低限の入出力は持ち合わせているのでな。
I also don't exhibit many emotions, but I still have the minimum output set to conform to society's expectations.
ままならない研究には苛立ち、痛みがあれば顔を歪める。
I get frustrated when my research doesn't go well. I frown when I'm in pain. Which was why Sheen showed great interest and admiration towards Yves, who was able to suppress his emotions on his own. But now...
愛などというこの世で最もくだらん感情に振り回されているんだ。落胆もする。
I was interested in you, but you truly let me down by showing yourself being swayed by the most useless emotion of all, love.
最終通告だ。俺の邪魔をするなら容赦なく殺す。
This is my last warning. I will kill you if you get in my way.
今のお前では俺に勝てない。数分打ち合えば倒れるだろ
う。You can't beat me in your current state. A few minutes should be enough to take you down.
だったらその数分以内にあなたを叩きのめして言うことを聞かせればいい。
Well then, I'll just have to beat you before that happens and force you to listen to me.
お前らしい意見だな。
As expected from you. Sheen, the scientist trying to save this country and the Guardian trying to extinguish that hope. With the weight of others' lives on their backs, the battle between good and evil had finally begun. I would not say that's the battle, but okay. Yves! He didn't hold back. He reprimanded his genes and activated them, even at the expense of snapping his muscles. A swift swipe down from above was easily dodged. Moving as quickly as Barreau, Sheen suddenly crouched low to the floor. I rushed my sword up in front of my face to brace for impact. Instead, a powerful kick from below hit me, causing me to nearly drop my sword. He did a turning kick with his left leg acting as a pivot to change direction. The force of the impact in my stomach made sparks scatter across my field of vision. I somehow retained my consciousness after slamming hard into the wall and landing on the floor. I quickly moved from my spot to evade his swift attack. With an eerie smile, he kicked, slammed onto the wall, creating a huge gaping hole. I quickly retaliated by swinging my sword, but he dodged it with barely a nick. He's so strong. Not only was he agile, he also recovered at an incredibly quick speed. Since my weapon was a sword, I could end the battle if I could just land a hit, but it was surprisingly difficult. I was surprisingly difficult, lol. It's the last of my coffee. It's sad now. He either barely dodged my sword or used his iron-plated shoes to block my blade before retaliating with a kick.
所詮は科学者と甘く見たか？俺をあまり舐めてくれるなよ。くるん!
So you thought, I feel like that facial expression needed to change for that to have more impact because he looks so bored right now. In fact, I think if we were further away, we'd be seeing his butt right now, So you thought I'd be some run-of-the-mill scientist? Don't underestimate me, Korun. His deadly kick that could easily crush my bones kept coming at me in a flurry.
舐めてませんよ。想像以上だっただけです。
I'm not underestimating you. You're just a lot stronger than I thought. I tried to move faster than usual so that he wouldn't keep getting the upper hand. We continued to battle with no end in sight. Unless like the pod just goes on its own. Dodge, strike, slash, collide. Some of the devices were being destroyed, all in the name of landing that one blow.
問うぞ、クルン。
Let me ask you, Korun.
お前はこの女のために本当に俺の提示する救いを潰すつもりか？
Are you seriously going to destroy the salvation I've prepared just for her sake? His question came in the heat of the battle.
もちろん、跡形もなく、徹底的に希望を奪った悪魔として、
Of course.
全ての国民に恨まれたって構わない。
I'll destroy your plan completely. I don't care if the people hate me as a demon that stole their last hope.
前世の塊であるお前がその後悔と罪に耐えられるのか？
Can a man so innately good like you bear the guilt from those sins?
耐える必要なんてない。ずっと死にたくなりながら生きていきますよ。
It's gonna be a lot sooner than you realize. I don't plan on bearing anything. I'll just live with the fact that I'm going to die eventually.
その火傷の跡を消し、恋愛感情を持てる第一のリライバーにしてやると言ってもか。
Sounds like you want me to turn you into the first reliver to retain his sense of love while removing that burn from your face.
俺は彼女が口づけてくれたこの傷跡が愛おしいので慎んで遠慮します。
Same. This facial expression could be a little angrier. I actually have an attachment to this burn since she kissed it, so I'll have to refuse your offer.
あと、俺が愛し愛されたいのは彼女だけ。彼女への思いが消えた肉体なんていりませんよ。
Oh, and the only person I want to love and be loved by is Leah. I don't want a body that's forgotten my affection for her.
愚かな。
How foolish.
じゃあ今度はこっちが質問する番。
Now it's my turn to do the questioning. I blocked his kick from
な
above.
ぜ土地の毒素という呪いの単純な正体にあなたのような天才や国民の誰もが気づかなかったのか。
Why couldn't a genius like you or the other citizens figure out the simple fact that the curse was caused by toxins in the soil?
それは
That's...
他国の人間のサンプルがなければ自分たちを構成する遺伝子そのものが異常だと気づくことは確かにできない。
I know it's close to impossible to notice something wrong with our genes without a sample from a person outside the country.
と俺たち漂流者の秩序も代を重ねるごとに薄まっていたし、それは仕方ないと思う。でも
And my family's bloodline through the drifter slowly thinned with each generation so that there wasn't much to work off, but...
漂流者は確かに主張した。延命技術ばかりに取りつかれず、自分たちの命を支える自然についても学ぶべきだと。
The drifter made it very clear that we should learn other subjects rather than focus strictly on how to extend our
そ
longevity.
れは彼なりの自分の第二の故郷となったこの国への慈悲だったんだろう。
That was his way of showing compassion to the country that became his second home.
本を譲り受けたあなたの祖父はその話を伝え聞いたはずのあなたはそれを一周し調べようともしなかった。
I don't know. You don't have to scream, I guess. Your grandfather got that book from him, and you didn't even bother to consider that What else was said? Even as we exchanged blows, I continued to pit my words against him at the cost of losing air.
全てを知る漂流者と俺の祖先たちはなぜ真実を打ち明け協力しなかったと思う
Why didn't the drifter and my family join hands with your family to try and uncover the truth? It was because
この国の歪んだ生への執着
this country's warped attachment to life
研究に取りつかれた者たちに外からの人間として実験体にされることを恐れたからだ
My family saw it as saw it and feared being experimented on by those obsessed with research. The drifter, who knew that a genius by the name of Scien was born, decided to go into hiding and give up saving lives of others. His mission and the knowledge of botany he left were his way of showing compassion. It was true that Scien's research was experiment saves people. Without his invention, my parents wouldn't have revived as relivers and conceived me, and I appreciate him for that, but the fact that he couldn't uncover the truth behind the curse did something to his mind.
いつまで思考を停滞させている自分が万能ではない人に落ちたことを自覚しろ
How long are you going to be stuck? Just accept the fact that you're an ordinary
毒
person.
素の消滅を図るでもなく特効薬の製作を志すでもなく彼女の能力に頼ると決めた時点で
You didn't think of purging the toxins. You didn't think of creating an antidote. Instead, you only thought of relying on
あ
her.
なたは他者の助けがなければ呪いに抗えないと
That was the
自分
moment
から公言したも同然なんだ
you made it clear that you can't fight the curse without the help of others. He needed to change from a god to a human. He had faith in his reliver technology and believed humans reigned supreme. The people of this country, including his scientists, saw this place as their entire world. And we accept it as fact. It was my fault for not making him realize this sooner, for not befriending him. But it wasn't too late.
生命として対等な立場になった以上一方的に犠牲を強いる権利なんてあなたにはない
She chose it on her own, man. Since you're no different from everyone else, you don't have the right to force others to sacrifice their lives for you. It was true that sacrificing her was the fastest route to saving everyone, but all he needed to do was say one thing to change everything, just one measly
助
thing.
けてくれとその一言がどうして口にできないんだ
Why didn't you ask for help? Why couldn't you say the one word, help? I swung my sword down as he faltered.
ただの人間に落ちただと。
I'm an ordinary
こ
human.
の俺が
You're saying that to me? Ooh, that was deep. That was a deep. He held up the palm of his hand. My blade dug deep into his flesh.
訂正しろ。
Take that back. His eyes beyond my blade suddenly showed flames within. It was an emotion that he was supposed to have rid himself of.
訂正しろ。そんな事実認めてたまるものか
Take it back. I refuse to accept it as fact. His perfect self had quickly crumbled away at my words. He didn't notice that his statement was proof that he really was human. Dang. It was a roar, filled with rage and malice. Malice? Okay. He didn't stop even with blood streaming from his body. Proof again that he was human. His attacks weren't as refined as before. He unleashed his attacks blindly with no guarding or evading in between. My vision was painted in red as his rage triggered the same emotion inside me.
ふざけるなよ怒りたいのはこっちの方だ
Damn it, I'm the one who's
彼
angry.
女を害しことごとく大切なものを奪ったあなたを
You
俺は
harmed her and you took away what was precious to me. I won't ever forgive you. Anger versus anger. My dear husband, you as a human. You are human. Shin completely lost his calm and let his emotions drive him. We both unleashed our strongest blows and were both knocked back from the impact. Aw, he's got blood on his face. In response, I repositioned my sword to end the fight. I refuse to accept it.
この世界を俯瞰する者として一人で全てを救ってみせる
I will save everyone and everything as an observer of this world. I won't accept it either. She's not a sacrifice and you're not some god. We rush forward to finally end this. I don't know, it feels like come and then they keep going. We pointed our blades at each other as we lunged towards each other with all our might. Are they both gonna die in front of me? Just before their blades struck each other. Huh. The alarm stopped them in their tracks. Sheen reached his hand out to try and display the system screen when... Ouch! Ah! Ah! The Lycra Norigi jeans that were sleeping inside were forced awake. Leah's screams filled the laboratory. Am I me now? It's me! What happened? It hurts, it hurts! The genes were active. I could tell that the Lycra Norigi genes inside me were blooming the wrong way. My skin, blood, heart, and eyes. The capsule that sealed their activity didn't seem to work at all. Oh my god. All the words just jumbled up right there. The capsule that sealed their activities didn't seem to work at all now. The invisible toxins that were inside me appeared in the form of a black mist and filled the air. The moment the mist was touched... Yves and Sheen were holding their throats and groaning in pain, and the next moment they fell to the floor. Yves! Sheen! They didn't respond to my yelling. I hurt my hands from slamming the capsule from the inside with all my might. What was going on? Why was my body emitting so much toxin? Wait, could it be this was occurring due to the allelopathy effect? I thought the experiment was still in progress. Oh shoot, this must have happened because the system's out of control. A screen appeared in front of my bewildered eyes. The hut! I'm sorry for being late. I was planning on using the ducts to get in there, but... We checked the system to see what was happening, but it looks like... From the looks of it, I doubt I can go near you right now. The moment I enter that room, I will probably die within minutes because of the toxins coming from your body. My hand stopped hitting the capsule the moment I heard his shocking words. What do you mean by that? So what's happening to me and Yves right now? This is just a hunch, but... I think the genetic modification activated your power beyond the set values. I become death! As a result, you lost control of your powers. The toxins inside your bodies are now being emitted in lethal quantities. So my allelopathy trait was running wild? Wait, everyone around me? Yves and Sheen are down on the floor near me, which means... The closer you are to them, the greater their lives are at risk.
今のあなたはいかなる人間の染色体でも一瞬で毒素で染め上げる。
I feel like the smoke should be billowing in front of her too, like not on the text, but just in front of her. In your current state, you're able to taint anyone's chromosomes in an instant.
正真正銘の死神になってしまいました。
You really became death.
特効薬も抗体もない今、僕にはどうすることもできない。
I can't do anything without antibodies or antidotes. It was so ironic. I wanted to live. As selfish as it was, I came to that decision. But I couldn't grab the hand he offered to me, and now I couldn't even go near him. I looked at Yves suffering. And I see. I lost my chance to atone for my sins. God must be punishing me for trying to escape in the name of love. If so, I needed to accept my punishment, to accept it before I killed the person I cared about the most in the world. Also, I see no mole on Dahat's face. I remember he was trying to see if Mother is Dahat's mom. Yes, and I realized afterwards I was confused because it's Scien that has the mole. And I think prior I tried to see if Mom had a mole, to see if they were siblings. I'm convinced this is a family affair. I'm convinced that Scien is Mother's brother, which sounds weird. Go with it. And that Mother is Dahat's mom. I'm convinced. I'm just convinced. It makes the most sense. They have very similar face shapes. He's got the same eyes as Mom. Or maybe we just came up with a really cool idea that the game didn't even think about. In which case, that's a shame. That's such a shame. To accept it before I killed the person I cared about the most in the world. But he also has a lot of hair, so maybe it's hiding. Maybe it's like the earring. Just say. Dahat, would you be able to get me out of here?
ええ、強引に外部から操作すればなんとかできますが。
For a second, the smoke was like not moving naturally, so I was like, which one of my 3 screens does it look normal on? I just need to override the system externally, but...
外に出てどうするんです？イブさんを助けたいのはわかりますが。
What are you gonna do once you're out? I mean, I know you want to save Yves, but going near him is... No. We came up with a good plot idea for this game. It's really a sad no one thought of it. They might have. It could still be a thing, because when you get the ultimate, like the true endings, there's facts you didn't learn in the other ones, so... I held my hairpin in the palm of my hand. I thanked it for giving me the dream to live. As the incarnation of the Lycros Norigi, I will fulfill my duty. What does that mean? Yves awakened at the hospital a week later. His heart stopped and he was about to die, but Dahat arrived in time to resurrect him. I'm gonna go with resurrect him. Scien Brophy fell into a coma, but he somehow made it out alive. Dude, just bring him back as we're alive, he'll be fine. The National Research Institute was attacked by commoners from Cohen. Many were severely injured, with just as many deaths. The institute was partially destroyed, and a portion of the backup data was lost. Those who partook in the attack were currently under house arrest and awaiting Scien's final verdict. As for Yves, he was currently under the custody of the deputy director Dahat and had lost his freedom. I'm sure he'll be fine. Of course, that didn't matter to him right now. Yves stopped Dahat's explanation mid-sentence to ask a question.
彼女はどこに？
Leah, where is she? He looked around the room with hazy eyes in search of his beloved death. I'm sorry. Dahat simply couldn't bear it anymore, seeing Yves' woeful state. Dahat. As one who knew the end of the story, Dahat offered his apology.
あなたから大切な人を奪って。
I'm I'm sorry for taking your most precious
ごめん
away.
彼女は愛しいあなたを殺す前に
Before she could kill you,
この国の糧になることを選択しました。
she chose to become a sacrifice for the country.
え
Huh? And then the world was peaceful. Look! They're red. The Hot cried as he pushed Eve's wheelchair to the certain place. In the place of their shared memories, the field of Lycris Norigis. Why here? Amidst the petals of obsidian black, just like the hairpin, bright red Lycris, with their original untainted colors, were in full bloom throughout the field.
なんでこんな場所に
What's going on here? He walked towards the center of the field and bent down to look close. Yves discovered, between the blooming flowers, beautiful golden hair was growing out of the undersoil. Dahat, you have to bury them deeper than that.
は
What? He looked around and noticed that the red lycris were spreading from where he was. It was as though what was blooming here, what was buried underneath, nullified the toxins around the area. It can't be.
クローン体を作る血を僕に託して
She gave me her blood so I could use it to create her clones, and
彼
then
女は暴走する能力を毒素の吸収に没頭させることで
she came up with the
抑え
idea of
込もうと
suppressing her powers by having her body absorb more toxins than it was admitting.
生きたままこの地に埋められることを選択しました。
She chose to have herself buried here alive. Such cruel despair. We now know why he's always holding himself. You can see the proof right there, sir. Look around. Look at the red flowers. Lies. Yves held his head and crouched down. No matter how hard Yves tried to deny reality, the red lycras were in bloom, and the dulling golden hair bloomed from the ground. Those were undeniable facts. Facts that forced Yves to see the reality that she offered herself as a sacrifice. Dahat slowly and quietly walked towards Yves in despair.
これイブさん宛てにって血とは別に預かっていました。
This is for you, Yves. She gave this to me with her blood. He handed to him something wrapped in soft cloth. It's just to be the hairpin. Just giving it back. That seems kind of cheap. Sensing something from it, Yves took the cloth with shaking hands. He slowly unfolded it.
俺が送った髪飾りのかけらと
Fragment of the hairpin I gave her, and her hand? It looked like her right hand. Her wrist up to the tip of her fingers was as beautiful as before. I'm sorry, what? The MC is the most tragic Otomi MC ever. I hate that she is death. She just wants to be a normal girl. And apparently she's giving people her straight hand.
ちゃんと渡そうって防腐処理しときました。
I embalmed her hand. Why? So that it could get to you in the original state.
あなたの手を取れなくてごめんなさい。
She said she was sorry she couldn't hold your hand. That is not...
で
No.
も
Oh my
本当は
god.
この手をあなたとつなぎたかった。
Oh god, and that she really wanted to hold it one last time.
これが彼女があなたに残した
Those were her
最後
final
の言葉
words
です。
that she gave to me to give you. I cannot. Yves cried, tears flowing in large drops as he embraced the now cold hand. At least anesthesia from even if Tempest got a good ending plus in the fan disc too. Well, we'll eventually play that game, but for now, MC gave her straight hand to the boy she's in love with because she can't hold his hand. Oh my god.
ごめん、ダート。
This is darker than a... Oh my god. This is darker than like a Shakespeare play. I'm sorry, Dahat.
しばらく彼女と二人にさせて。
Do you mind leaving me with her for a
わ
moment?
かりました。
Understood. Dahat smiled reluctantly and quickly took his leave. He assisted his friend with her request to dig a hole and to cover her with soil. Dahat was strong as he overcame the ordeal, and now with leaving Yves to his future, no matter what happened, no matter what he lost, Dahat would never lose hope to live from now on.
俺には無理だ。
I can't do that. I don't feel anything because I cried too much today. I'm so sorry. He struggled to live through suffering because she was by his side. He lost his friend and his friends and his beloved, not just a friend, multiple friends. He had no reason to live in this cruel world.
こんな冷たいところで一人。心細かっただろう。
Leah, you must have been lonely, being out in the cold like this. He kissed the hand he couldn't hold before. He pointed his blood-stained sword to his neck.
今すぐ俺も追いかけるから。共にこのリコリスたちの糧として。
I'll follow after you. We can live together
生き続けよ
forever as food for the lycrases. A single push sent blood into the air, blood that colored the lycrases in crimson. Oh my goodness. Wait, that wasn't the good ending? And by good ending, I mean the gooder ending? Because that didn't have a commercial at the end of it. Not a commercial. It didn't have the little video at the end of it. That's so weird. Just to be clear, the last time I had a choice was here. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, that wasn't even the right ending. I'm so confused. All right, let's see if we can get other things to pop up, I guess. Oh, this makes me nervous. How many choices could I have affected this early on? All right, we did the fish bowl. I think I can smell something coming from the kitchen.
命が惜しけりゃ触れるな。下手すりゃ味見を壊れることになるぜ。
Don't go in there if you want to live. He might ask you to taste his food. Did something happen to you, Hugo?
伊達にこいつの相棒やってねえよ。何度かどころか数日に一度こいつの料理を食ってはぶっ倒れてるわ。
I've been his partner a long time, you know. That guy makes me taste his food he makes, and I've collapsed each time. Maybe I can refuse.
マルシェで買ってきたまともな飯と殺人手料理を混ぜて出すから厄介なんだよ。
Making matters worse, he'll buy delicious meals from the marché and set them down on the table amongst his own works of death. I see. Well, the dish Yves made last time did look enticing. I continue looking around the house, explained. Okay, I don't know.
ああ、ここには今までに
I'm gonna reload. Actually, no, wait. Let's make sure Okay. I'm gonna reload that. See if there's a bad choice in that. I don't really know if there is. He has too many choices. I don't know. I don't know how to pick the bad ones. There were many bandages and salves, probably because he was in the corpse. But for having so many bandages and salves, he sure doesn't have many painkillers. Maybe he's used to them all recently. No choices in 4 or 5 at all. No, it's just pretty much reading, which is probably why it felt like it was taking so long. I had no moments. But looking at Yves and Hugo, I didn't see any reason why they would need them. In any case, I better replenish their supplies. Alright. Small model car. Oh wait, he liked this option. Wait, did I not do this? Was that a wooden model? At first, I thought Yves made it, but...
ああ、それは俺がクルーンを開いた頃に初めて受けた依頼の報酬としてもらったものなんだ。
that was the reward I got from my first work order after I opened Karun. I might not have gotten the good ending because I think I might have missed this one.
5歳ぐらいの男の子だったかな。
And by good ending, I
お
mean
金が
gooder
ないから
ending.
その代わりにってね。
They're all bad. My client was a kid about 5 years old. He didn't have money, so that was what was his payment. Sounds like a really lovely reward. You've said that it was a boy from someone. He said that the boy got it from someone else, but he still seemed very happy.
本人は申し訳なさそうにしてたけど、正直お金をもらうより嬉しかったよ。
It looked like he felt bad for paying with a model, but it was worth more than money to me.
俺も当時は自動車なんて数えるほどしか見たことなかったからさ。
Especially when I only saw a handful of cars back then. I could picture a slightly younger Yves happy with the model. If so, then this model was actually an important memento of the start of Karun.
これ以外にも報酬とは別のお礼としてみんなから手作りの品をもらうことが多くてね。
Aside from this, I got a lot of handmade items as rewards, and each one of them are
俺の
special
大切な宝物。
treasures to me. Well, then I'll be sure to take special care of them. You don't know, oh my god, you do know they can be damaged if you don't keep the place clean, right?
あおっしゃる通り。今後は忙しいのを言い訳に掃除をおろそかにしないよう気を
You're
つける
right.
よ。
I'll make sure to keep the place clean and not use my busy schedule as an excuse. Alright, let's see. I think praise his creativity was the right answer for this one. But we're trying to get through all the choices, so let's see if any of these are bad options. Suggest new ingredients. I guess the ingredients you use are an acquired taste. Maybe if you want the others to enjoy your dishes, you can try using some of the ingredients that sell at the
以
marché.
前試してみたけど、みんな喜んでくれなかったんだ。
I did that before. No one liked what I served then either. Huh? Come to think of it, Adolphe did say before that Yves lacked a sense of taste. Maybe Yves' dishes didn't improve because he thought they tasted good already. Our conversation surely shifted away from what was supposed to be the ability to cause misfortune to others. Okay, I think that's a sign. I just want to make sure I got through all the dialogue before it goes to the next thing. Clap, 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 clap. It's slow. Okay. I have never tasted Yves' dishes before. It didn't seem right for me to assume that he was a bad cook just because everyone else said so. Maybe I might enjoy what he makes, just like Mathis did. Yves, if you don't mind, maybe I can sample what you make before you. Ouch! Hugo quickly moved behind me and grabbed me by the shoulders. Are you stupid?
いくら自分を卑下してるからって、そう簡単に生きることを諦めるやつがあるか?
I know how much you hate yourself, but that doesn't give you a reason to give up on life so easily. What? Was I putting myself in such risk? You got it wrong. Of course I don't have any intention of dying, but... You too, Adolf? I'm fine, so you don't have to look at me like that.
その前に俺の料理は自害用の毒でもないんだけど?
The meals that I prepare don't contain any lethal poison. It's gotta be the best one right there. Okay. Praises creativity. Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh, what if it's like a billion years again? Oh dude, we might hate this. Let's go! Alright, let's see. Alright. Oh, I meant to click on the other one. Whatever, we'll just do the regular route then. I'll do the trust is kindness later. Hearing Hugo say that is weird. He don't care if she die. He do, though. He just doesn't like her. I think you can care about someone's person, like them as a person, and not have any like love for them. Hugo's not a bad guy. He's just has some bad traits. Let's see. Let's see. I'm annoyed because I missed the good one from that very first option. It's hard to explain. If he cares about her, then why he end her then in one bad ending? Well, at that point, he was just desperate. At that point, Yves was already sick and in pain. And at that point, he was not ignoring his friend. It was a heat of the moment kind of moment. And he's in love with Yves, so he wants Yves to be happy, even if it's against his better judgment. We can do this. I believe in you. You can load if you try. Pretty sure the one I picked was the right answer for this. Now that could be something that spins off too. That might be a moment. Oh dear. I can't remember which was the bad ending on this one because I had to do this one again. I think it's hold on to it. Oh gosh, I don't know why it does that when I save sometimes. Did I do the wrong one? I might have done the wrong one. No, I didn't do the error thing. I think it did error last time I got the wrong one and she died. Only complaint I got about Yves is technically it's his fault that Hugo died. He's the reason Hugo died. How dare you be so charismatic? All right, let's see. Peek, exit from the back. That was the right answer on this one because for some reason, peeking out the window is more dangerous than going outside, which was the opposite of the previous one. That's what happened. All right. Refuse. Maybe if you accept on that one, you just die. It has nothing to do with the heart. Jumping, jumping. That's what it says underneath. It's like jumping, which would indicate time travel, I might add. Hmm. 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 They've mentioned time travel 3 times in this game in multiple routes. Imagine, okay, hear me out, since we're just trying to get to the other ending right now. Oh gosh, are we heading to it? Is this taking us to the next ending? Is that why the jump is taking so long? Picture this. Paris. It's not Paris. But what if the good ending or the best ending is time travel and we change things in the past to make people's lives better? Maybe someone's fiance doesn't get murdered the day before their wedding. My blade didn't hit. He dodged my sword and in turn his dagger grazed my temple. His blade hit, but not enough to take my life. Not yet. The last vestige of sanity in the midst of his rage were pushing Scien to fight, but it wasn't over yet, as the man he faced didn't feel pain, even with his open wound. Scien quickly kicked up to finish the battle, expecting his bleeding opponent to aim low. Ouch! I thought you couldn't feel pain. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, did that knock his mask off? Yves was in front of him with his face twisted as if it was actually feeling pain. He pulled his body back from the surge of pain, which made him evade Scien's powerful kick. What? Yves grinned, seeing Scien's surprise. What a beautiful sword. My body felt like it was going to split in two. I reeled backwards, about to fall, but felt as though someone was holding me up from behind. Thank you. Aw, look at this grin on his face. Look at those detailed nails, actually. I stumbled forward a bit, tightening my grip on the sword's hilt. I regained my sense of pain a good while ago. Why? It was the moment I fell in love with her. The pain I felt back then wrenched my heart, yet was strangely soothing at the same time. I wanted more. I want her. I want her to teach me more about the pain I feel in my heart. I was sure I could inflict the same pain onto her too. Look at him, he's crazed. Just remembering her smile was transforming my rage into sheer love. I let the mask blow off my face, and it was that moment I unleashed my final blow. You abandoned your search for the truth a long time ago. You don't deserve to have her. If she really is the Lycris incarnate, Oh, dang.
このイブの味のものだ
From the moment she was born, she belonged to the guardian of Lycoris, Yves Norge. Oh my gosh, Yves has a last name? Was that him admitting he had a last name? Because he's always listed as Yves everywhere. Sheen looped arm fell onto the floor. What?
まさに言葉通り。
I suppose you kept your word.
剣を持って俺に言うことを聞かせるとは。
You used your sword to teach me a lesson, but I have reliver technology. Sheen fell to his knees as blood poured out of the base of his severed arm.
今すぐ実験を中止してください。
Please terminate the experiment now. Despite being heavily tired and worn himself, Yves somehow pointed his sword at Sheen's neck.
バックアップがあるのだから、憂さ晴らしに殺せばいいもの。
I've already backed up my data, so quell your anger through my death if you must.
自分を悪魔だと称しつつ、お前は爪が甘い。
For someone calling himself a demon, you certainly are soft. And
そんな甘い男に敗北した俺が、不感謝を名乗れるはずもなしか。
how can I call myself an observer after losing to some love-lorn human like you? His flaming rage had disappeared. With a deep sigh, Sheen began to control the display screen with his remaining hand. The pain crawling across my skin disappeared. The geometric light inside of the capsule also dimmed.
処理は中断。ロックも解除した。あとは好きにしろ。これ以上俺をお前らの血話喧嘩に巻き込むな。
I've terminated the process and unlocked it. You're free to do what you want, but don't drag me into your emotional mess.
自分から巻き込まれたの間違いじゃないですか。
If I'm not mistaken, didn't you sort of get yourself involved in this mess? Sheen sighed again and shooed Yves away as if he didn't want to be bothered anymore. Yves chuckled and sheathed his sword, then boldly walked towards me through his blood splattered on the floor.
お待たせ。帰ろう。アドルフも迎えに行ってあげないと。
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go home, Leah. We need to get Adolphe too. Boy? Yves forcefully opened the capsule and outstretched his hand to me. He was waiting for me to step out on my own free will. He was badly hurt. He lost everything he had and came here for the sake of having me by his side. But I didn't have the right to receive anyone's love. Out from my pocket fell the Lycris hairpin he gave me. It fell right next to my foot. I picked it up and looked down at it. This was the Lycris in its natural form, unpoisoned by the toxin. Perhaps his grandfather held on to hope that the Lycris in this country would return to its original form. And design this pin to reflect that hope. But taking Yves' hand would destroy that dream. In fact, I may bring more misfortune to the people, even one day take his life. But if Yves was in my position, what would he say? Even if he died, whether he lived or died, he would want to be with me. What a ridiculous thing for me to make such excuses, to wish for life after everything that happened.
おいで。
Come, Leah. Yves was smiling at me in support of my ridiculous idea. Can I really take his hand? Even if I have to suffer, can I still live? I took a step forward, a step towards his hand beyond the capsule. I reached out to grasp. I stopped hearing the sounds of the alarm, and then... Ah! My Lycris Nordigine, which had been inactive, suddenly began to burn my body. Ow! I instinctively pulled my hand embracing my body, trembling in pain. It hurt. It hurt. It hurt. My skin, my blood, my heart, and my eyes. It felt like some other being inside me was trying to break free.
シアンさん、これは一体。
Scien, what's happening to her?
こっちが聞きたいぐらいだ。今調べてるから静かにしろ。
I'd like to know myself. Be quiet and let me check.
これはシステムの暴走。
The system is out of
今にな
control.
ってなぜ？
But why now? Yves tried to pull open the door of the capsule, but for some reason it wouldn't budge.
そこから出るんだ。
Leah, get out of there! I couldn't hear what he was saying. The pain surging through my body had taken over my senses. Am I gonna blossom? I could tell from the pain. This was part of his experiment. The genetic modification that was supposed to take place over several hours was happening right now at this very moment. Ah, a bloom in the middle of my chest. Ah, I could feel a black flower blooming inside of me. The invisible toxins that were inside me appeared in the form of a black mist that filled the air. It was like the same nightmare of crimson explosion that occurred before. I blew up the place! Oh my. After being thrown out of the capsule upon its destruction, I finally came to. I looked around to find myself surrounded by flames from that day. The toxins inside me did this. Wait, where's Yves? I carefully looked around the capsule. I found Yves a distance away, covered in ash and knocked out cold. Fortunately, the flames hadn't reached him yet. Yves! I dashed towards him, knowing that we didn't have much time left. Yves, wake up! I lifted him up, calling his name, when suddenly... Oh dear. From Yves' mouth spewed forth blood and as black as mud. Seeing the color of his blood made me tremble, which in turn increased the black mist coming out of my body. Where's my husband, Scien? Your husband isn't important. This is an Yves storyline. In response, Yves spat out even more blood. Could this be?
そいつから離れろ、娘。
Move away from him.
お前の能力が暴走し、体内で増幅された毒素が排出されている。
Your power is running wild now and emitting the toxins that were intensified inside your
そ
body.
のままではクルーンの染色体が一瞬で毒素に染まって死ぬぞ。
At this rate, Karun's chromosomes will absorb the toxins from you, leading to his death. I somehow lifted his body slightly up from the floor to drag him behind me so that I could keep him away from the fire. But even when I stepped away to give him space, he seemed to get even worse. Yves! Yves' body twitched unnaturally and he began panting at an alarming rate. Scien, how can we stop the toxins from affecting him? Scien?
無理だ。
It's impossible. Huh?
ありもしない特効薬、あるいは毒素への抗体をすぐにでも摂取しない限りな。
Where's Anku? That's true. Where is Anku? I haven't seen that man in a while. Unless he has the proper antibodies or immediately takes the antidote that doesn't exist.
今のお前は近づくものすべてを数分もせず死へと誘う。
What I do now is that you are now able to bring death to anyone you approach within minutes.
最強最悪の死神と化した。
You are now death by all definitions.
自死はやめておけ。解放された毒素が一気にセルネボル全体を包み込む。
Don't even think about committing suicide. The moment you do, that toxin you release will spread throughout Cernaval. Well, guess what? My boyfriend is dying, and my brother is dead, and Lucas, who I don't love in this timeline, might be dead too. Who knows? No. Finally, I finally gained the courage I needed to reach out and take Yves' hand. The rumbling around us warned that the destruction of the laboratory was immediate. Fuck Lucas. Oh, so not literally. I was about to say, I mean, yeah, that's the goal. Yves. That's right, Yves. I can't let Yves die. I need to move away from him. I could never reach out and hold his hand ever again. The despair of not being able to live or die has taken everything away from me. Girl, die, it's fine. The ground crumbled beneath me. Perhaps my wish finally reached the heavens. My body slowly fell into the dark abyss. Anku. Where am I? It was so dark I had no idea where I was. I ran through the vast underground tunnels before the toxins inside me could spread any further. When I was little, I always enjoyed spending time listening to my grandpa tell me the love story about death that was told only within my family.
お前は本当にあの話が好きだな。
You really like this story, don't you?
とっても素敵な恋のお話だもん。
It's the best love story ever!
大切な女の子のために国中に花を咲かせたいなんて。
I love how flowers are all over the country because of that pretty
こ
girl.
の死神はロマンチックだったんだね。俺もそんな恋がしてみたいな。
I bet death was really sweet and romantic. I want to fall in love like that one day.
そうか。だが私はもう疲
I
れて
see.
しまったよ。
Well, I'm a little tired today.
咲かせても咲かせても。人々はこの花を忌避し、王族は我らへの迫害をやめない。
We plant and grow them over and over again, but the people of this land and the royal family continue to treat us with scorn.
息子夫婦。お前の両親もこの使命を気味悪がり、後を継ぐことを拒否した。
Your parents also saw our mission as strange and inauspicious, so they refused to accept the
こんなこ
responsibility.
とを続けて一体何の意味があるのか。
Makes me wonder sometimes what meaning there is in keeping our mission.
なら、俺が次の守護者になるよ。
Then I'll be the next guardian.
え？
Huh?
俺、リコリスのワージュ好きだもん。だからじいさまはもうゆっくりお休みしていいよ。
I love the Lycris nodded G's, so you can rest all you want,
じ
Grandpa.
いさまや父さまたちの代わりに、俺がこの子たちをいっぱい愛するから。
I'll make sure I love them. I love every one of them as much as you and Dad combined.
イブ。
Yves.
けど、その代わりに、俺が立派な守護者になったら。
But if I can become a really good guardian, then... I said there was a dream I wanted to fulfill. I spoke to Grandpa with gleaming eyes when I vowed I'd be the next guardian. The memory disappeared from my mind along with the pain from the flames, but... What did I say? What did I say to my grandpa back then? So that you could maybe meet her? Pressure on my chest slowly made my heart beat again.
起きたか。片腕での救命処置でもなんとかなるものだ。
Finally awake, I suppose one can be resurrected by a single arm. The person I was fighting earlier was sighing with relief with his hand on my chest. I was about to ask him what he was doing. Pain returned to my body to tell me to stay still. What in the world happened? I was trying to save Leah and now I was on the floor? It's crazy. It's like she's death or something. Death. Remember? Death. I jumped up until finally recalling the scene just before I lost consciousness. Leah? She finally regained the will and confidence to live and reached out to hold my hand, but she was no longer around. All that was left were piles of rubble and the reddish-black flames that once burned me.
探しても無駄だ。あの娘なら一人で死ねる場所を探して出て行った。
It's no use looking for her. She left on her own to find a place to die.
なんだ
But why? Seeing me flustered and in confusion, Sheen explained to me in brief about the worst that happened to her. I only now noticed. I should have recovered already, but my body was too heavy for me to breathe
毒
well.
素の暴走じゃあ今の彼女には
She can't control the toxin, so what if I go near her?
近づくだけで死ぬだろうな。染色体の汚染が進んでいるお前など数分も持たん。
You'll probably die, considering the fact that the chromosomes you are already tainted and you probably won't last minutes. What do you mean why she left? She left to protect you, dummy. Oh my gosh. Right? No, he doesn't. He's like, why would she leave? Because she's killing you?
そうですか
I see.
なら早く彼女に追いつかないと
But I need to go after her now. I finally came to and stood up. My vision was blurred and I still felt dizzy, probably from the toxins I absorbed.
少しぐらいはためらったらどうだ。
I'm surprised you're so willing. He literally was willing to die.
ここまで来たら
She is death.
もう意地しかないです
Yeah, maybe Anki will come say hi now.
何があっても彼女の元へ行きますよ
Well, I guess it's just me being stubborn. I'll get to her no matter what. I wouldn't let her escape from me. She don't want to kill you. Well, he won't let her escape,
そう
so...
か。ならさっさと行け。
I see. We'll get out of here then. He shooed me away as if I was a burden, so I turned my back to him and headed to the gaping hole where she apparently fell. But before I jumped down...
シアンさん負けたにしても協力的すぎませんか死にかけてた俺の救命措置までして
You're a lot more helpful than I thought. Even if you lost, you even brought me back to life.
初めて会った時からなんだかやたらと融通が利くのが気になってたんですか
Ever since we first met, it bothered me how you were... it bothered me how you even went out of your way to help us. But why?
お前の祖父は
Your
俺
grandfather
の
helped
協
me.
力者だった。リライバーのメモリーを構築する薬品の中にはリコリスの根の成分が含まれている。
The drug I use to build each reliver's memory uses components extracted from licorice bulbs.
もっとも、お前が後継ぎになった途端、非人道的な実験には協力させたくないと、義理として延命を拒み、離反したが。
He won't leave her alone, but yet she's causing him pain, even though he keeps following her. But yeah, let's blame Hugo's death and others on her. Immediately after you took his place, he turned his back on me, saying that he didn't want any part of my inhumane experiments.
だから奴の孫であるお前がどういう人間なのか、多少なりとも興味があった。
Just why I was curious of who his grandson was, who you were as his successor. Grandpa did that for me.
それに、前にも語っただろう。俺の主食はパンだと。
I also said this before, but bread is the main food I consume.
お前たちノワージュ家は、この国に麦をはじめとした食用植物を栽培し、供給を安定させた家系。
The Norji family planted and grew a variety of produce, including wheat, for this country, which resolved our food supply problem. Back in those days, the only thing the people in this country thought of was how to survive, which meant that they ate whatever they could possibly get their hands
お
on.
前たちノワージュ家がいなければ、俺はリライバー技術を開発する前に餓死していただろう。
Without the Norji family, I could have died from starvation before I could develop my reliver technology.
その数十年越しの借りを返したまでのことだ。
So I'm merely repaying my debt to the family heir.
おっと
Whoa. Sheen tossed me a small vial of medicine as I stood there in a stupor from his explanation. What's this?
遺伝子の活性化を一時的に抑え込む薬だ。俺も考えなしではないのでな。万が一に備え、一応用意しておいた。
Can temporarily suppress genetic activity when administered. I prepared it for my own use in case things went awry.
これを飲ませればあいつは一時的になら元の状態に戻るはずだ。
Give that to her and she should be able to return to her normal state for a
も
while.
っとも、飲ませる以前に今のお前は近づくだけで死ぬだろうが。
Of course, with how you are now, you will likely die before you're able to give it to that medicine.
そんなこと、やってみないとわかりませんよね。
Well, we won't know until I try, right? Deuces. I put the vial in my pocket and moved forwards and the crumbling rim of the gaping hole.
それじゃ、お礼は言いませんからね。
I'll be going. I won't give you my thanks, Sheen.
お互い生き残れたら、アドルフたちの墓に頭を下げて謝ってもらいますね。
If you both make it out alive, I'll have you go to Adolph's and everyone else's graves so that you can apologize to them. I smiled with a touch of sarcasm as I jumped into the hole that would lead me to the unknown floor below. Their deaths are on you, though. That's so true, right? LOL. We just blame whoever we want at this point. Other? Who's leading this one?
あの男。
That bastard.
この状況で俺に生き残れというのか。バックアップデータごと壊れてもおかしくない状況だぞ。
He's telling me to survive. I'm already at risk of losing my backup data too.
本当、そのまま死んでしまえばいいのに。
Mama! Really? If only you died.
あなたがあの子を治療できる唯一の男でなければ、とっくに見捨てていたわ。
Like I'm gonna start coughing again. I would have turned my back on you long ago if you weren't the only person who could cure Leah.
お前か。可愛い息子を殺した罪人に何の用だ。
So what brings you to the criminal who killed your dear son? Ooh! Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Sheen literally told them, don't get in his way. He was trying to save the world. Sacrifice her for the greater good.
わかっているくせに嫌味な男ね。いつかその命で償ってもらうから、覚悟しておきなさい。
You sure know how to irritate me. I will make you pay with your life one day, so enjoy your little time you have left. Seems like even Dahat was like, I kind of agree with Sheen. Run, run, run. But he agreed on a scientific point of view. On a personal level, he disagreed. The black mist was the only thing I could see slowly entering the world with each breath I took. And she's running. I finally arrived at the field of Lycris Noreji that held the fond memories I made with Yves. I had to admit, I was surprised that this strange underground waterway led me here. I need to die as soon as possible. I should be okay for me to die out here in the open. I went to the center of the field to look for something I could kill myself with. Knowing Yves, he would keep his word and chase after me no matter what happened. His beautiful, frightening, straightforward self was what drew me to him and eventually made me fall in love with him. Which is why I needed to kill myself for... My vision shook from shock. Unable to bear the pain, I fell to the ground. What just happened? My toxic, blackened blood slowly dripped from my face. Why are they here? There you are, Death. What are you planning to do with the flowers of misfortune? No, they didn't. We can lift the curse of death so we kill her. The royal family said so too. Burn the place. We'll burn her to death. 20 or so civilians for some reason, and royal guard soldiers were here to kill me. Why? No! The Lycris absorbed the toxin in the soils, which meant... Well, that's what you get. The wind's not against us, but the fire is. I don't know. I think the phrase is, you got your just desserts. I'm not sure. Death is going to burn us alive. The toxins from my body and the toxins from the Lycris filled the air. The flammability of the toxins made them quickly burst into flames from the fire they tried to kill me with. The flames swallowed them all whole. Is this Death's doing? Do something! Leave it to me. All we gotta do is kill Death, and whatever she's doing will end, right? Suddenly, the toxins from me and the Lycris turned their fangs to the crowd. I can't breathe. Stop fooling around and kill the bitch. Ooh, first off, rude. Can't breathe. Don't want to die. Well, you all deserved it. I'm sorry, she's traumatized. It was too late. Before I could kill myself, the people, one by one, died from the flames and toxins. I need to die now. I heard a beautiful sound that mismatched the crimson scenery. I looked at my hands and discovered a shard that reminded me of glass. It seemed as if a shattered piece from a capsule fell into my pocket upon the explosion. Sensing this was the only means left, I grabbed the shard, which bit into my flesh, and pointed that sharp end at my throat. Also, she keeps going for her throat. I feel like that's, I don't know. My hand shook as I tried to push the shard through my throat, but I had little strength. Why? Call for Anku, man. This is his home. I was shaking when I was ready to die back then. I just needed to push it a little bit more. That's all I needed to do. The image of Yves with his outstretched hands came to mind as the pain intensified. I want to die, but I'm too scared to die. Did he implant the fear of death in me back then? The toxins in the air rode the blowing wind, and with it carried the flames into the swirling tornado. The only other choice left for me now was to wait for the flames to burn me to death when... I'm gonna keep coughing right now. Lee, there you are. I could hear behind the wall of flames a voice that broke my resolve. He was here. The person I loved the most, the person I didn't want to see, came here for me. Of all the places I'd find you. I guess fate likes to play games. A smile broke across his face. I keep having to clear my throat and I have nothing to drink because I finished my coffee. He was likely dazed and in a dangerous situation, but still, he appeared to ease my confused state. He had good reason to be scared of the flames around us that destroyed his life. Wow, looks like... I was informed that dinner's almost ready, so hopefully this will be over soon. I wonder why you can't breathe. Ha ha ha! Wouldn't that be funny? It's like Sadako. It's like the ring. Looks like I need to plant more Lycris Norigi once the flames go out. Grandpa's gonna be angry. I I know, if you'd like, maybe you can help me. He wobbled towards me in his weakened state. Don't come any closer. I screamed before he could cross the wall of fire. The heat intensified and I could hear him cry out with fear of the growing flames. I knew it. He must be scared of to death now. I was able to fix myself something to eat, but I'm waiting for this route to end. I didn't think we'd be playing this long. I thought I'd be done by 12, and it's almost 2 now. I really didn't think this would have so much story, the second half. I didn't realize there was an additional chapter either. He must be scared to death now. Even if I told him his scars were beautiful, I couldn't erase the memory of pain and suffering that Yves felt back then. I would make the right choice this time. You're gonna die if you come near me. You must be scared of the flames around us, so please run away before the flames get you, even if it takes more lives. Yves, I don't want to kill you. A loud slap. I heard the sound of a strong hand striking. Yves slapped his face, covered in sweat, with both of his hands. He scolded himself by applying pain to his cheeks to snap himself out of his fear. 6 chapters in the last 2 routes. Yay! I'm fine with 6 chapters for Anku. I like Anku. It's okay. We'll be fine. It's just gonna take a hot minute.
死ななければいいんだね。
So the only thing I need to worry about is not dying, right? Flames that burned the skin when touched, a toxic mist that killed people from the inside. Yves Norigi slowly took a step through the dangers. Then another step closer to me. He walked through without a sign of fear. Don't do it. Why was he doing this? I heard the others plea for help. The residents who somehow survived the flames and toxic groveled at Yves' feet.
ごめん。今は彼女を目指すので精一杯だ。
Sorry, my hands are full trying to get to her. The kind-hearted soul turned his back on their voices. He continued as the flames burned his skin. The toxins in the air were suffocating him. Even so, he continued his trek straight towards me in the middle of the field. He must be in pain and filled with fear. I was sure he wanted to turn his back on me and run with all his might. He couldn't, and no one could blame him. He could, and no one could blame him. And yet...
お迎えに上がりました。リコリスの姫君。
I've come for you, dear princess of the licorices.
いかなる時もそばに。
Please keep me by your side at all times. He still wanted me despite the flames and the curse? We should die here. Yves was breathing heavily as he took his last step towards me. I could imagine him extending his hand to me one more time. I must not take his hand. If I was going to end up killing him, I should shake off his loving hand instead. I finally came to that decision, but the hellfire around us quickly reduced his flesh to ash. Huh? In front of my very eyes, I heard the crackling of something burning. My beloved, who tried to extend his hand to me, in a mere instant turned into a black shadow covered in crimson flames. No. No! Yves, no! With a scream, I quickly reached out to him, seeing him wither in silent pain. The toxins came from me, flared into crimson flames to slap my hands back. It was like being burned at the stake. No compassion at all from the roaring flames. The flames that took on the poison of death burned my love into oblivion. What about you? You lived? The flames dissipated. You went there to die. 10 or so minutes was all it was needed. Rain fell from the dark clouds onto the field. My body also took severe burns. I couldn't even stand. My lungs were filled with smoke and were screaming for fresh air. surrounded by bodies claimed by those burned in the field of lycrises. I used what little strength I had left in my arms to drag myself to the person closest to me. I need to help. I need to save Yves. It was okay, Yves was alive. After all, he never died. No matter what happened, he was a very strong person who said that he would always be by my side. Oh, look, it's her censured. This is a callback to the part where he's like standing over her. His sword lay next to him. Without it, I probably couldn't tell who the black mass was in front of me. Yves. He always extended his hand to me so kindly and gentle. His legs kept him up at all times, never succumbing. He said that he loved me. His lips that whispered his love to me. All of it was charred from the flames. He was now a smoldering mass of charcoal. His face was unrecognizable, and the lips that spoke of love had completely crumbled away. A gasp. Finally, air flowed into my throat. He was dead. Yves was dead. I killed him, and somehow, even though I'm covered in burns, my outfit looks great. I killed him. The moment I realized the truth, my heart filled with utter despair. My wailing and screaming released the toxins from inside me, spreading into the air. I'm sorry. It's all because of me, because I made you love me. I cried and cried before a teardrop could reach the charred body of my beloved. The hand extended to me before he perished. I saw that it was still reaching out to me. Yes. I see. He's tried to save me until the very end. Why you got her hopes up for your ass to be dead? His body was engulfed by hellfire. He knew the girl in front of him would kill him, and yet... The despair rising from within me quickly vanquished that thought from my mind. I could feel my heart shattering. How could I be so wrong? Yves isn't dead. He burned his body with my crimson flame. For me, just for me. He turned into an existence that defied death just for me. Oh dear. Yves, you're such a smart person. You're so right. There's no way my curse would affect someone who's already dead, which means you can spend eternity with me in this state, which was probably why your strong soul accepted the flames that came from me. Yes. You look wonderful even in your darkness. In fact, you're much more of a lycris than I am now. You said to me that you would love me no matter who I was. If so, then it was my turn to love you no matter who you were and what you had become. I held his hand and raised it to my face. Dang, this is the second time too that they've like had charred, bony bodies in their face. His arms began to crumble from the shoulder, but it didn't matter. I gently kissed onto the back of the blackened hand. Now then, we have no time to waste. I need to find a way to preserve your new beautiful body. Oh, and we'll find a place where no one can find us and call it our home. Once we found our paradise, you wanted me to kiss you, so I'll kiss your blackened lips until you tell me to stop. You'll stay like this forever. Please be by my side until I die, my dear beloved guardian. This is just like Lucas, but she's Lucas in this scenario. I agree. I've noticed a few things that they keep like reusing in the different stories. So like the crying into your drinks keeps happening. Mentioning time travel, which I think might actually play a part in the story at some point. Alright, well we got the true-ish sure ending. Let's see what this says afterwards. Adolf route next. Yay! Yeah, that's true. That's hopefully the next route. I don't know if Anku's the last route or not. I don't know if there's a certain order. I might start tomorrow. I might not because I'm preparing for Black Friday to be the worst day of my life because it's retail. So, in that concept alone, I might not be alive. She's so happy with her charred body. Just go through it for Anku's route. You don't know. I mean, Adolf could be like the best. Ooh. This country lost to death. Everyone gave up hope to stay human. The Maiden of Death died in despair. Ooh, the world's twitching. In that smoldering field of black, all alone, regretting that she was ever born. No. No. I don't like foster brother romances at all. That's fair. That's fair. I couldn't accept this end. I could never accept a world where she died in complete despair. I would find a happy ending. Who are you? So that she could greet a different tomorrow.
ようやく私はここまでたどり着いたのだから。
Finally, I finally made it all the way here. Curse, fate, they will never defeat me. I would give her a tomorrow of hope. Act 3, Le Salut has been unlocked. I'm gonna go with that.
肝心な時にダメだな、俺。君の涙を拭ってあげたいのに。
I guess I'm not much help when it counts. I wish I could dry your tears, but I don't think I can anymore. I'm sorry. I couldn't get to you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep our promise.
守れなくて。
Yay! Don't make promises next time. Yeah, learn your lesson. Yves. Alright. I'm going to go to photos. I wanted to see what photos were missing in his story before I quit. Just something to make me feel a little better about. A lot of theirs are just sad. Actually, what does that mean? There's a new one here? I swear I looked at these the other day. Like, these are constantly a crying mess. I didn't even think that would count in here. Yeah, he's only got 4? 3 more. 3 more. Interesting. Alright, so we'll figure out how we're going to get into his story next. I'll see if it's as easy as getting into the flowchart. But yes, please go out and enjoy the rest of your day if you have today off, because today is the day that people give thanks. Personally, we don't really celebrate it, but we do like food, and I love food all the time, so I am going to eat a lot of food now. Yeah, thank you so much for staying with me the whole time. I know you got very discouraged in the middle of it. I'm still not sure. I like to give my final thoughts, but like Yves's is really dark and sad, so we'll see how they keep going. They're gonna keep being sad. It's weird when you can't get a happy ending no matter what you do. So we'll see how it goes as we continue on with Adolf and Anku next time. It might be next week, just depending on how this weekend goes, but I'm going to try my best to be around. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. Bye!